Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was Voldemort's reincarnated father. Here is short summary. Harry Potter uncovers a shocking truth. He is the reincarnated father of Voldemort. As he grapples with this revelation, can he rewrite history and save the wizarding world from its darkest destiny? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry Potter's transition from a celebrated Quidditch seeker to a mentor and father figure at Hogwarts. As Harry embraces his new role as Charms Professor, he balances the joy and challenges of guiding his own children, including Daniel, as they embark on their magical journey. With reflections on the past and aspirations for the future, the tale delves into themes of growth, family, and the enduring ties to Hogwarts, where life and magic intertwine to shape destinies anew. Harry had more pride than letting himself become ridiculous. So he changed his job. Not that he didn't miss Quidditch, he missed it terribly, of course. He might have stayed at Puddlemere United as a coach, but he didn't feel particularly attracted by that possibility. Thus, when Albus Dumbledore drafted an advertisement for the Daily Prophet, saying that they needed a new Charms Professor, Harry was more than eager to take on the job. This way he got the opportunity to return to the place where he had spent the happiest time of his life, Hogwarts. Hermione was still teaching arithmancy there, but she didn't live in the castle. She lived with Ron and their 3 kids in Hogsmeade, where Ron's broomstick shop was running pretty well. Ron and Hermione's twin daughters, Valentine and Vivian, were starting at Hogwarts this year, along with Daniel, Kevin, Fred, George and Angelina's son, and Lancelot, Percy and Penelope's son. "Dad, can't we go as well?" Richard, Robert and Rose Potter asked in chorus, descending the stairs. "I've told you for 100 times," Harry crossed his arms. "Next year. Just one more year, and you'll be at Hogwarts, and God help Hogwarts when you get there." "Oh, but Dad, we aren't that terrible, really," Robert replied defiantly. "Yeah, you're not as terrible as Fred and George. You were worse," their father nodded, eyeing them in a scolding sort of way. "You're no fun, Dad," Richie pouted. "Anyway, whatever you say, we'll become the greatest magical mischief makers Hogwarts has ever seen." "Exactly," Rose nodded with an impish grin. Harry rolled his eyes. These were his triplets, who, according to their uncles Fred and George, were bound to be worse than they had ever been. Harry was already dreading the time when they'd be off to Hogwarts. In his mind's eye he saw himself for several times, standing before Professor McGonagall with burning cheeks, listening to the endless list of pranks his triplets had done, but that wasn't for another year. He heaved a relieved sigh. "Where's Lily?" "Up in her room, glued to the mirror, I guess," Rose wrinkled her nose. "That's what she's doing all the time nowadays, sitting before her vanity table, brushing her hair and humming some silly melody." "Yeah, I think she's gone crazy, Dad," Rob commented. "Maybe not crazy," Richie grinned, "just, what?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "SSSH. Rose beckoned him closer. "What?" Harry bent down to be at eye level with his daughter. She fancies someone, Dad," Rose whispered into his ear. "Does she?" Harry blinked in surprise. He hadn't noticed any sign that could refer to that, but maybe he wasn't paying enough attention to his eldest daughter. Not that Lily would have been too happy if her father had kept an eye on her all the time. She was an adolescent girl, after all, and children of her age never tolerated their parents meddling with their lives too much. Still, Harry felt a pang of remorse. He had a 13-year-old daughter, and he practically didn't know her. He didn't even realize that she was seeing somebody, or was she? Knowing the triplets, it could be possible that they only made it up to annoy their older sister and of course their daddy, since it was their favorite pastime, to annoy good old Dad. Finally the stairs creaked, indicating that someone was coming down. Daddy, I wanna go with you. To Hogwarts." Little Lee Potter, only 5 years old, ran down the stairs, flinging herself on Harry. Her father scooped up the black-haired, green-eyed child. She, of all his children, bore the greatest resemblance to him. The triplets all had red hair, just like their mother and Lily. You cannot come, my sweet, Harry told Lee. You know that. But I wanna come. Her tiny lips trembled and 2 big teardrops coursed down her cheeks. You're too young, dear, Harry kissed her tears away. But if you'll be a nice little girl, then you'll grow up quickly and you'll also come to Hogwarts, I promise you. Harry's words didn't seem to take effect. Little Lee was shooting accusatory glances at him, sniffing. Then don't go. Stay, Daddy. Harry was feeling terrible. How could he explain to a 5-year-old that he had to leave, especially when that 5-year-old was such a stubborn little tyke as his youngest daughter? When he had to leave for Russia 11 years earlier, he managed to explain it to Lily, but Lily was simply different. She was peaceful, understanding and overall a good little girl. Lee, on the other hand, was defiant, pretentious and way too much depending on Harry. She was the one of his 6 children who practically wouldn't let him out of her sight and started to wail whenever Daddy wasn't there for her. This made it especially hard on Harry to leave her, knowing how much she loved and needed him. Listen, sweetie, Daddy will try and come back as often as he can, okay? For example right on this weekend. And he'll bring you wonderful toys and honeydew sweets from Hogsmeade as well. Promise, Lee sniffed. Yeah, Daddy promises. Harry kissed her tear-soaked cheek once more, then put her down. Now where on earth is Lily? Here I am, Harry, his eldest daughter, who, at the age of 13 still called him Harry, slowly descended the stairs. Harry, the triplets and Daniel gasped. What have you done to yourself? Richard was the first to recover his voice. You look icky, Robert added. You look like a... Rose was looking for words. Woman, Lee helped her out. Harry looked from his eldest daughter to his youngest. Where on earth did a 5-year-old child learn such expressions? Yeah, thanks, sis, that was the word I was looking for, Rose nodded eagerly. What have you done to yourself, Lil? Lily gulped, wanted to look better. Better. Daniel laughed. You'll never look good enough, Lil, not even if you spent a week at Gilderoy Lockhart's beauty salon. Dan, Harry shouted, giving his son a scolding look. However, he couldn't help but agree with his other children. Lily looked terrible. She might have tried to curl her hair, but she must have used the wrong charm, because now her always so tidy locks looked like a haystack. She also must have tried to use some kind of makeup charm, but ended up bungling up the whole thing. There were vivid red spots on totally wrong places on her cheeks. She hadn't succeeded in making her pimples disappear, and now the rouge only enhanced them. The lipstick Lily was wearing terribly clashed with her rouge, and her eyeshadow gave the impression of her having 2 huge black eyes. Not to mention that she had done magic illegally, being underage and out of school. Do I really look that bad, Harry? She groaned, chewing her lips, awaiting an answer from her father. Harry, who had already realized that having adolescent kids wasn't a piece of cake, now felt that it was the most difficult thing possible for a parent, to tell his 13-year-old daughter that she had totally screwed up her looks. He cleared his throat. Let's discuss this in the car, shall we? Get in, both of you. He beckoned to Lily and Daniel. Can't we go and escort you to King's Cross? Rob suggested. No, Harry shook his head. Let us go, Richard pleaded. No, Daddy. Rose gave him her most charming, father heart-melting smile, combined with her thoroughly exercised puppy stare. For a second Harry seemed to hesitate. Rose's smiles had always managed to make him do anything, but he decided to be the unwavering sort of father today. No, he shook his head. Go up and tell Mummy that we've left. You too, Lee. Little Lee stuck out her tongue at him and ran upstairs. On the top of the stairs she bumped into her mother, who lifted her into her arms. You didn't think you'd leave without saying goodbye to me, did you? Ginny scowled at Harry as she walked down the stairs, putting Lee down again. I thought we have said goodbye to each other rather nicely this morning. Harry blushed a bit at the memory of him and Ginny saying goodbye. Ooh, Daddy has turned pink. Rose clasped her hands, as if she couldn't think of anything more delighting than seeing her father embarrassed. That's none of your business, kids. Harry gave the triplets a stare of disapproval, then turned to his wife. So, let's say goodbye once more, then. With that he pulled her into a tight embrace, catching her lips in a lingering kiss. Yuck. Let's go up. Guys, I can't stand more of this. Richie suggested and his twins agreed. By the time Harry and Ginny had parted, the triplets had already disappeared, probably to set off a couple of dung bombs in little Lee's room. That's more like it, Ginny grinned at her husband. And now, go. You two, behave yourselves. She turned to Daniel, but Lily wasn't there anymore. Where's Lily? She asked. Already in the car, I guess. Harry shrugged in the firm belief that it wouldn't do any good to Lily if he told her mother what she had done to herself. 5 minutes later they were sitting in the family car, a Peugeot with a nice expanding charm on it. Harry was driving it to King's Cross, but Sirius would be driving the car back to the manor. They had agreed that Sirius would apparate to the railway station shortly before 11 o'clock to say goodbye to his godson and the 2 kids. It had been Sirius' idea to buy a Peugeot for the family, since its emblem was a lion. How very appropriate for the Potters. Harry, what should I do to put myself right again? Lily wept in the back seat, examining herself in a mirror with a suffering expression. Ask McGonagall to transform your face into a totally new one, Daniel replied from the passenger seat. It isn't worth sticking to the old one, really. Daniel, Harry snapped. It's okay, Dad, Dan sighed. But she really looks ugly this way. This way she does, Harry nodded. But otherwise she's a very pretty young woman. He cast a glance at his daughter from the rear-view mirror. Lily was still crying, her tears mingling with the rouge, smudging it totally. However, hearing her father's last comment, she looked up, giving Harry a grateful smile. Can you help, Harry? She asked with a wavering voice. All right. Harry looked around to make sure that no muggles were on the road, then pushed the invisibility booster, installed by Arthur, on the dashboard. The car lifted into the air, invisible. Now that Harry didn't need to care for the steering wheel anymore, he turned around in his seat, holding his wand. Fuckus Amovio. There, you're back to normal, Lil. Oh, his daughter held up her mirror, looking at her reflection admiringly. Thanks, Harry. You're welcome, her father grinned. But next time you decide to wear makeup, ask your mother to help, okay? She muttered. I just wanted to hide my spots, you know. And you just wanted to make Christopher Wood like you, Daniel commented. Shut up, Lily retorted, furiously blushing. Chris Wood, Harry raised an eyebrow. I've heard about him. Also Gryffindor. Yeah, Lily nodded. Is he a nice guy at least? Her father inquired. If he is a bit like Oliver, then he must be a great guy, but I still don't approve of you going out with a boy, Lil. You're way too young, and should you be thoughtless? Thoughtless? You don't mean that you think I'd. Harry, I'm just 13. She burst out. The fact that you and Mum did it when you were only children doesn't mean. She looked up to see her father glowering furiously at her. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you or anything, really. Had you not been thoughtless, I wouldn't be here now. Guess we'd be better off like that, Daniel smirked. Daniel. Both Harry and Lily shouted at him. All right. The boy said. I was just joking, Dad. You know how much I love my dear, big sister. Love me, Lily frowned. That's why you put a hedgehog into my bed last week. You did what? Harry gasped. It wasn't me, Daniel protested. Okay. It was me, but it wasn't my idea. It was the triplets, honestly. Now I feel a lot better. Lily crossed her arms, fuming. Stop quarreling, you two, we're almost there, Harry said, gently lowering the Peugeot onto the road, pushing the invisibility booster on the dashboard. They were visible again. Soon Harry parked the car and got a trolley. He started pulling out various packages from the boot. A small suitcase for Lily. A medium suitcase for himself, a big suitcase for Lily, a carry-all for Lily, a duffel bag for Lily, a satchel for Lily, a toilet bag for Lily, and a tiny rucksack for Daniel. Is this all you brought? Harry got rather suspicious, opening his son's bag, ready for telling him off for having left all his things at home. However, as he looked into the bag, it seemed to have a huge pack of clothes, books, a cauldron, scales, potions, ingredients, and everything needed in it. And only the half of it was filled. What have you done to this bag? He furrowed his brows. It's just magically expanded a bit, Dad, Daniel shrugged. I thought it wouldn't harm anyone. But how did you know how to do it? His father inquired. Standard Book of Spells, page 47, the boy replied. Seeing his father's unbelieving face, he flinched. All right, it wasn't me. Uncle Fred did it for me. Yeah, who else? Harry shook his head, pulling 3 cages out of the boot. One of them contained Hector, the other contained Helena, and the third had the good old Hedwig in it. The faithful old owl was rather worn. The poor creature was more than 20 years old. Harry wondered how long owls lived, but his heart ached at the thought that one day he'd lose Hedwig. Hedwig, despite her age, was still always ready to carry letters, although she did it much slower than before. Harry, of course, kept praising her for her strength and persistence, deliberate to show her how much he valued her both as a friend and as a message carrier. Abu! Harry yelped as a rather old, but still vivid monkey that had been hiding behind the cages, jumped on his head. What are you doing here? I guess he wanted to come to Hogwarts, Daniel said. May I take him, please? It's in your Hogwarts letter that the students can take an owl, a cat or a toad. No monkeys are mentioned. His father reminded him. Anyway, students can only have one pet. He'd be staying in my dorm, Dan replied. Really? And remember, Uncle Ron had a rat, and you also bought him a niffler and he kept it in the school for half a school year. And Uncle George told me about Lee Jordan's tarantula. Harry seemed contemplative for a moment. Persuaded me. All right, Dan, but be careful with him. Don't let him wander around the castle, understood? Aye aye, sir. Daniel saluted, grinning. Come on, Abu, hop on my shoulder. Daniel's owl, Helena, gave Abu a disapproving hoot, eyeing the monkey suspiciously. All right, kids, come on. Harry put a padlock charm on the Peugeot and marched the children into the railway station. Hey, Harry boy, he heard someone shouting. He turned around to see Fred and George waving madly at him, both holding a reddish-brown-haired boy by the hand. Hello, guys, Harry gave his brother-in-laws a smile. Hello, Kevin. He greeted the little boy. Hi, Uncle Harry. Kevin tore his hands out of the hands of his father's, feeling a bit embarrassed. A big boy didn't need his parents to hold his hand, did he? Hello, Dan, Lil. Hi, Kevin, the Potter children said in unison. Have you seen Big Head Boy and Lance? Fred asked. Not yet, Harry replied. Hermione and the twins won't be coming with the train, right? Asked Lily. Why would they? They live in Hogsmeade, George shrugged. Oh, there is Percy. Hey, Percy, over here. He started jumping to draw his brother's attention to them. Percy, however, only nodded a bit with a rather despising look, then marched off with his wife and son right to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Idiot, Fred snorted. Since he became head of the Department of International Cooperation, you simply cannot talk to him. He's never been this stuck up before. I guess you don't need to introduce him to me, Harry grinned. Good old Percy, he never changes. Neither does his son, Kevin interjected. He's a freak. Horrible, really. He's not that horrible, Lily replied. Very clever boy. Ah, yeah, he knows everything about goblin revolutions, various events of magical history, and of course he already speaks 4 languages, Dan commented. Which are those exactly, Kevin? Troll, gobbledygook, mermish and dragon. Dragons don't speak, Lily shook her head. According to Lance they do, Dan responded. Pardon me, did I say Lance? I should have said Lancelot Percival. You forgot Galahad. Kevin grinned as they arrived at platform 9. All right, everyone, platform 9 and 10. Harry said. You know the way, Lil, go ahead. Lily nodded, pushing her trolley in front of her, heading for the wall. In 1 second she was still walking in the wall's direction, in the next she was gone. Is she on platform 9 3/4 now? Daniel blinked. Exactly, his father replied. See that divide between 9 and 10? That's the one I have already told you about. Just walk straight at the barrier without stopping, and you'll get to the Hogwarts Express. Are you sure, Dad? I mean, you said that people could go through. Still, this wall seems rather solid to me. Absolutely sure. Harry smiled, remembering his own doubts about the wall the first time he saw it. If there had not been a certain Molly Weasley, he surely would never have got to Hogwarts. The prospect of going there filled him with a great deal of anticipation, just like 20 years ago. He barely could wait to relive the best moments of his childhood, to walk down those old corridors again, to get annoyed by Peeves' pranks, but he was a bit nervous as well. He didn't know much about teaching and feared that he wouldn't be good enough a teacher, and of course there was Professor Snape whom he'd have as a colleague. He didn't know whether he'd like him more as a colleague than as a teacher, but he had serious misgivings about it. Do it at a bit of a run, Daniel. Go on. Is that school matron really that good? Daniel asked. Why? Harry raised an eyebrow. Because if I break my nose on this wall, she'll have to fix me, his son replied, starting to run in the direction of the divide, closing his eyes, clearly expecting a collision. Just like me back then. Harry smiled as his son disappeared through the wall. 10 minutes before 11 o'clock, Sirius arrived to say goodbye to the Potters. Harry gave him the keys of the car and made him promise to look after Ginny, Lee and especially the triplets who had a knack of getting into trouble. After Sirius disapparated, Fred, George and Harry helped the kids' luggage into the train. Hey, David, Lily started to wave from the window of a compartment. Lily, a pudgy but not fat boy with curly blonde hair and sky-blue eyes ran up to the train, followed by his parents, Dudley and Millicent Dursley. Millicent was holding a little girl, about 7 years old, by the hand. Lily, David repeated, beaming. It's so good to see you again. I've missed you so much during the summer holiday. I missed you, too, Lily smiled down at him. Come, I've reserved a compartment for Yvette and us and for, her voice trailed off. For Chris Wood, right? Daniel interjected. Lily blushed, not noticing the sour expression that fell over her second cousin's face. David didn't like this Wood boy, Daniel told himself. After David said goodbye to his parents, his sister, Daisy Dursley, was wailing that she also wanted to go to Hogwarts. He climbed up the stairs of the train and disappeared into the compartment that Lily had reserved. Soon Bill Weasley also put in an appearance, carrying at least 24 packages for his daughter, Yvette. Fleur didn't come. She was in France, visiting her mother. Yvette, the prettiest Weasley girl with shining hair and sparkling blue eyes, sat down between Lily and David. She was at her second year at Hogwarts. While Lily was in Gryffindor and David in Hufflepuff, Yvette had been sorted into Ravenclaw and seemed rather proud of it. Dan and Kevin took place in a compartment at the very end of the train. Kevin was receiving his very last pieces of advice from his fathers. Never cross McGonagall, Kevin, she's quite a tough lady. Never dirty the corridors or you'll be caught by Filch. Don't take good old Snapey too seriously, he's just pretending to be that nasty. And behave yourself. Behave myself. Kevin blinked. That's a bit rich, coming from you, dads. The steam engine's funnel started to puff, and the Weasley twins and Harry stepped back a couple of feet, waving. Don't do magic on the train, kids. Harry shouted. We can't promise you that, Uncle Harry. Kevin shouted. See you in the school, Dad. Daniel waved. The train had almost set into motion when a scrawny boy with dark hair came panting through the wall between platform 9 and 10, running up to the train with his big packages. Hey, let me help. Harry offered, seeing that the train was just about to set off and the boy wouldn't have enough time to get on all by himself. The boy jumped up on the steps and with Harry's help, he heaved his luggage into the train. As Harry wiped his forehead, the boy seemed to stiffen for a second, giving Harry a penetrating stare, his eyes focused on Harry's scar. Then he disappeared into the corridor and the train set into motion. When Harry turned back to the twins, he was dumbfounded to see tears well up in their eyes. The little tyke's gone. He's grown up. Fred, our little tyke. Give me a tissue, George. Here. Thanks. Thanks. Harry frowned. Really? This ill-mannered boy hasn't even thanked me for helping. Then the next time you meet him take 50 points off his house, George suggested, blowing his nose. If his house isn't Gryffindor, of course, Fred added, sniffing. Harry, however, wasn't listening to them anymore. He sleeked his hair back to hide his scar, feeling rather uncomfortable. During the last 10 years people started to treat him as normal, and he easily managed to get used to it. He was downright delighted to be able to live his life as any other wizard, without people gawping at him all the time. As the years passed after Voldemort's death, people seemed to have forgotten about him being the boy who lived, and rather regarded him as a brilliant Quidditch player, to Harry's great relief. It felt good to be famous, but not too famous. After all these years of being normal, it felt odd to be gawked at like that again. A shiver ran down his spine. "You're being silly, Harry. It was just a boy who heard about you and was probably curious. Still, why do I have this creepy feeling?" He shook his head and decided to forget about it all. "Right, guys, I'm going to apparate to Hogsmeade." "Okay, Harry," Fred nodded. "And Harry, don't let Kevin get into too much trouble." "I'll try, all right." Harry grinned at the twins. "But, Kevin being your son, I cannot assure you that he can be kept out of trouble." After the twins disapparated, Harry watched the train disappear into the distance, its funnel ejecting black wisps of smoke onto the sapphire firmament. This train carried his son to a whole new world. He just hoped that Daniel would fit into Hogwarts just as well as he had 20 years earlier. The fact that Dan was born a squib had opened a wound on his father's heart, a wound that had healed when Desideria the goldfish fulfilled Harry's third wish, but Harry could never be absolutely sure whether his son would be talented enough a wizard. Daniel had done magic, of course, when his uncles Fred and George taught him without Harry's consent, but Dan seemed to have difficulties with those charms. Whenever Dan saw his cousins doing magic with their parents' wands that they had nicked for a bit of experimenting, he had to realize that he couldn't perform them as easily as the others. At first Harry had no idea about Fred and George teaching the kids magic behind the parents' back, but one evening Daniel came to his father and asked him for a man-to-man conversation. Harry had been rather surprised, but of course he had gladly sat down with his son to hear him out. He had been even more surprised to get to know that Dan had been trying magic under the tutoring of his uncles, and he had been practically dumbfounded when the 8-year-old child looked into his eyes with the maturity of a 15-year-old and asked, "Why can't I do the charms as well as Lily, Kevin, Val and Viv? Even Lancelot is better than me." Harry, who had been exercising the duties of a father for 9 years then, had found himself not knowing what to answer his son. He didn't want to lie to him, so he discussed it with Ginny and they decided to tell their son about his being born without magic and getting powers through Harry's wish. Daniel seemed to take it quite well. "I guess I should be happy to have magic powers at all. I could as well have none. A bit of it is better than nothing," he replied with the same maturity that had surprised Harry so much. 4 years had passed since then, and Daniel didn't seem to be unhappy about his not-so-perfect abilities. He carried on getting illegal magic lessons from his uncles and with his diligence, he was succeeding, after all. But will that be enough at Hogwarts? Harry wondered. He feared that his son would be much like Neville Longbottom and become a laughing-stock, especially for the Slytherins. He heaved a sigh, hoping that it wouldn't be harder for Daniel than it had been for him. At least he'd have Kevin, Viv and Val around him as a loving family, and he'd surely make new friends as well. Lily, after all, had lots of friends. Her best friend, for example, happened to be the third-year Circe Diggory. Circe was the only solace of the Diggorys, born 4 years after they had lost their son, Cedric. Harry had been very happy when he got to know that Amos and his wife had had a second child, and he had been even happier when Lily had made friends with her. Somehow he felt a bit of relief from the disturbing thought of having caused Cedric's death. After all those years, he still hadn't managed to come to terms with this. It was, and always would be, a wound that never really healed. There were too many wounds on Harry's heart and soul, and many of them seemed to be resistant to healing. All Harry could do was ignore them, and in family circle he managed to do so most of the time. He bent down to pick up Hedwig's cage. The old owl hooted in a friendly way. The train had already left the station. Harry shielded his eyes with his free hand to see the last visible wisps of smoke emitted by the steam engine. The weather was wonderful, the sun was shining brightly. Not many times was the weather on the 1st of September so favoring. Harry took it as a good sign, as a sign of something beautiful. A new beginning. As Harry apparated at Hogsmeade, in the garden of a pretty thatched house, 3 forms swooped down on him. Uncle Harry, Valentine, Vivian and their younger brother, Rupert, got off their broomsticks and fell upon him, hugging him enthusiastically. Kids, you're stifling me. Harry laughed, eyeing his nieces and nephew. The girls resembled Hermione a lot, with the exception of their hair color. They both had flaming red hair. Young Rupert, however, was a spitting image of Ron, only with Hermione's bushy brown hair. Oh, we don't want to stifle Uncle Harry, do we? Valentine winked at her twin. Not yet. Vivian shook her head. First we'll see his teaching methods, then we'll consider to stifle him or not. Children, why are you threatening your poor uncle? Hermione exited the house with a wide smile. She had put on some weight during the past decade and was now a bit pudgy, but with her always laughing face she looked downright endearing that way. According to Ron, she was even prettier than she used to be, and now there was more to grope on her. We're not threatening him, Mum. Viv shook her head. We didn't scare you, Uncle Harry, did we? No, you did not. Harry laughed and, leaning closer to Hermione, whispered, but the prospect of having to teach them does scare me. Oh, you're going to be a great teacher, Harry, his sister-in-law replied. Come in, I've just baked cookies. Cookies, Rupert exclaimed. No, children, you don't get any now or you won't eat the delicious spinach I'm cooking for lunch, Hermione said. Go and carry on flying, especially you two. She pointed at Viv and Val. You won't have any opportunity to do so for a whole school year, you know. Oh, that stupid rule. Vivian sighed. Really, Hogwarts rules are so old-fashioned, they should be reformed. First years should be allowed a broomstick. I agree, Harry nodded, entering the kitchen. Hermione quickly ushered the children out and sat down next to him at the table. Now tell me what's bothering you. Bothering me? Harry raised an eyebrow. Not much, just the fear of screwing it up. Hermione reached out to pat his hand. I was also nervous when I started teaching at Hogwarts, but it's not a big deal, really. If Lockhart could do it, then you can definitely do it. Ah, thanks Hermione, I feel a lot better. He grimaced, making her grin. I meant it, Harry, she continued. All you need is two things. First, to be able to treat children. That you have, being father to 6. Second, to be good at charms. You have that, too. Professor Flitwick was always satisfied with you. It was still you who first managed to make the feather fly, he smiled. Swish and flick, gosh, it seems to have happened a lifetime ago. A lifetime, she giggled. Don't say that, Harry, or you make me feel old. It might sound silly, Herm, but sometimes I do feel old, he sighed. It's just because you have experienced more in your 30 years of life than others at the age of 80. 31, he corrected her. Ah, Harry, she shook her head. You're impossible. Don't remind me of being 31 already. You aren't, yet, he grinned. You'll be, in 18 days. Good that you remember when my birthday is. Ron has a knack of forgetting it. Good old Ron, is he down in the shop? Yeah, of course, among his precious broomsticks, as always. She nodded. Go and visit him. I will. But first I want to hear about everything that has happened around here lately, he said, taking a cookie. Delicious. Poor kids, having to eat spinach first. Really, Herm, have you heard any news that I should know before entering good old Hogwarts again? Just to be prepared, you know. Oh, there are things, Harry, but Dumbledore asked me and all the teachers to keep them a secret until tonight. I'm also a teacher, he reminded her. Not yet. She pointed out, looking at the clock on the wall. In 7 hours and 23 minutes, Harry. He raised an eyebrow. In 7 hours and 23 minutes Dumbledore will introduce you to the kids as the new charms teacher, along with. I haven't said anything. She shook her head, her eyes glinting impishly. Come on, Herm, I'll get to know it soon. Why can't you tell me now? Exactly because you'll get to know it soon, she retorted. Here, eat one more cookie. There'll be another new teacher, huh? Harry forced, hoping to get her to reveal something. 2. She shrugged. Okay, then at least tell me, is it a positive or a negative change? You'll decide it yourself, she grinned. You're impossible, Hermione, do you know that? He rolled his eyes. I do. Ron keeps telling me that every day. She cast a glance out the window to see whether her children were still in one piece. They're damn good broomstick riders, Harry perceived, seeing the twin girls and their brother crisscross the sky out there. Yes, they are. Still, I always fear that one day they'll fall and break their necks. She sighed. But I cannot forbid them to fly. They're Weasleys, after all. They'd die if they couldn't fly. I wish at least Aberforth would stop taking them for sled rides all the time. What? Harry blinked. Aberforth still has his sled. Of course he does, Hermione sighed. He uses it with invisibility charms and the kids simply love it. Can any of them actually drive the sled? Harry asked, still vividly remembering his first attempt to control Aberforth's reindeers. No, of course not. But they enjoy just sitting in the sleigh. And you know how much Aberforth likes the kids. Shame that he and McGonagall met at such a late age and couldn't have children, he said. At least I'm happy that Hagrid and Olympe still managed to have one. Really? How is little Titania doing? Hermione laughed. Hagrid had moved to France with his wife and they had a 10-year-old daughter, who would start at Beauxbatons next year. Oh, Chidi is doing wonderful, Harry replied. Already taller than me. I still remember when we once visited the little family in France, right after Chidi was born. And you were asked to babysit her for a while, Hermione giggled. I couldn't find the nappies and finally had to wrap her into the tablecloth, because I couldn't find any other cloth big enough, he nodded, smiling at the memories. I'm a bit sad that Hagrid left. Me too, she replied. But Aberforth is just as good a care of magical creatures teacher as he was. Really? How are the Dumbledore brothers getting along? No other goat incidents, I hope. No, of course none, Hermione replied. However, Albus never misses any opportunity to remind his brother that he is still the headmaster while Aberforth is just a teacher, but Aberforth doesn't really care, he's enjoying himself a lot and the students love his classes. There aren't any Scroots in his classes, are there? Harry asked hopefully. Lily is starting care of magical creatures this year and I wouldn't be happy if a pet of Aberforth's had her for lunch. Well, I wouldn't say that Aberforth doesn't prefer dangerous creatures, just remember the Yeti, but he isn't as obsessed with them as Hagrid was. Glad to hear. And what about good old Snape? Lily told me he was still nasty, though not exactly to her, but in general. Ah, he's bitterer than ever. Even the Slytherins have started to hate potions, and that is saying something. Harry grimaced. I can imagine that. Poor Dan. I suppose Snape won't really like him being my son. Truth be told, I was afraid that Snape would be downright nasty to Lily as well, but he wasn't. I just don't understand why, he shrugged. What is Lily's other new subject? Hermione asked. Arithmancy, of course. I persuaded her not to start divination. Good. I'm going to teach her, then, she smiled. But don't expect me to favor her or anything. Oh, I'd never expect anything like that from you, Herm. I know you well enough. Harry stood up. Okay, I'm going to visit Ron now. Thanks for the cookies, they're excellent. Minerva's recipe, she replied. She always bakes something nice for her hubby on weekends. You have no idea how much she has changed since she got married. Is she cheerful by any chance? He raised an eyebrow. Hermione nodded. Wow, I can't wait to get to know this new McGonagall, then. As Harry walked down the main street of Hogsmeade to Ron's broomstick shop, he couldn't stop gaping at the elegant new buildings that had been built in the last few years. Hogsmeade wasn't the same old wizard village Harry had known when he was a Hogwarts student. Besides Honeydukes, Gladrags and Dervish and Banges, a dozen of new shops had been opened. There was a florist's shop ran by Bill's wife, Fleur, a shop selling Wizard electronics, mostly radios. Besides Wizard Wireless Network, 4 other radio stations had started operating, broadcasting Wizard music. There was a beauty salon. 1. Link. In Gilderoy Lockhart's franchise chain, and there was a bank. Harry blinked in surprise. There wasn't supposed to be other wizard banks besides Gringotts, and still, this one was here. It looked like a small version of a Greek pantheon, and on its facade you could read the words, Malfoy and Malfoy. Harry groaned. No, not that. Not what? A highly familiar voice spoke up behind his back. He turned around to see a smugly grinning Draco Malfoy with his hands in the pocket of his elegant robes, looking just like a banker. "What is this supposed to be?" Harry asked. "Good morning to you, too, Potter," Draco said sarcastically. "What is what supposed to be?" "This whole thing. The bank. I thought that Gringotts was the only one. Up till now. But recently I had this nice little family bank built and in a couple of days it is going to start operating. Don't worry, I'm not going to convince you to keep your money at my bank. I'd rather ask a fox to watch over my geese," Harry frowned. "I thought that your family wasn't this rich anymore." "Oh, true, we were quite poor for a while. Then last year our good old French uncle Jean-Luc Malfoy passed away and we inherited everything. Of course the goblins at Gringotts aren't too happy about the competition, but who cares? The wizarding population of Hogsmeade is delighted to have a local bank. It's rather convenient for them, because they don't need to go to London every time they need a bit of money." "You'll be working with higher interest rates than Gringotts, I presume," Harry said. "Of course, even the poor bankers have to earn something for a living." Malfoy shrugged. "Oh, the poor bankers." Harry grimaced. "By the way, are you running the bank together with your father?" "No, just me. Dad only gave some capital of his part of the heritage. He's not going to visit the bank too often, so I'm the boss here." "Poor Hogsmeade residents," Harry sighed, looking at a shop still being built opposite the bank. "And what is that one over there?" "That," Draco shrugged. "Some fast food restaurant, but it's still far from being opened." "Fast food, Poor Madame Rosmerta, she's also going to have competition, then." "And how much?" Malfoy grinned. "Rosmerta's place is still cozy and everything, but the world is developing and the youngsters prefer fast food restaurants to the traditional ones. This one is going to be quite modern, as I see, not to mention that its owner is much prettier than the old Rosmerta." "Why, who is it?" Harry asked. "An old acquaintance of yours, Potter." Malfoy pointed at the opening door of the half-ready fast food restaurant. "Cho," Harry breathed, seeing who had just exited. "Yeah, Miss Chong. Still darn, isn't she?" Harry had to admit that his old love looked wonderful, and this thought made him feel rather embarrassed. He wanted to get out of sight, but it was too late. Cho had noticed him and started waving frantically. "Off you go, Potter. Have fun." Malfoy smirked and returned into his bank. Harry walked up to the woman. "Hello, Cho." "Hi, Harry. Nice to see you again." "Yeah, nice." He smiled, feeling that he was turning red. "Damn you, Potter, why are you still blushing when she smiles at you? 15 years haven't been enough to forget her. Asterisk. Are you all right?" she asked. "Oh, of course," he nodded. "So, you're starting a McCrice at Hogsmeade as well?" "Yes, this is the 100th McCrice shop in the world, and I guess the last one. I simply wanted to build one in Hogsmeade as well. It is a small niche market, given the 3 broomsticks, but I hope it'll turn out to be profitable. I'm sure it will be successful. Have you eaten at a McCrice yet, Harry?" She kept chatting. "Well, yeah, quite many times. I like the cuisine there, though after a while you get bored with rice." "How very true," she laughed. "And which McCrice did you like the most?" "The one in the wizarding part of Orlando." "You have been to the States?" she asked enthusiastically. "Wonderful. I've been living there for years." "Which places have you seen?" "Oh, just Florida. Ginny and I spent our 7th wedding anniversary there." "Oh," Cho's face fell. "I never knew you got married." "I did. And you?" "No," she shook her head. "But I have a daughter. She's coming to Hogwarts this year. This was the reason why we came back from the States. I wanted her to come to Hogwarts. Her name was down at a wizard school in Arizona, but it wasn't hard to arrange that she'd be accepted here." A dreamy expression fell over her face. "I loved being a Hogwarts student and I wanted her to be just as happy as I used to be here. I have been to so many places, traveled all around the world. Still, this was practically the only place where I was always happy, with the exception of Cedric's death." Harry instinctively reached out and squeezed her hand. "It's okay, Harry." She gave him a grateful smile. "It happened long ago. And, has your daughter's father also come to Great Britain?" "Ross. Oh, no, she waved. That stupid git doesn't even know that he has a child. It was just a fling and I didn't want anything from him. Never even loved him, and you? Do you have children? 6. He grinned. 6. Wow, you must be a busy daddy, then. Yeah, that's true, but I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I love kids, that is partly why I took on to teach at Hogwarts. What, you're going to be a teacher? She clasped her hands. What are you going to teach? Charms. Oh, wonderful, Harry. Then you are going to teach my daughter as well. At least she's going to have one good teacher. I'm not sure I'm going to be such a good teacher. This is my first year and I have no idea how to do it. It was Cho's turn to squeeze his hand. You are going to be great, Harry. I trust you. If only my daughter had only such nice teachers like you. Sorry to disappoint you, but that's out of the question. Snape's still here. After having finished chatting with Cho, Harry continued his way down the street, chastising himself for having turned pink in her presence. He wasn't feeling anything for her anymore, after all. But why did I have to blush, then? He kicked into a rock irritably. That was when he realized where he was standing, right before Honeyduke's. However, this time its shop window wasn't filled with chocolate frogs, fizzing Whizbees and licorice wands. It was empty, with a sign for sale plastered to the windowpane. Harry felt his heart sink. The best place, the very best place, in Hogsmeade had been closed. Wonder how Ron takes this, knowing his immense liking for sweets. Walking down the main street of the Wizard Village, Harry was surprised to see a tiny, old woman, sitting in a rocking chair on the porch of a house, waving madly at him. Mrs. Fig. Yes, dear son, it's me. The old witch nodded, beckoning him to herself. Good morning, Mrs. Fig. Excuse me, but may I ask what you are doing here? Running the local pension, Harry boy, Arabella smiled at him, stroking a pair of kitties that were lying in her lap. Pension. Harry blinked. Wow, Hogsmeade has changed more than I expected. A bank, a fast food restaurant, a pension, Honeyduke's closed, what's next? A swimming pool, I barely recognize this village anymore. Yes, the old witch nodded with a wistful smile. The winds of change have swept through Hogsmeade as well. The world changes, change cannot be stopped. I also realized that when a huge shopping mall was built next to my old house in Privet Drive. That was when I decided to leave Little Whinging for good. Speaking of little whining, how are my uncle and aunt doing? Oh, when I last saw them they were fine. Grunnings is running well, so I heard. Mr. Dursley managed to sell a huge amount of drills to the company that built the shopping mall. I wasn't interested in their financial state when I asked how they were doing, Harry said. I mean, are they all right? A little smile appeared on Arabella's wrinkled face. Yes, more or less. They are just lonely. Dudley and his wife keep visiting them, but that's not the same. I heard Petunia bought a parrot to have someone to talk to while Vernon's at his workplace. A parrot, he grinned. Aunt Petunia used to hate animals. All kinds of animals. As I have said already, Harry, Mrs. Fig gave him a penetrating stare. Times change. Everything and everyone changes. Harry nodded, not feeling too happy about it at all. Changes made him crave for the old times when this village had been the nicest place in Scotland. Changes simply made him feel old, at least older than he would have liked. But, if he compared himself to the ancient Mrs. Fig, he felt silly about having such thoughts at all. Well, I've got to go and visit my friend, Ron. Goodbye, Mrs. Fig. Goodbye, Harry boy. She smiled at him. Soon he arrived in front of a tiny shop whose shop window was full of broomsticks. He found his brother-in-law behind the counter, deeply immersed in repairing the twigs of a worn-looking Nimbus 2001. Hello, Ron. Ron looked up and a wide grin spread on his face. Hi, Harry, or should I say Professor Potter? Come on, Ron, Harry laughed, shaking hands with his best friend. It will be bad enough to hear my nephews, nieces and own children calling me Professor, but what can I do? It's in the house rules of Hogwarts, that in class even my own kids have to call me Professor. Guess who I've run into? Who? Cho. Chong. Yeah, she's starting a McCrice fast food restaurant here. Oh, so that fancy shop opposite the bank will be hers. Aha. By the way, how came that you never mentioned this Malfoy bank to me? Ah, that, Ron grimaced. Hermione thought we shouldn't make you nervous, we knew that you'd get to know it sooner or later, but we thought it was better if you got to know it later. Hey, want a chocolate frog? He changed the topic, not really feeling like talking about Malfoy. It's from the last stocks of Honeydukes. Harry took the frog as Ron also opened one. Why did Honeydukes close? Ron shrugged. Dunno. I guess the owners have grown way too old and decided to enjoy their old days on the Bahamas. They have earned enough money during the last decades, after all. But couldn't they just hire some shop assistants? Harry asked, munching on his frog. Ptolemy, he looked at the card. You aren't still collecting these, are you? No, Ron laughed, but my son is. So are my triplets. What card do you have? Let's see. Ron turned over his card. Hee, a Harry Potter card. A what? See it for yourself, mate. Harry took the card to see the script on it. Harry Potter, also known as the boy who lived. He defeated you-know-who at the age of 1, that was when he received his famous lightning-shaped scar, continued battling him over and over, until he and his wife Virginia managed to get rid of you-know-who for good in 1998. Until recently Mr. Potter has been a well-known seeker of Puddlemere United. Since when do I have an own card? Harry raised an eyebrow. This thing must be new, given that I only left Puddlemere 3 months ago. I don't know, Ron shrugged. But I'd be quite proud if I had an own card, you know, so stop frowning, will ya? I wasn't frowning, I was just surprised. Surprised by your own fame. Come on, Harry, don't tell me that you still haven't been able to get used to it. Harry shook his head. I managed to get used to it, but I've never enjoyed it, you know that as well as I do. Types like Lockhart would surely enjoy it, but not me. Speaking of Lockhart, I heard that he and his wife have returned to England, Ron said. Gilderoy and Sonny had spent the last 11 years traveling, opening Gilderoy Lockhart's beauty salons all over the world. Have they? Harry asked. And, remember, mate, when they left, Sonny was pregnant. That was about 11 years ago. Guess who's coming to Hogwarts, then? A Lockhart child, Harry groaned. This was too much for him. Having to deal with his own kids, Ron and Hermione's wild twins, the insufferable know-it-all Lancelot, Kevin, who was worse than Fred and George put together, and now a Lockhart as well. Well, one thing was clear for Harry, he wasn't going to be bored during the upcoming school year. Daniel and Kevin were looking out the window of the Hogwarts Express, watching as the train left King's Cross and soon got out of London. They were just about to start exploding Snap when a boy with dark hair and gray eyes entered their compartment. Hi, don't you mind if I sit down here? Everywhere else is full. Kevin and Dan shrugged. Thanks. The newcomer dropped his luggage on the seat next to Kevin and sat down. I'm Norbert, by the way. Norbert de Villesmore Malfoy. Malfoy. Daniel coughed. Are you a son of Draco Malfoy? No. His brother. Norbert smiled at them. And, who are you? Daniel Potter. Dan replied, suspiciously eyeing the other boy. His father had told him a lot about his childhood adversary, and that was enough for Daniel to not trust anyone who had Malfoy blood running in their veins. Kevin Weasley, Kevin said, munching a chocolate frog, not too happy himself about having to travel in the same compartment with a Malfoy. His fathers had told him more than enough of that family, after all. So Norbert is your name, I heard that your father was fond of dragons, but I didn't know he liked them this much. Excuse me, young Malfoy raised an eyebrow. He doesn't know, Daniel waved. What? Norbert asked. The former groundskeeper of Hogwarts used to have a dragon called Norbert, though only for a couple of weeks, Kevin replied. You surely don't know the former groundskeeper, do you? Hagrid. Not in person, but I heard about him, Norbert shrugged. Father told me lots of things about Hogwarts. I bet he did, Kevin made a wry face. First of all, he taught you how to lick Professor Snape's boots, right? I have no idea what you are talking about, young Malfoy said with a cold smile, looking around. I see you both have owls. No, these aren't owls, they're blast-ended scroots going to the masquerade, Kevin said. And the monkey isn't a monkey but a bewitched princess who turns back if you kiss her. Care to try? Kevin. Daniel gave his cousin a reproachful look. He's a Malfoy, but that doesn't mean that I'm as evil as all the Malfoys. Norbert finished the sentence. Thanks, Daniel. I'm going to prove that I'm not that bad, he added with a wink. Anyway, I don't have an owl. I have a raven. He pulled a black cover off a cage he had brought. He's called Evo, and he's just as good in carrying letters as owls. Or better. Typical Malfoy. Already bragging, Kevin sighed. Daniel kicked him in the ankle. So, are you expecting to be in Slytherin? Dan asked Norbert. Probably, but I wouldn't mind Ravenclaw, either. And you, surely Gryffindor, huh? We are hoping for that, of course, Daniel nodded. Potters and Weasleys have always been in Gryffindor, as Malfoys have always been in Slytherin. You don't need to call me Malfoy, Norbert commented. I'm rather using de Villesmore, my mother's maiden name. My brother Draco will inherit Malfoy Manor and I'll inherit de Villesmore Manor, so I prefer this name. As you want, de Villesmore. Kevin folded his arms. Another frog, Dan. Thanks. Young Potter opened the small box, but as soon as it was opened, the frog jumped out of it. Catch it, Kevin yelled. Daniel started jumping, but he was way too small to reach the frog that was just about to leave the train through the window. Petrificus totalis, came a voice and the frog froze on the windowpane. Kevin and Daniel turned around to see Norbert holding a wand in his outstretched hand. You can have it now, if you don't mind that it's not moving when you're chewing it. Not at all. Thanks. Daniel pulled the frog off the window. Would you like the half of it? He offered, breaking the frog into 2 parts. Why not? Norbert grinned, taking the half of the chocolate. Daniel smiled back. Kevin was just about to comment something when a girl appeared in the doorframe. Have you been doing magic? She asked with clear interest. No. What makes you think that? Kevin frowned. I saw a flash of light coming out of this compartment. You were doing magic, she reasoned. She didn't seem to be a bossy type like Aunt Hermione. She was rather sweet and exotic with jet black hair and brown eyes that gave the boys the impression of her being Asian or partly Asian. And what if we were? Norbert raised an eyebrow. It's not illegal, is it? No. She sat down before either of the boys could tell her that she wasn't welcome here. I'm Lu Ling Chong, but you may call me simply Lu. Great, Kevin grimaced. He didn't think much of girls. They annoyed him all the time. The only girls he liked were Vivian and Valentine, because they never behaved like girls. I'm Norbert de Villesmore, young Malfoy introduced himself. And they are. I can speak for myself, Malfoy. Kevin interrupted. I'm Kevin Weasley. Pleasure. She turned to the third boy. And you? Daniel. Dan stammered, feeling something warm in his stomach. Daniel what? Lou asked with a smile. Daniel felt that little warmth in his stomach start to spread in his whole body. He had not thought much of girls, either. For him girls had just been people he could tease and laugh at. Up till now. Now that this exotic angel was smiling at him, he suddenly forgot that he was supposed to give her a nasty reply or send her to hell as he used to when talking to his sister Lily. Potter, he stuttered. Ah, you must be Harry Potter's son, then. She clasped her hands. Wonderful. My mother told me so much of your father. They were good friends back at Hogwarts. I hope we will also be good friends, Daniel. With that she stood up and walked out. I also hope so, Daniel shouted after her, but the door had already closed. Uh-oh, Danny has a crush. Kevin smirked. Daniel scowled at him, then turned to Norbert, trying to look as nonchalant as possible. So, how did you know that spell? It's quite an advanced one, isn't it? You need to study at least 1 whole year before you can perform that, so I heard. Ah, well, I've had a bit of preschool education, Norbert shrugged, pocketing his wand. Your father taught you dark arts, Kevin said. Of course not, Norbert snapped. Why would he? Because he's a Death Eater, that's why. He's still better than your father. Fathers, really, which one is your real father? Does your mother know at all? Shut up. Kevin turned ruby red. He had already heard too many people insulting his family about their two-father family model. My fathers are at least trustworthy, not like yours. Trustworthy. Norbert laughed. Two clowns running a joke shop. They're running a joke shop, earning their living in an honest way, but your father is everything but honest. I've heard enough of him to know him well. Your whole family. Kevin spat. All of you are rotten to your very cores. Kevin. Daniel shouted at his cousin. Take that back. Norbert yelled, his gray eyes sparkling with fury. No way, you filthy Malfoy. That was too much for Norbert. He punched Kevin in the nose, who gave him a kick in the shin in return. Stop. Daniel tried to jerk his cousin back from Malfoy, to no avail. Suddenly the door burst open and a skinny, brown-haired boy ran in, pulling the fighters apart, giving them each a black eye in the process. Daniel decided to help him, only to get a punch in the jaw. He fell back onto the seat, seeing stars while massaging his sore jaw. When the stars finally vanished, he looked up to see the brown-haired boy standing between Kevin and Norbert, holding them back from continuing fighting. He was panting, so were young Weasley and Malfoy. Sorry, the unknown boy told Daniel. I didn't want to hit you, it was an accident. I only wanted to stop them fighting on the train. Really, he gave both boys a chastising look. Now be good boys and shake hands with him. Kevin snorted. Never. I won't, either, Norbert replied. And who do you think you are to tell us what to do, I'm the one who can beat you up if you make me, the brown-haired boy replied. All right, don't shake hands, but don't dare fight or I'll be back. With that he left the compartment. The two enemies gaped at the closing door, then looked at each other again. Norbert's mouth tucked into a smirk and Kevin couldn't help grinning, either. Not a bad scrap, he asked. Not bad, Norbert nodded. But we need a bit of training so that next time we beat him up, not the other way around. What do you think? All right, Kevin nodded. Want a bit of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Malfoy? De Vilsmore. If you don't want to call me Norbert, then use De Vilsmore. Malfoy's shorter, young Weasley grinned, chewing a bean. Guy, cod liver oil. When they had eaten all packages of Bertie Bott's every flavored beans and every single chocolate frog, Lancelot Weasley put in an appearance. He looked rather angry about something. Hey, what's up, Lance, why are you this sour? Daniel asked, seeing his wry face. Lancelot, the newcomer corrected him, adjusting his glasses with that sort of dignity that only Percy had possessed in the family, until his son was born. Lancelot was a short, very thin boy with strawberry hair and the firm belief that he knew everything better than others. Percy couldn't have denied being Lancelot's father, even if he wanted. I heard that you were fighting. Wasn't me, Daniel said. They did it, he pointed at Kevin and Norbert. Kevin, really? Lancelot scowled at him. Why do you always have to look for trouble? Honestly, you are turning out to be more and more like Uncle Fred and George. I'd rather resemble them than Uncle Percy, Kevin grinned. Just to inform you, cousin, my father is head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, while yours are running a joke shop. My father might become Minister for Magic, while yours will keep turning themselves into canaries. You can easily tell which father is the better. Yeah, easily, Kevin nodded. Mine. Have it your way, but don't forget what I said when I'll be the son of the Minister for Magic. Lancelot straightened his back to look taller. It will be a sad day for Great Britain's wizarding community when your father becomes minister, Norbert commented. Just to inform you, my father has much more of a chance to get that post than yours. Why? Lancelot furrowed his brow. Who's your father? Lucius Malfoy, Norbert smirked. I'm Norbert de Vilsmore Malfoy. Are you? Lancelot blinked in a worried way. Okay, you'd better change into robes. We're almost there. As he left the compartment, Norbert gave Daniel a sour look. How can you endure this guy in the family? Not well, Kevin shrugged. But we have to. Professor Dumbledore was eyeing Lucius Malfoy with interest. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit, Lucius? Well, Albus, it's about my son. Draco. No, Norbert, Malfoy replied. He's coming here as a first year. Indeed. Albus raised an eyebrow, his blue eyes twinkling with eternal youth, even at the age of 170. Yes, Lucius nodded. And the problem is that Narcissa and I have to travel abroad for several months, a secret ministry business. We mustn't even keep in touch with our son, it's such a top-secret mission, but of course I trust you enough to tell you about it. Well, you know that Norbert came very late in our lives, thus we appreciate him more than anything. We couldn't bear if something happened to him while we're away. Dumbledore looked surprised to hear a Malfoy talking like a loving father. Lucius carried on. Since we are going to be so far from him without any kind of contact, we cannot be sure that he's all right, thus I'd like to ask you to keep an eye on him, Albus. I don't ask you to favor him or anything, just take care of him for us, will you? Of course I will do everything in my power, Lucius, but, Dumbledore looked contemplative for a moment, I thought that your other son, Draco, has just opened a family bank at Hogsmeade. Can't you trust him with his younger brother? Well, it's hard for me to talk about this, but, my sons can't stand each other. I don't know why, Draco never recognized Norbert as his brother. I guess he's miffed that the family heritage will be divided into two parts. Norbert won't have anyone here to rely on. Malfoy looked downright desperate. Keep an eye on him, Albus. Please. All right, the old headmaster smiled when suddenly Professor McGonagall burst into the office. Albus, the first years are drowning. What? Albus jumped up. The boats, they're sinking. Minerva shouted. Come. The headmaster said and hurried out of the office, with McGonagall in tow, leaving the appalled Lucius behind. All the available teachers were already down by the lake, stopping the still floating boats from sinking and rescuing the students whose boats had already sunk. About the half of all the boats had started to submerge into the lake, for apparently no reason. Damn these boats, Aberforth Dumbledore cursed, stumbling onto the shore, soaking wet. After Hagrid had left, it had become Aberforth's task to guide the first years through the lake. He wrung his beard and helped a trembling girl out of the water. The little one looked scared to death. Daniel, Kevin and Norbert had been sitting in the same boat along with the pretty Lu Chong. Dan hadn't been able to take his eyes off her until he felt something cold engulf him. He had been surprised, because on the train he felt warm in Lu's presence. Why did he feel cold now? Then he saw it. So did the other three occupants of the boat. Water started flowing in and they started to sink. However, it was obvious that their boat wasn't the only one sinking, because soon terrified screams filled the air and a mad splashing of water could be heard. Now that they were out of the lake, Daniel felt rather sorry that it had happened this way. His father had told him about his own first journey across the lake. How he, Ron, Hermione and Neville had caught a glimpse of the majestic castle of Hogwarts, the sight filling them with eternal joy and still making them petrified with awe. Daniel and the other first years didn't even have a chance to marvel at the castle's beauty, because they had to fight for their very lives. Are you okay? He asked Lu, tossing his dripping locks out of his eyes. Yeah, thanks, she nodded, giving him a heart-melting smile. And Daniel's heart did melt. Well, everyone escaped with nothing worse than a good fright. Albus smiled at Minerva, flicking his wand, pointing it at the soaked children. In the next second, everyone's clothes were dry again. I only wonder how all these boats could go wrong, at the same time. McGonagall said, frowning. Good question, Albus shrugged. The wood worms have multiplied significantly over the summer, Aberforth interjected. I've been trying to exterminate them for months. They might be the reason. They can chew millions of little holes into the wood, holes that are invisible at first sight, but the water could come through them. Oh, yeah, that sounds credible, Albus nodded. But next time you take the first years across the lake, Aberforth, check the boats, he told his brother with a hint of reproach and left for the castle. Harry arrived at the castle shortly after Dumbledore and the other teachers had pulled the first years out of the lake. While the firsties were waiting outside the entrance hall, all teachers took place at the staff table, all but 4. There were 4 empty seats, 2 of which would surely be occupied by the headmaster and Hermione, but Harry wondered who would occupy the remaining 2, surely the mysterious new teachers Hermione had referred to. Harry was glad to see Remus again. The ex-werewolf was still teaching defense against the dark arts. He had got married 10 years earlier and had an 8-year-old son, James, named after his late friend, which Harry found rather touching. Harry was surprised to hear that the headmaster had allowed the Lupins, Remus and Stella Sinistra Lupin, to live in the castle with their child. On the other hand, even teachers had to have spouses and children, didn't they? It was just a bit weird for Harry, who had never known a teacher to have a family while he was a Hogwarts student. For a moment he played with the thought of his wife and all 6 children living at Hogwarts, but then he pictured the triplets skinning Mrs. Norris and felt thankful that he could keep Rose, Richard and Robert away from the school for another year. After that, come what may. While he was happy about having a chance to chat with Remus, who was his neighbor at the table, he was rather miffed by the fact that his other neighbor was none other than Sybil Trelawney. He wondered why that stupid old fraud hadn't retired or been sacked yet. Lupin filled Harry in on the boat incident. Aberforth says it was the wood worms, but you know, I'm not sure. There are certain dark arts that can bring about things like this. Who would want to drown the firsties? Harry shook his head in disbelief. No idea. Let's hope that it was just the wood worms, replied Remus. While he told Harry about his exciting holiday in Peru last summer, Harry drank a cup of tea that had been served for the teachers before the evening feast. When Remus was just going into details about a mad Inca demon attacking his wife, Harry heard a yelp. He turned right to see Sybil holding his cup with an ashen face. Are you all right? He asked. Trelawney didn't answer, just put down Harry's cup with a shaking hand. Professor Trelawney, are you all right? He repeated. Oh my, dear, this is not a happy cup. I see shock after shock, grief after grief, and at the end, danger, terrible, lethal danger, she mumbled, her eyes fixed on the teacup. Really? Harry picked up the cup, examining the remainder of tea leaves in there, annoyed that the house elves hadn't filtered it properly. Have you seen the Grim again? What do you see, Remus? He showed the cup to the other teacher. Let's see, a rabbit. Well, Harry looked at the tea leaves again. For me it seems to be a camel. Or a plane, I don't know. He put it down with a shrug. Stupid divination. Suddenly he felt a hand grip his arm. Keep your eyes open, Harry Potter, Sybil said with a trembling voice, releasing his arm. I will, he grimaced, relieved to see that Albus Dumbledore had just entered the Great Hall. Wow, not bad, not bad, Kevin said admiringly as Professor McGonagall led them into the entrance hall, then left them to wait until the teachers were ready for them. Yeah, beautiful, Daniel nodded, his eyes hungrily taking in the sight of dozens of glinting armors, several huge, moving paintings and candles hovering all around near the walls. Really cool, don't you think, Lou? Huh, the girl asked. The castle, nice, isn't it? Yeah, very nice, she replied with a sweet smile. What is it, Kevin? She asked suddenly, seeing the boy hide behind Norbert's back. That guy, Kevin pointed at a boy with brown hair. The same boy who had beaten them up in the train compartment. You aren't going to be a Gryffindor this way, Kevin, Daniel perceived, though he didn't feel too brave either, after having sighted the aggressive boy again. The aggressive boy, however, didn't care about them at all. Even Gryffindors can be afraid, sometimes, Kevin replied, slowly coming out from behind Norbert's back. Remember what we have been told about Neville Longbottom? True, Dan nodded. I hope I'm going to be in Gryffindor. I can't imagine what I'd do if I turned out to be a Hufflepuff, utter shame. Or worse, a Slytherin. Even Slytherins aren't that bad, Norbert cut in. No, not all of them, just 99%, Dan grinned. I guess I'd kill myself if I got sorted into that house. Norbert gave him an amused look. I am going to be a Ravenclaw, Lancelot interjected. No one asked you, Kevin folded his arms. I'm still going to be a Ravenclaw, because I'm the wittiest boy in the family, Percy's son drew himself up. Get lost, Weasel, Norbert turned to him, making him cringe. All right, Lancelot adjusted his glasses and took several steps backwards. Suddenly a bunch of ghosts appeared with loud whooshing. The little girl, who had been fished out of the lake by Aberforth, got so scared that she almost fainted. Welcome to Hogwarts, a pudgy ghost, looking like a friar, laughed. You there? He pointed at Daniel, who gulped. Yes, he asked with a shaking voice. He had never talked to a ghost before. Don't you think that Hufflepuff is that bad, young fellow? The fat friar said, I also used to be a Hufflepuff, and look what I've become. No way is Daniel going to be like him. Kevin smirked. Friars have to be celibate. Daniel turned red and Norbert laughed heartily, casting sideways glances at Lu Chong. That must be the Bloody Baron. The aggressive boy exclaimed with excitement, pointing at a sullen-looking ghost hovering at the other end of the entrance hall. Typical, Kevin snorted. Guys like this only like ghosts that have the word bloody in their names. I just hope this guy doesn't get into the same house as you, Kevin, Dan commented. Though, I don't want him be in the same house with me, as well. Woo-hoo. Hello, firsties. Headless Nick swooped down on them, throwing his head up in the air, then catching it and twirling it on the tip of his index finger. Hello, Nick, Daniel and Kevin greeted him. They had been told about the Gryffindor ghost by their parents. You are Harry Potter's son, right? Nick flashed him with a wide grin. Harry couldn't even deny being your father, you look so alike him. Oh, the good old times when your father came to celebrate my 500th death day. He sighed. And then, when he fought with Ron Weasley who separated my head from my neck. Wonderful memories, my friends, wonderful memories. Are you a happy ghost now, Nick? Asked Dan. The happiest, thanks to your father and uncle. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington nodded gleefully, as much as he could nod with his head and neck totally severed. I'm the new leader of the Headless Hunt. Just got elected. He drew himself up proudly, pointing at a shining badge on his silvery coat, just below his ruff. Although the ruff had served as a means of hiding his partly severed neck for centuries, he couldn't bring himself to part with it after Ron had properly decapitated him. Or maybe ghosts didn't even have other clothes than those that they had died in. Congrats, Kevin grinned. Ah, you're the son of the Weasley twins, aren't you? Nick clasped his hands. I truly liked your fathers, kid. It made me always happy to see how they drove Filchy crazy. Really, how is Filch doing nowadays? And his terrible old cat? Kevin asked, remembering having been told not to get on the wrong side of the caretaker. Ooh, that's a surprise, kiddies. Nick laughed and disappeared. Surprise. Dan grimaced. What kind of surprise? Maybe Filch got a new cat, Norbert shrugged. Or married the old one. No, he definitely didn't, came a familiar voice from behind their backs. Aunt Hermione. Hello, dears, Hermione smiled at them. I've just brought your cousins. Vivian and Valentine scowled at their mother. We didn't need to be brought here, Mum. We knew the route from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts. Really, we are no children anymore. No children. Their mother raised an eyebrow. Then prove it to me and keep out of trouble. This concerns you, too, she looked at Daniel and Kevin. Mum, why do you always think that we could get into trouble? Valentine crossed her arms. Because you are Weasleys, Hermione smiled at them. Now be good children and promise me that you won't start a food fight during the feast. You're no fun, Mum, Vivian pouted. But we promise. Harry was relieved to see Hermione arrive. He hoped that she would take his mind off Sybil's stupid predictions. Hi, Harry, she said, sitting down next to Trelawney. Hi, Herm. Brought the twins? Harry asked over Sybil's head, as if the divination professor wasn't there at all. Hermione smiled, and made them swear to keep out of trouble. I made your son and Kevin promise the same. It won't be easy for them, Herm, he replied. They are our children, thus they not only carry our rebellious genes, but they also believe that they have to live up to our reputation. And that's why they're going to be troublemakers. At these words Sybil made a rather sour expression and suggested that Hermione and she should change places. So they did. Would you mind if they were like that? Hermione asked Harry, if they turned out to be troublemakers. Well, I remember the day when Dan was born and Fred and George swore to turn him into the greatest mischief maker Hogwarts had ever seen. That day I didn't mind it at all, I felt downright proud. But today, the prospect of my son getting into such troubles as I did simply gives me the creeps. He won't get into such troubles, Harry. You know who is long gone and no one is endangering Daniel's life. The only way he could be harmed is if Snape poisoned him. Seeing the horrified expression on Harry's face, Hermione started to giggle. Just kidding, Harry. Snape's still terrible, but he wouldn't do that to a child, not even if it's yours. Good to hear, he grinned, while Trelawney made an even more sour face. So, will you finally tell me who the new staff members are? Albus is going to tell in person, in a couple of minutes. Harry was just about to reply something when the door of the Great Hall opened to admit the first years. As they lined up before the staff table, Albus Dumbledore rose to speak. Let me greet everyone on this wonderful evening. A new school year is going to start tomorrow, and I hope that all of you will enjoy it. The teachers will do everything in their power to make you grow to like Hogwarts and consider it as your second home. Like Snape would do anything to make us like it. Daniel whispered into Kevin's ear, who nodded, grinning. The headmaster carried on. Before I share some pleasant news with you, let me remind you all that the Forbidden Forest next to the castle is forbidden, as always. And now, to the first part of the pleasant news. From this year on everyone is allowed to have an own broomstick, even the first years, who, of course, may also get into the Quidditch teams of their houses. Happy yells and fervent clapping followed his words, especially from the first years. The next thing you have to know, 4 new people have joined the staff this year. I am pleased to inform you that you will have Harry Potter as your new charms professor. Excited squeals could be heard from everywhere. My father, Lily Potter told her Gryffindor mates proudly, flushing a bit. The second new teacher is, Albus looked around. Well, he hasn't arrived yet, maybe his broomstick is malfunctioning. Well, anyway, he is going to be your new flying professor and Quidditch referee, Neville Longbottom. Neville, Harry almost fell off his chair. So that's why you didn't tell me, Hermione. I didn't want to spoil the surprise, she grinned. Just look at Snape, Harry chuckled, fearing that some of his ribs had broken from the suppressed laughter. Neville is going to be his colleague. He'll have to be polite to him. Hermione giggled into her cup of tea, imagining Snape being polite to Neville. Our third addition to the stuff isn't totally new. He has already spent a year teaching here. However, this year he is going to teach a new subject, P.E. Dumbledore looked around, seeing the surprise on the children's faces. Well, it might surprise you that we have decided to include physical education into the curriculum, but trust me that it was a wise decision. Up till now there has been no other opportunity for sports than Quidditch, and people who were left out of the teams, about 900 students, haven't had any type of physical education. The staff has come to the conclusion that everyone needs a bit of movement, at least once a week. So, you are going to have P.E. lessons with. At that moment the door of the Great Hall burst open to admit none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, who was wearing one of his very lilac robes and a little lopsided wizard hat of a slightly lighter shade of violet. Hello, everyone, I hope I'm not late. He waved, approaching the staff table. Professor Lockhart, Dumbledore finished his sentence. No, Harry slapped his forehead. Albus must be joking. He isn't, Hermione replied, eyeing the still very good-looking Lockhart within a dreamy sort of way. Before elegantly taking place on Aberforth's left, Gilderoy greeted Harry with one of his flashy smiles. As the murmur of the children died away, the headmaster continued his speech. And the 4th new person to our ranks is Bert Bradley, the new caretaker. He pointed at a small guy with a young, boyish face, sitting at the very end of the table. Harry hadn't even noticed him before. What, Filch is no longer here? Harry was appalled. No, Hermione shook her head, while students began throwing their pointed wizard hats into the air to express their utter joy of not seeing Argus Filch anymore. Mrs. Norris died this summer and he broke down. Some say he also went crazy. You know, he was practically in love with that cat. And not just for an hour, she winked at him. Don't even remind me of that, Hermione. Harry groaned, still vividly remembering his infatuation with Mrs. Norris, due to an attraction potion he was forced to drink. I thought I'd never live it down, he sighed, watching as McGonagall carried the sorting hat into the hall. And now to the most important part of my little speech tonight. The headmaster carried on. Believe it or not, this summer, while tidying the library, our Madam Pants happened to find the foundation document of our school, a document that was supposed to be lost or destroyed long ago. Up till now we have lived in the firm belief that Hogwarts was around 1,000 years old. Now, thanks to Madam Pants and the document she found, we know that Hogwarts is exactly 1,000 years old, this year. A loud murmur ran down the hall. Yes, the Foundation document dates Halloween of 1011. According to Salazar Slytherin's diary, also found by our librarian, the foundation stone of Hogwarts was laid by the Hogwarts fort at Halloween, and the castle was ready by the 1st of May of the next year. Thus, Albus' mouth tucked into a grin, we have a good reason to celebrate. In order to celebrate our school's 1000th birthday, we are going to have a series of festivities here at Hogwarts throughout the school year. Cheering and excited yelping followed his words. Please, let me continue, the headmaster waved with his hand to silence the crowd. Thank you. As I have already said, the foundation of our school is connected to 2 dates, Halloween and the 1st of May. Thus, we are going to have a special Halloween festivity and another, even more special one, at the beginning of May. Tonight I'm not going to go into details, because I presume all of you are already dying of hunger. I only ask you to wait for another 20 or so minutes for the sorting ceremony to end. Minerva, the hat, please. Sybil Trelawney clutched at her heart with a small yelp. Are you all right? Harry asked, pretending to be worried. The hat, Sybil mumbled. A vision, Sybil, Hermione asked, pouring a glass of water and thrusting it into Trelawney's hand. The divination teacher nodded. Harry shrugged and gave his sister-in-law a "Don't take her seriously" stare, which Hermione answered with a "Don't worry, I never took her seriously" stare. Minerva turned to the first years. I'm going to call your names and put this hat on your heads. It will tell you which house you will be in, but of course only after the annual Sorting Hat song. She stepped back to give the students a good view of the hat that suddenly came to life and began to sing. The day has come, you're standing here. Nervous, giddy, even trembling. But I tell there's nothing to fear. As long as you hear me rambling. You think I'm a silly old hat. Chatting without taking action. Ha, I'm the best cap you could get. To do the Hogwarts selection. Gryffindor's the place for the brave. So if you never hesitate. When there is a life you can save. Gryffindor's where you'll fit in, mate. If you like generosity. Find justice the greatest value. For sufferers you feel pity. You're a Hufflepuff, I tell you. If you are a lil know-it-all. If you have a quick working mind. If you have more brains than a troll. Then the Ravenclaws are your kind. If your ways are slyness and stealth. If you're witty, cunning indeed. If you want fame, power and wealth. You're the one the Slytherins need. You're curious where you belong. Which house to greet with hello. Telling your place won't take me long. Just put me on your head, fellow. As the song ended, everyone clapped politely. So, the Ravenclaws have to have more brains than a troll. Kevin smirked. Then you have a chance to get in there, Lance. Lancelot, Percy's son replied defiantly. McGonagall cleared her throat. So, I'll be calling your names. You come here, sit on this 3-legged stool and I'll put the hat on your head. She looked down at her list. Atkinson, Rowan. A tall boy with dreadlocks stepped forward, sat down and McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Hufflepuff, Bailey, Nigel, Gryffindor, Chong, Lu Ling, Ravenclaw. Daniel applauded enthusiastically. I've got to get into Ravenclaw. I've got to. 1 minute ago you wanted to be in Gryffindor, Kevin reminded him. Oh, shut up. Dan shot him a rather nasty look, following Lou with his stare. He simply couldn't keep his eyes off the girl who approached the Ravenclaw table and took place as gracefully as a ballet dancer. Dumbledore, Julia, Minerva read out. As McGonagall uttered this name, the whole great hall went silent. Dumbledore. Even Minerva herself looked surprised, adjusted her glasses, as if to make sure that she had read it properly. There was no mistake. The name of Julia Dumbledore was written quite clearly on her list. A little blonde girl with an expression of a scared chipmunk scuttled forward and flopped down on the stool. Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat shouted. The little girl took it off with a relieved smile and joined the table of her new house. Aberforth gave his brother a bemused stare. I never knew you had a great-grandchild, Albus, he said, taking a swig of his butterbeer. I don't, Albus replied. You do. Aberforth spit out his drink and started to cough so madly that he almost suffocated. Albus patted his back with a benign smile, while Minerva, who hadn't heard their discussion, carried on with the list. Flint, Lavinia, A rather stuck-up-looking girl came forward, sleeking her long hair with an elegant motion, sitting down on the stool as if it was a golden throne. The hat didn't contemplate her place too long. She was sent into Slytherin, and she looked rather pleased about it. "That girl looks exactly like Blaise Zabini," Kevin remarked. "Of course she does, she's her daughter, and that of Marcus Flint." Daniel made a disgusted face. "No wonder she got into that house. You still think that Slytherin is so terrible, don't you?" Norbert tutted. "Silly prejudice. Look who's talking. A future Slytherin," Kevin grimaced. Meanwhile, McGonagall kept reading names and the Sorting Hat kept sorting people into houses. Lockhart, Gilda, the aggressive boy moved forward. "Gilda," Kevin and Norbert gasped. "He's a she." Daniel gaped, too, with such a straight left. The boy, however, turned out to be a girl, and, if they examined her better, they had to admit that there was something girlish in her features, but not too much. She had short hair and a body that didn't even slightly resemble that of a female. Gilda Lockhart sat smugly on the stool, waiting for the hat's decision. Harry looked over at Gilderoy, who was intently watching the girl, his daughter. Harry hadn't seen a daughter resemble her father so little before. She had brown hair, a mixture of Gilderoy's and Anck Sun Almond's black hair. Her eye color was the only thing that bore some resemblance to her father's. "Slytherin," the hat shouted finally. "Oh, no," Norbert sighed, while Harry looked at Gilderoy again. The new P.E. teacher didn't seem to be shocked by the hat's choice at all. Now, de Vilsmore, you wanna be a Lil Gryffindor now that she's in Slytherin?" Kevin mocked. "No way." Young Malfoy straightened himself and walked forward, as Minerva called out his name. The Sorting Hat barely touched his forehead when it shouted, "Slytherin." "Told ya I'll be in there," Norbert told Daniel as he passed by them, to sit down at the table of his house. Nash, John, Ravenclaw, Olsen, Nellie, Hufflepuff, Paris, Tom, Gryffindor, Potter, Daniel. Daniel felt his heart clench. "Hey, it's gonna be all right." Kevin patted him on the back, seeing how pale his cousin was. Daniel slowly walked up to the stool, sat down, and the deputy headmistress placed the hat on his head. Moments of silence followed. Harry, at the staff table, crossed his fingers. Slytherin. It was already past midnight, everyone had long fallen asleep, but Harry couldn't close his eyes. He sat on the windowsill, gazing out into the clear, starry night, taking deep breaths of the cool and fragrant air. Down on the Hogwarts grounds hundreds of crickets were making a concert with the occasional hooting of the school owls as background music. The lake's surface glittered in the moonlight, as though thousands of fairies had been dancing on it with graceful, swaying movements. It was a beautiful, magical night. Still Harry felt miserable. While nature was calmer than ever, his soul was in turmoil, a real thunderstorm raging in his heart. He tried and tried to calm himself, to no avail. His son had been sorted into Slytherin. Slytherin. He simply couldn't believe it. Why, for heaven's sake? Daniel was a Potter, after all. Harry clearly remembered the day of Daniel's birth, when he decided to give him a name suitable for a future Gryffindor, Daniel Leonard. Daniel for the Bible, Daniel who had gone into the lion's pit, and Leonard for its meaning, strong, like a lion. He heaved a deep sigh. What had gone wrong? What made the Sorting Hat put Dan into Slytherin? Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind, either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting, so where shall I put you? The hat's voice of 20 years earlier echoed in Harry's mind. Not Slytherin, Are you sure? You could be great, you know. It's all here in your head, and Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness. It's all there in your head, Harry frowned. You can speak Parseltongue, Harry, because Lord Voldemort, who is the last remaining descendant of Salazar Slytherin, can speak Parseltongue. Unless I'm much mistaken, he transferred some of his own powers to you the night he gave you that scar. Dumbledore's words after the destruction of the basilisk came to Harry's mind. Voldemort put a bit of himself in me. Harry shook his head in disbelief. Could that be the reason? Did it mean that Daniel had inherited the piece of Voldemort that was in Harry? But if yes, then, why didn't Lily get into Slytherin? If Harry had a bit of the late Dark Lord in him, then so did Lily, Daniel and all of his children. Still, Lily was in Gryffindor. This was too much for Harry to comprehend, simply too much. He remembered the murmur that ran down the Great Hall when the sorting hat announced its decision. Slytherin. Everyone in the Great Hall gasped. Daniel almost fell off the three-legged chair, then looked around with a haunted expression, just to see whether he had heard it all right. However, the looks on the others' faces showed that he had heard it all right. He had been sorted into Slytherin. He cast a nervous glance at his father, who seemed to have been petrified. He was sitting at the staff table with his mouth agape, his face as white as a sheet. Daniel simply couldn't bear his stare, so he looked at Kevin, who was standing a couple of feet away, looking equally perplexed. How could this happen? Daniel mouthed to his cousin, who shook his auburn head with a really dull expression. Potter, move on. McGonagall patted him on the shoulder, indicating that he was wasting their time. What? Daniel looked up. He had been too shocked to interpret her words. Move to your table, Minerva said, pointing at the table on the right, the table of the Slytherin house. Daniel nodded, then slowly stood up, took off the hat and headed for the table on the right, wondering what McGonagall's expression had meant. Was it compassion? Or rather astonishment mixed with fright? He couldn't tell. He just walked up to the Slytherin table, where Norbert de Villesmore Malfoy was already waving at him in a merry sort of way. Daniel flopped down next to him, propping his chin into his palms, gazing at his golden plate. Daniel. Norbert patted him on the back. You're in Slytherin. Young Potter cast a sideways glance at his new housemate. You look happy about it, he grumbled in an accusing manner. Well, of course I'm happy. Norbert nodded cheerfully. I've grown to like you on the train, Dan. You weren't as nasty to me as your cousin. You defended me, although you knew well enough that I was a Malfoy. That means that we could be friends. Friends? Daniel blinked. Yeah, why not? The other boy replied. Just imagine what our parents will say when they get to know that we are friends. He added, laughing. They'll explode with anger. Especially my dear brother. Ha ha ha. He'll go mad when he gets to know that my best friend is none other than Harry Potter's son. Daniel grimaced at the thought of himself introducing Norbert to his father as his new best friend. What would Harry say? His heart sank as he imagined what his father could be feeling now. Disappointment, anger, utter horror. A Potter in Slytherin. That was the greatest shame he could think of, almost as great a shame as being a squib. He had been told by his parents about being born a squib, then getting powers from the magic goldfish in Durmstrang's Lake years ago. He regarded the story as a fairy tale, as something beautiful and incomprehensible. Now he wished he had stayed a squib forever, then he wouldn't be in Slytherin now. Meanwhile, the sorting ceremony carried on, although in a totally different mood than before Daniel's sorting. The air was still vibrating with shock and amazement. Everyone wanted the ceremony to be over, and this time not to have dinner at last, but to have an opportunity to discuss the events that had recently taken place. All the four Weasleys, Vivian, Valentine, Kevin and Lancelot, got sorted into Gryffindor, Lancelot protesting that he wanted to be in Ravenclaw. Finally Kevin decided to punch him in the nose to make him shut up. Professor McGonagall immediately took 10 points from Gryffindor for fighting. Kevin couldn't be blamed, though. He wouldn't have punched Lancelot if Daniel hadn't been sorted into the rival house, which made Kevin feel frustrated and release his pent-up emotions on his most annoying cousin. So, for the very first time in Hogwarts history, Gryffindor started the school year with -10 points. Lily was just as shocked as everyone else in the family. David Dursley, from Hufflepuff Table, kept sending her encouraging glances, to no avail. She was so nervous that she couldn't even touch the delicious dinner, just stared at her father who, half an hour after the sorting, still looked shocked. She saw that Remus Lupin and Hermione were talking to him, clearly trying to calm him, but her father just kept shaking his head. Lily perceived that Harry hadn't touched his meal either. She didn't dare imagine what Ginny would say when she got to know about the Sorting Hat's decision. She'd surely faint. Even Ron and Hermione's vivid twins were unusually silent over dinner. All they said was, "Pass the salt shaker." To Lily, Kevin looked downright broken. bending his head on his arms, madly eyeing Daniel talking to Norbert at the other end of the hall. Lancelot was the only one who managed to find his voice. I have always told you that Daniel was a worth nothing, haven't I? All he has been doing was to annoy people, so no wonder that he got into that house. Shut up or Gryffindor will lose more points. Kevin growled at him. Anyway, Daniel only annoyed you, Lance, Valentine added. I have always found him a nice boy with a good sense of humor. Exactly, Vivian nodded. No matter what house he is in, your brother is still a cool guy, Lils. Thanks, Lily forced herself to smile. I truly don't understand why he got into Slytherin. I mean, he put a hedgehog into my bed, all right, but all boys of his age do such things to their big sisters. It doesn't mean that he's evil, he's just mischievous, but definitely not nasty enough to be a Slytherin. Are you sure? I for one would never put a hedgehog into anyone's bed. Lancelot straightened his back to start another tirade about Daniel's non-ethical behavior, only to be kicked in the ankle by Viv. Lily's stare suddenly fell at Professor Snape, who seemed to be rather interested in Daniel Potter all of a sudden. Lily shuddered. Daniel was in Snape's house. This hadn't even occurred to her earlier. Her heart ached for her little brother, knowing the potions teacher. Severus was quite unbearable as a professor. She didn't dare imagine how unbearable he could get as a head of house, and what power he would have over Daniel. Of course Snape was known to be favoring the Slytherin students, but wouldn't he make an exception with Harry Potter's son? Lily shook her head, deciding that she'd rather not imagine the future relationship between her brother and her less favorite professor. After the opening of the school year ceremony ended with all the students and teachers, the latter quite reluctantly, singing the Hogwarts anthem, everyone headed for their dormitories. While Kevin, Viv, Val and Lancelot entered the welcoming Gryffindor common room with its red and golden carpets and tapestries, Daniel Potter was guided down into the dungeons by none other than Professor Snape. After several minutes of walking downstairs, the sleepy Slytherins paused before a damp stone wall. Venenum Velox, said the head of house, and a hidden stone door slid aside to reveal the Slytherin common room. Daniel, who had heard so much about the coziness and warm colors of Gryffindor Tower, couldn't help pouting. This common room had rough stone walls with a low ceiling from where round, greenish lamps were hanging on chains. The only welcoming thing was the fire crackling under an elaborately carved mantelpiece. Professor Snape led the students through a dark corridor that opened from the common room. At the end of the corridor there were two staircases leading even deeper into the bowels of Hogwarts. Girls' dormitories on the right, boys on the left. Off to bed, everyone, the head of house said in a cold voice. Daniel watched Gilda Lockhart descend the steps to the right, looking rather cheerful. He simply couldn't understand what could make anyone be happy about being in Slytherin. Potter, I said something. He heard Snape's harsh voice. Shuddering, he looked up. Excuse me, Professor. You'd better pay attention when I'm talking, Potter. Severus growled at him. Stop loitering and go to sleep. Tomorrow will be a rough day. Yes, Professor, Daniel nodded, feeling like kicking something, especially Snape. As he started down the left staircase, he heard the teacher call after him. And try to stay out of trouble, Potter, for your own sake. Why does he think that I'd get into trouble? Dan sighed inwardly. Just because I'm my father's son. Asterisk. Hey, what is this pouting, Dan? Norbert asked with a wide smile. Come on, I'm drowsy. Young Potter followed young Malfoy down the steps, into a corridor full of green doors on either side. Each door had a large, silver serpent on it. Somehow the serpents seemed to be moving as the children walked past them. With a heavy heart Daniel entered the room at the end of the corridor to see 5 four-poster beds with curtains of deep, green velvet and silver fringe. Several torches were lit all around the walls to provide a bit of light, since the dormitory had no windows. For a second Daniel felt like being buried alive in an underground chamber. It was not a happy thought. His luggage had already been taken down into his room. The cage of Helena stood on the floor next to the bed. On the bedcover lay a green and gray striped scarf along with a tie of the same 2 colors. Daniel dropped himself on the bed with a resigned sigh when suddenly a monkey jumped on his shoulder. Abu, he laughed, for the first time since he had been sorted into his new house. The monkey nestled its furry head onto Daniel's cheek, encircling his neck with its long and fluffy arms. The boy patted Abu gently, feeling grateful for his closeness and warmth. "Thanks," he muttered, peeling the monkey off himself, starting to undress. While he had been sorrowing over the lack of windows and moonlight, Norbert had already changed into pajamas and slipped under the soft green bedcover. His raven, Evo, had been let out of his cage and perched himself on the boy's pillow. The other 3 boys they shared the room with were giving Daniel curious glances, clearly not understanding what a Potter was doing in Slytherin. "I'm Jerry Travers," one of them introduced himself. "You're the Potter boy, huh?" Yeah," Daniel nodded. "And you are?" He turned to the 2 other boys. Donald Rookwood, a boy with the face of a fox, replied. "And I don't understand how you got in here, Potter." "Neither do I," the 3rd boy commented. "I'm Iago Rosier, by the way." "I don't understand it, either," Daniel shrugged. "I really don't. But do you think that we could be friends?" "Friends with a Potter?" Donald Rookwood snorted. "Your parents sent my grandpa into Azkaban. How could you expect me to be your friend?" "Oh, shut up, Rookwood," Jerry Travers snapped. "It's your grandpa's problem that he happened to be there at Stonehenge when Harry Potter's wife did away with you-know-who. He has only his own stupidity to thank that he got sent into Azkaban." "Ooh, look who's talking." Donald spat. "Your uncle was also a Death Eater, like my grandpa and like Rosier's grandfather. And like Malfoy's father, Iago Rosier." An unusually boy pointed at Norbert, who was peacefully lying on his bed, caressing Ivo's black feathered wings. "You were right, Rosier," Norbert replied calmly, "but my father was never caught." "Of course he wasn't, because he was out cold at St. Mungo when that massacre at Stonehenge took place," Rookwood reminded him. "Oh, yeah, could be. Good for Daddy that he had almost gone crazy by Lord Voldemort's Cruciatus curse," Norbert grinned. "You have said the name." Travers gaped. "So what? Voldemort's dead." Young Malfoy shrugged. "And I'm not afraid to say the name of a dead guy." "You are so lucky, Malfoy," Iago Rosier fumed. "My grandpa was killed by Mad-Eye Moody. All that makes me happy is that he had distorted Moody's nose before he died." "Yeah, the good old times when our ancestors were Death Eaters," sighed Rookwood. Daniel cast a sideways glance at Norbert and was surprised to see some kind of secretive smile on the boy's face. "Okay, the descendants of Death Eaters discussion is over, guys," Norbert said. "How can you be so stupid to praise your Death Eater ancestors in front of the son of Harry Potter?" Jerry, Donald and Iago gave Daniel a piercing look before slipping under their green bedcovers. "Don't take them seriously, Dan," Norbert whispered to his new friend. "They are rather unhappy about their ancestors being the Dark Lord's supporters. They are thoroughly ashamed of it, they just try to conceal it by blabbering about the good old times. They don't mean it." "Are you sure?" Daniel asked insecurely. "They did sound as though they had meant it. I fear I won't have many friends here in Slytherin." "But you'll have me," Norbert winked at him. "Now drop off, Potty, we're starting with potions tomorrow, at least I heard so." Young Potter let out a groan and pulled up the covers. Abu nestled himself into the crook of his arm and Daniel held him like a stuffed toy. He decided to chase the bothering thoughts out of his mind, at least till next morning, when he would have to face Snape at potions class. He took off his glasses, put them on the bedside table and closed his eyes, picturing the charming Lu Chong. While Daniel sank into a deep slumber, Harry had made a decision: talk to Albus Dumbledore. He would know the answer for your questions. He left his room, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and headed for the headmaster's office. On his way he met Peeves, who had stolen a sack of peas from the kitchen and was spilling it on the floor so that people would slip on it first thing in the morning. When the poltergeist caught a glimpse of the approaching Harry, he started to cackle madly. "Potter, you rotter, you're a poor dad. I weren't surprised if you'd go mad. You were so proud of Daniel's son. But now your pride is forever gone. Danny's in Slytherin with the bad folk. Just wait and he'll turn a nasty warlock. Facella." Harry pointed his wand at Peeves, performing the same muzzle charm Aberforth had performed on the poltergeist 11 years earlier. "MMMMHHHH. Peeves protested. madly tugging at the muzzle that simply didn't want to come off. Harry, in a bit better mood, continued his way upstairs, finally stopping by the stone gargoyle standing in front of Dumbledore's door. Licorice wand?" he asked, wishing that he had asked Albus about the password the previous evening. "No." "Then, Bertie, no, he hates it." "Let's see." Fizzing Whizbees. The gargoyle still didn't budge. Harry suddenly remembered Albus at Percy and Penelope's wedding, eating 2 slices of treacle tart. The gargoyle came to life and sprang aside to reveal a spiral staircase moving like an escalator. Harry stepped onto it and let it take him up to the headmaster's room. Before he could knock with the griffin-shaped brass knocker, he heard voices coming from inside. "But why, Albus?" It was Aberforth's voice. "Why didn't you tell me that I had a son?" "Because your ex-wife, Michelle, asked me not to," Albus replied to his brother's irritated voice in a rather calm tone. "But why didn't she want me to know?" "Come on, Aberforth, don't pretend to have forgotten how bad terms you had been on with Michelle. You were rather nasty to her, admit it, always going off with your worth-nothing buddies to pubs and going home drunk." Of course Michelle had enough and took divorce proceedings. As soon as she got free from you, she decided to go as far from you as possible. "With my son in her belly." Aberforth fumed. "Yes," Albus replied, "she didn't tell you, because she knew you. As well as I knew you, Aberforth." "What do you mean?" "Come on, brother, remember what you were like at the age of 30, careless, obstinate, foolish, you were no father material at all, admit it. If you make jokes by turning goats into women, then you are far from being mature, and you, brother, were the farthest possible from being mature. I always wondered what Michelle saw in you. You never treated her as a wife, rather as a playmate. She had enough and I totally understood her. So I kept my mouth shut about her being pregnant. And, where did she go?" "To America. She settled down in Seattle, brought up her son, Aberforth Jr." "Aberforth." The old wizard's voice quivered. She named our son after me." Albus was silent for a while. "You have no idea why, huh?" "Oh, brother, she loved you. She had enough of you, but she still loved you to the end of her life. She never got married again. To the end of her life. She's dead." "Yeah, she died about 15 years ago. Your son sent me a letter telling about Michelle's death. Unfortunately your son also died last year, but your grandson, Aberforth III, moved to England with his wife and daughter, Julia." "Julia," Aberforth sniffed. "That weeny little girl. I noticed her right away when she got off the Hogwarts Express. She looked so endearing. I can't explain it, Albus, but she made my heart melt at once." "Well, it's understandable. She's your great-granddaughter." How should I tell this to Minerva?" Aberforth asked nervously. "She's going to be very angry when I tell her that I have already been married once, and I never told her." "That is your problem to settle, brother," Albus replied nonchalantly. "Ah, great, thanks for your support, brother." Aberforth growled and headed for the door, banging it open with a rather aggressive movement. "Oh, hi, Aberforth," Harry grinned sheepishly, cringing a bit, seeing how infuriated the old wizard looked. "Harry, boy, I didn't want to eavesdrop, really, I just wanted to talk to Professor Dumbledore. I know it's really late, but—" "Don't apologize, Harry, come in," Albus said. "Thanks. Bye, Aberforth." Harry gave his old friend an encouraging smile, knowing that Aberforth must feel quite as shaken now as he did. Damn family problems. "Have a seat, please," Albus pointed to the chair opposite his desk. Harry sat down, looking around. Nothing had changed here since he had been in here for the last time, when Albus had sent him back to the Dursleys because of the journalists' attack on Hogwarts. There were still small silver instruments whirring and making funny noises. There were the portraits of the previous headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts hanging on the walls. There was still a perch for Fawkes, who was sleeping peacefully. There was still the glass case containing Gryffindor's sword, and of course the sorting hat. Dumbledore saw Harry's glance pause on the hat. "You have come to ask me why it has put your son into Slytherin," the headmaster said. This was not a question, but a statement. "Yes, Professor," Harry nodded. "Call me Albus, Harry. We are colleagues, after all, The old wizard smiled at him benignly. One of the one-time headmasters woke up in his frame to scrutinize the new addition to the Hogwarts staff. "All right, Albus," Harry nodded. "You are right, I want to know, I need to know." "Then it is not I whom you have to ask, but him," Dumbledore pointed at the Sorting Hat. "May I?" "Sure, you have already worn it thrice, why not wear it for the fourth time?" The young wizard walked up to the hat and placed it on his head with shaking hands. He had not been this nervous when he had asked the hat whether it had made a right decision to put him into Gryffindor. He closed his eyes, waiting for the familiar little voice that didn't make him wait long. "Meeting you again, Harry Potter." "Well, yeah," Harry thought. "I need to ask you something. Asterisk. Then go ahead," the hat encouraged him. "Why did you place my son, Daniel, into Slytherin?" Asterisk. "Because I couldn't put him elsewhere." "You couldn't put him elsewhere? Why? I understand that he's not a thing like a Hufflepuff, but isn't he brave enough for Gryffindor? Or witty enough for Ravenclaw?" Asterisk. "Too many questions, and there are no answers. I don't intend to change my mind, Harry Potter. Your son will be great in Slytherin." "You're wrong." Harry pulled the hat off his head, placing it back on the three-legged chair. As he removed the hat, the first thing he saw was that the late headmaster, who was awake in his frame, looked concerned. To Harry he seemed rather familiar. Then it dawned on him. It was Professor Dippet. The one he had seen in the magic diary during his second year. Strangely, this made him have a bad feeling, as if the late headmaster had known what he wanted to ask Dumbledore, about the possible heritage of Voldemort, or as Dippet had known him, Tom Marvolo Riddle. "Well, managed to get to know something?" Albus asked. "No." Harry flopped down onto the chair facing the headmaster, turning his back on Armando Dippet. The hat refused to give its reasons. "But, maybe you could, couldn't you?" "Harry," Albus heaved a deep sigh. "I understand how you feel now. It must be terrible for you, but if the hat thinks that Daniel will be all right in Slytherin, then he will be all right." "I fear that," Harry's voice faltered. "What? That my son might have inherited things from Voldemort, through me." "Oh," the old wizard breathed. "Well, it's not possible." "No." Harry raised an eyebrow. "So did Dippet in the painting." "No. You got powers and traits from Voldemort when he first tried to kill you, but it was a simple transfer of magic. The magic built itself into your body, into your cells, but I'm sure that not into your DNA. It is there in you, but it cannot be passed down to your descendants. Never mistake magic for genetics, Harry. The powers you got from Voldemort aren't present in your son or either of your other children. Daniel is no Parselmouth, am I right?" "No, none of my children is," Harry said, feeling a bit relieved. Professor Dippet also seemed to be in a bit better mood. "See, both you and Ginny are Parselmouths, but both of you got this ability through magic, not inheritance. You got it when the killing curse failed and she got it when she was brought back from the netherworld with Apophis' torch. Had this power been inheritable, your children would be able to speak Parseltongue. But they are not." Albus scrutinized the young man's worried face. "No need to worry about this. Your son has not a single chromosome from Voldemort." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. But then, why has he been put into Slytherin?" Harry pressed. "Of that I have no idea, but I'm sure that your son will not become a dark wizard," he winked at Harry. "Anyway, it's not that terrible being in Slytherin. My own brother used to be there." "Aberforth." Harry was really surprised. "Well, yeah," Albus nodded. "Maybe that's why he played that nasty joke on me," he shuddered. Harry stifled a chuckle, knowing what that nasty joke had been. Poor Albus. "But your brother was never, evil, right?" he asked. "Evil? No," the headmaster laughed. "He was a mischief maker, almost as great as your father, Sirius, Remus and Peter together. He liked annoying people, and I guess that is why he got sorted into Slytherin. But no, he never used to be evil." Another example. Did you know that Gilderoy Lockhart was also a Slytherin?" Harry's mouth tucked into a smirk. "Why don't I feel surprised by this?" "Wonder why?" Albus chuckled. Suddenly Fox woke up from his slumber, letting out 2 short squeaks, then falling asleep again. "It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I think you should go to bed if you want to teach tomorrow," Today, to be exact, Dumbledore said. Harry grimaced. You were using Fox as a cuckoo clock. After his discussion with Dumbledore, Harry headed for his room. As he turned left on a corner, he accidentally ran into someone carrying at least a dozen different-sized packages that, of course, ended up on the floor with a thud. Sorry, Harry said, bending down to help the other person gather his things. Oh, it's you, Neville. Hi, Harry. Mr. Longbottom, the new flying professor greeted him with a thorough handshake. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, too. What are you doing here, at 2:30 in the morning? Just arrived, Neville replied, picking up his suitcase and carryall. Wasn't Dumbledore mad that I was late for the evening feast? Not mad, just a bit surprised, I guess, Harry said, handing Neville the last piece of scattered package, a box that emitted the unmistakable croaking of a toad. Trevor, isn't it? No, the flying professor laughed. Trevor passed away years ago. This one is called Severus. What? Harry's eyes widened. You named your toad after Snape. Neville grinned sheepishly. Yeah, because this toad is much uglier than the previous one. Both young men burst into laughter. Man, what a moral booster. Harry took off his glasses to wipe away the tears of laughter. I really needed this laugh, Neville. Why? Is something amiss, Harry? Longbottom's face turned serious, way too serious for someone like him. Harry had to admit that Neville had changed a lot. Awfully lot. The once pudgy and clumsy boy was a man now. Well, it's not that terrible, after all, the charms professor looked at his shoes, it's just that my son got sorted into Slytherin. Neville made a face like a dumbfounded fish, his mouth wide agape and his eyes bulging in surprise. You don't mean it, do you? I mean, come on, he's a Potter. Why would the Sorting Hat put him into Slytherin? I don't know, Harry shook his head. Neither does Albus. I'm at my wit's end. I'm sorry, my friend, Longbottom said sympathetically. I'm sure I'd also feel miserable if Eve got sorted into Slytherin. Eve, my daughter, Evelyn. I named her after my mother. Oh, how are your parents doing? Harry asked. He remembered that Neville's mother and father had been healed after the Dark Lord's destruction. They are okay and likely to move to us to Hogsmeade. They say they cannot live without their little granddaughter, Neville smiled. And they are right, Eve's a real angel. You've got to get to know her. Harry nodded. I'm sure she is adorable. So, your family isn't going to live at Hogwarts like Lupin's? No, my wife Mary Sue and Eve will be living at Mrs. Figg's pension until we manage to buy a house in the village. After that my parents will also move to Hogsmeade. Anyway, I didn't want to bring a little child into the castle, she'd be scared to death by the bloody Baron. He looked around, then whispered into Harry's ear. Sometimes I still get scared by ghosts, and I'm afraid to meet Snape again. I promise I won't tell him that you named your toad after him. Harry winked at his old friend. And don't worry about him, he'll have to respect you and treat you as an equal. Neville wrinkled his nose. I don't think I'll like him more as a colleague than as a teacher, but at least those times are over when I was bungling in his damned dungeons, melting cauldron after cauldron. It's still a bit hard for me to believe that I'm a professor. Same here, Harry nodded. By the way, how did you come by the job of the flying teacher? When I applied for a job the advertisement only said that they were looking for a charms professor. Had I known that Hooch's place was also free, you would have had a competition for it, Neville. I can imagine that, Longbottom grinned. However, the advertisement about Hooch's job was published in the Daily Prophet weeks after you took on Flitwick's. Originally, Hooch didn't want to retire, but a nasty flying accident compelled her to. Poor Madam Hooch. Ah, the irony of life, Harry sighed. Remember our very first flying lesson? Oh, stupid question, how could you not remember? He added with a chuckle. Yeah, I was the worst flyer in the class, maybe in the whole school. And now you're one of the best in Great Britain. Neville flushed a bit. Thanks, Harry. No need to thank. I told you that you were worth a dozen Malfoys. He never became as good a Quidditch player as you, after all. Speaking of Malfoy, is that bank in Hogsmeade really his? I couldn't not notice it with all those magical torches illuminating its facade. Well, you know the Malfoys, Harry shrugged. They love to show off. By the way, there's a new Malfoy among the first years, better watch out for him. Constant vigilance. Young Longbottom smirked. Okay. I guess Severus is sleepy, so am I. I've got to take a nap, he added. Good night, Harry. Good night, Neville. The charms professor watched as his old friend disappeared into a room, and headed for his own. He also had a class in the morning, with the third-year Hufflepuffs. As he turned into his corridor, he heard the angry voice of McGonagall coming from a nearby room. You have been married before me, and never told me, Aberforth Dumbledore, I want an explanation. For the first time in his life, Daniel couldn't eat breakfast. He was terribly hungry, but he felt that he'd surely throw up anything he swallowed. His stomach was making flip-flops as he stared at the scrambled eggs that his friend was devouring with delight. He tried to divert his thoughts from his grief over being in Slytherin by studying the timetable. It looked as follows. Monday, History of M, 9 o'clock with Gryffindor. Herbology, 11:30 with Hufflepuff. Lunch. Tuesday. Transfiguration, 9 o'clock with Hufflepuff. PE, 11:30 all classes together. Lunch. Wednesday. Dada, 9 o'clock. Lunch. Astronomy, 11 p.m. with Ravenclaw. Thursday. Flying, 11:30 with Ravenclaw. Lunch. Friday. Potions, 9 o'clock with Gryffindor. Charms, 11:30 with Gryffindor. Lunch. What's the matter? Norbert asked with his mouth full of bacon. You look concerned. How could I not be? Daniel sighed. We are going to have potions in 10 minutes. Potions. On Friday. How terrible. You're afraid of Snape, right? The other boy perceived, pouring himself a glass of orange juice. Dan nodded. That guy gives me the creeps. He hated my grandpa, hates my dad, and he'll surely hate me, too. He was looking daggers at me during the evening feast and he told me off before going to bed. I don't dare imagine what he'll do to me during class. Don't worry, Dan, you're a Slytherin. He won't be taking points from you, because then his house would lose points. You're safe. No, young Potter shook his head. Slytherin house might be safe, but not me. He cast a wistful glance at his sister Lily sitting at Gryffindor table, talking animatedly with Christopher Wood. She seemed to have a rosier complexion than usual. Daniel couldn't not notice David Dursley giving bitter glances to Lily and Christopher from the table of Hufflepuff. Now Daniel managed to understand it. David liked Lily. And not like someone likes his second cousin. But Lily didn't seem to notice the Dursley boy looking at her. Neither did Yvette Weasley, from Ravenclaw table, notice that Chris Wood was giving her furtive glances while talking to Lily. What are you looking at like that? Norbert asked. Daniel's mouth tucked into a smirk. A double triangle. What? My second cousin David seems to like my sister Lily. Lily definitely likes Christopher Wood. Chris, however, likes my cousin Yvette. Interesting. The other boy shrugged. Let's hope that little Lu Chong doesn't like anyone yet, he added with a wink. Daniel blushed furiously, casting a sideways glance at Lu, who was deeply absorbed in a conversation with Yvette. Suddenly the air filled with the noise of wings. Mail's here, Norbert said as a barn owl flopped down on his plate, dropping a letter into it. Oh, it's an apologizing letter from Pudgy. Who? Our house elf, Malfoy shrugged. He is my elf, to be exact. Father gave him to me years ago. He's a bit of a bungler. I have had to make him punish himself more times than you could imagine. Yesterday, I was almost late for the train because of him. You know, Father was too busy to accompany me to King's Cross, so the elf took me there. I couldn't even tell him off properly because I was in such a hurry. He writes that he broke his nose to expiate for taking me there late and begs me not to tell my father about his blundering. Why not? Because Father isn't as lenient as I am. Norbert shrugged and Daniel shuddered, having heard already too much about Lucius Malfoy. You're really lenient to the house elves. Care to join SPEW, then? The band? No. The original SPEW, young Potter replied. SPEW had become a widespread movement throughout Europe during the last decade. While Hermione was at home with her twins, she was downright bored, having nothing useful to do besides housework. So she restarted the Society for Promotion of Elfish Welfare, and to her, and everyone else's, Greatest surprise, it became so popular that many wizarding families started to set their elves free and pay for their work. With the financial help of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the movement became such a success that, to Ron's utter disgust, the wizard youngsters created a new fashion in clothing. Robes, shirts, Quidditch equipment, towels, umbrellas and everything adorned with the script Spew. Last year a new band called Spew was introduced in WWN, becoming the favorite band of young witches and wizards at once. Bands like the Weird Sisters, the Wacky Warlocks and the Apparate were forced into the background by Spew. No way, Norbert shook his head. I love the band, they're cool, but I spew up from the thought of making a fool of myself by campaigning against House Elf. My father would kill me if I did, anyway. Hey, guys, Gilda Lockhart stepped to them. Hurry up, or you'll be late for potions. With that she picked up her school bag, bearing the letters Spew on it, and strolled away. Okay, let's go, Daniel sighed, feeling like going into the lion's den, and followed Norbert out of the hall, down the stairs. They were indeed late. The door to Snape's dungeon classroom had already been closed by the time they arrived there. Daniel gulped. Now what? Well, I'm a Malfoy. He won't punish me, his friend thought aloud. That doesn't stand for me, Dan pouted. Oh, well, he screwed up his courage and knocked. Come in, Snape's harsh voice said from inside. I'd better go first, Norbert said and entered, followed by Daniel. Aha, Potter, the potions teacher said with a rather threatening expression. Of course he wouldn't say, aha, Malfoy, Dan thought bitterly. I'm sorry about being late, Professor, he said finally. I can imagine how sorry you are, Severus folded his arms. It wasn't his fault, Professor. Norbert said, it was mine, punish me, not him. Snape's mouth seemed to be twitching for a moment, his face revealed the inner struggle. Take points off his house and punish both Potter and Malfoy, or leave it at that. It would be rather ridiculous, after all, if Slytherin also started the school year with minus points, just like Gryffindor. This time we can dispense with the punishment, Snape said, but only because of Mr. Malfoy's moral fiber. What moral fiber? Kevin Weasley gasped at the other end of the room. The Slytherins and Gryffindors had potions together, as always. Snape shot Kevin a stare that made him shut up. Where were we when Malfoy and Potter interrupted? The professor mused. Lancelot Weasley's hand shot into the air. You said that potions wasn't foolish wand waving, Professor. I didn't ask you, Weasley, Snape growled at him. I know perfectly what I have told you. So, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind, ensnare the senses, bottle fame, brew glory and even put a stopper into death. That's boring, Vivian whispered to Kevin. According to Mum he said the same when she was a first year. Come on, what did you expect from him? Valentine shrugged. He doesn't look the type with a vivid imagination to make up new speeches every year. Ms. Weasley, and Ms. Weasley, Snape spoke up. Do you care to share your thoughts with us? They must be very interesting, indeed. The always so chatty twins cringed and cast their eyes down. No, Snape raised an eyebrow. Then maybe you could answer a couple of questions, but no, not you. Let's ask the latecomers. Potter. Yes, sir. Daniel looked up, knowing exactly what was coming. What do I get if I add bat blood and phoenix tears to an infusion of fluxweed? Lancelot's hand shot into the air again. I don't know, sir, Dan replied. Malfoy. If you don't mind, Professor, I prefer to be called de Vilsmore, after my mother's name, said Norbert with an angelic expression. And I'm sorry, but I don't know the answer. Then try again. Potter, what does the Discord potion do to its drinkers? What are its ingredients and what does it taste like? Daniel shot an angry glance at Lancelot who almost fell off his chair, because he was waving to catch Snape's attention so badly. I don't know, sir. Weasley. Snape turned to the twins. Which one of us? Asked Valentine. You. Snape pointed at Vivian. I don't know, sir, Viv shrugged. And you? The professor asked Val. I don't know it, either. Snape's eyes narrowed. Does anyone know the answer to either of my questions? Lancelot was almost standing, stretching out as much as he could. All right, then, Weasley. Enlighten us, Severus said with a grim expression. Bad blood, phoenix tears and fluxweed create a potion that witches used to get rid of their unwanted children in the Middle Ages when the cane kind potion and the anti-conceptus charm hadn't been invented, Percy's son replied, adjusting his glasses, looking around proudly to see the confusion on the others' faces. Snape nodded, though clearly unwillingly. That's right. And the second one? Well, the discord potion creates discord, of course. If two people drink it about the same time and meet each other within 1 hour, then they'll start fighting, even if they have always been very good friends. Its ingredients are lacewing, venom of a doxy, shredded shrivelfig, milk of a mother unicorn and a bit of magically boosted honey, in order to take away its bitter taste. So the discord potion tastes overall very sweet, he beamed at Snape. Right, the professor nodded. In the rest of the class the students made a simple hair-growing potion. Snape was walking up and down in the classroom, telling off Nigel Bailey of Gryffindor for having spilt too much of eel eyes into his cauldron and made it melt. Snape immediately sent for the caretaker to come and fix the mess. Of course he could have cleaned it up with a swish of his wand, but probably had wanted to stick to his speech that potions wasn't foolish wand waving. Daniel and Norbert were working close to the Weasley children. He didn't give Lance a single point. Kevin fumed. Had he been an Ickle Slytherin, he would surely have got at least 50 points. Prejudices against Slytherin again, Weasley. Norbert snorted. Why, aren't I right? Kevin spat. You two were late but Snape didn't take a single point off Slytherin. Had Daniel been a Gryffindor, he would have been punished and you not. Now that he's in Slytherin, Snape didn't want to take points from your house just because he was late. You sound as if you were accusing me of getting into Slytherin. Daniel retorted. We aren't accusing you, Dan, Valentine said. You know that we love you. It's just so hard to believe, you should be with us, in Gryffindor. Yeah, Vivian agreed. That's where you belong, not the slimy Slytherin. Explain that to the Sorting Hat, Daniel said sadly. The door of the dungeon classroom opened to admit Bert Bradley, the caretaker. Dan watched him as he cleaned up the remains of the melted cauldron, wondering how this weenie, bag of bones guy could hold that huge mop at all. He didn't seem to have enough strength for such a work, still he made a nice job. Not a single fleck of potion remained on the floor. As Bert Bradley walked past Daniel with a bucket full of dirty water, he dropped a remark. If I were you, I wouldn't put glycerol and nitric acid in it, or it will explode. Excuse me, the boy raised an eyebrow. I said it would explode if you put glycerol and nitric acid into it, he pointed at the vial in Dan's hand. That's glycerol in your hand, I can tell by its smell, but for you it was easy to mistake it for that bowl over there, he pointed at a bowl filled with bat liver oil, then he peered into Daniel's cauldron. You have already put H2SO4 in it by mistake. You must have mistook it for that thing in that other bottle, armadillo bile, or what? Professor Snape stepped to them. What is the problem, Potter? Nothing, Professor. According to Mr. Bradley I have mistook bat liver oil for glycerol and armadillo bile for H2, forgot, Daniel shrugged. H2SO4. Sulfuric acid, Bert finished the boy's sentence. Snape took a bit of the potion out with a ladle, then let it trickle back into the cauldron. Indeed, he gave a surprised glance to the young caretaker. And what did Mr. Bradley say it would cause if you spilled glycerol and nitric acid into it? He said it would explode, Dan shrugged. Yes, because glycerol, nitric and sulfuric acid make nitroglycerin, the caretaker said nonchalantly. You should maybe keep such dangerous things out of the reach of the first-year students, Professor. Snape's expression changed from surprise to dumbfound. Oh, of course, those bowls of sulfuric acid and glycerol must have been left here by mistake, my mistake, he immediately snatched up the bowl, then turned back to Mr. Bradley. I never met a caretaker who understood potions, he said with a hint of admiration. Oh, I don't really understand potions, Mr. Snape, Bert replied. How could I? I'm a muggle. Then how could you? Before I came to work here, I taught at a muggle school, I taught chemistry, Bert said and walked out with his bucket. Another muggle caretaker. Norbert furrowed his brow as the students left the dungeons. I don't understand Dumbledore. Why does he insist on employing magicless people? Dunno. Daniel shrugged, quite surprised that a person like Snape would ever admit that he had made a mistake by leaving dangerous stuff in his classroom, moreover, admit it in front of a mere caretaker. But did you see how Snape stared at that guy? No, how? I couldn't really describe it, with respect, I guess. And we know how hard it is to make Snape respect you, his friend added. Exactly, Dan nodded. What's the next lesson again? Charms. With your dad. Oh, you don't look too happy about it, Norbert perceived. Of course not. He's my dad. He's brilliant in charms, but I don't like the idea of him teaching me. Other students might say that he's favoring me or something. He's not the type, but it's still embarrassing. I think I understand you. You were afraid of being Daddy's little son at charms classes. Kind of, Daniel nodded. And I'm also afraid that I'll suck at charms, he added in thought. The first ever class of Professor Potter's life as a teacher went all right. The majority of the third-year Hufflepuffs were quite talented in charms. To Harry's greatest surprise, his cousin, David Dursley, proved to be the best. Then again, this shouldn't have surprised him. He had heard from Dudley that Davy used to make cakes fly at the age of 9 months. However, Professor Potter was a bit concerned about his second class with the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. He didn't really like the idea of teaching 2 classes at once, but according to Hermione, McGonagall had spent weeks arranging the timetables for all classes, so he didn't see the point in entering into a controversy with Minerva. First of all, welcome to your first charms class. Harry greeted the Gryffindors and the Slytherins. For those who don't know me, I'm Professor Potter. Some of the students started to snigger. Who wouldn't know Harry Potter? After Harry read out a list of the students' names to try and memorize them, he got down to teaching. Well, we are going to start with basic things today. All you will need is your wands, the new teacher carried on. I presume all of you managed to make your wands emit sparks when you bought them at Ollivander's. I'd like you to do it again. Produce a shower of sparks. That's damn easy. Norbert grimaced. You can't expect him to teach us the cheering charm at our very first lesson. Gilda Lockhart said with a scolding expression. Who asked for your opinion? Young Malfoy snapped and waved his wand to eject a shower of silver and green sparks. Daniel also flipped his wand and managed a couple of feeble reddish gold ones. All the children succeeded in ejecting sparks, mainly red, yellow and green. All right, I see that you all managed it, Professor Potter smiled at the children. But you know that it's an important thing what kind of sparks we produce. For example, if we are in trouble, we send up red sparks. You will have to learn to produce sparks of certain colors and sizes. Now I'm going to ask you to produce blue sparks in the size of snitches. Like this. He waved his wand that immediately emitted a shower of royal blue, walnut-sized sparks. Go on, try it. Some of the students managed the task, but others had problems with the color and size of their sparks. Professor Potter, Nigel Bailey, the boy who had melted a cauldron in potions, put up his hand. Is there an incantation that could help us to produce the required color and size? No, Mr. Bailey, Harry shook his head. This is such a basic thing that wizards never cared to make up incantations for it. This is something you've got to do by instinct. Try to concentrate, close your eyes, if needed, and imagine blue sparks of the size of walnuts. Okay, Nigel nodded, somewhat insecurely. Daniel watched the Gryffindor boy intently, hoping to learn how to do it, since he had the same problem. His sparks refused to turn blue and remained as small as peas. After a minute of concentration, Nigel Bailey succeeded and gave Professor Potter a triumphant smile. Daniel decided to copy Nigel's tactic. He closed his eyes and imagined the sparks in the required color and size, then flipped his wand and opened his eyes. Red. They were still red, and small. He let out a resigned sigh. I'll never manage it, he mumbled, watching enviously as Lancelot Weasley showered the classroom with magnificent blue sparks. Kevin, Valentine and Vivian also seemed to have no problem with the task at all. All the Slytherins did it, too. I'm a bungler, Dan sighed. Or not, Gilda said. Too, Dan retorted. Oh, Ickle Dannykins is starting to whine. Why don't you run to Daddy? Donald Rookwood smirked from a nearby table. Shut up if you don't want me to smash your face. Norbert growled at the other Slytherin boy. Daniel is just a bit indisposed at the moment, but he can do it. Right, Dan. He shot his friend a peremptory look. Uh-huh. Daniel nodded, screwing up his face in concentration, finally emitting a couple of huge, blue sparks that accidentally set Gilda Lockhart's robes on fire. Help, she screamed. Professor Potter immediately sent an extinguishing charm on the girl's robes. Who did this? He asked with knitted eyebrows. Me, Dad. Dan seemed to have shrunk to the half of his usual size. I mean, Professor Potter. It was an accident, Professor, Norbert defended his friend. This was the first time Harry thoroughly inspected him. This was the boy whom he had helped on King's Cross to get on the train. The boy who stared at his scar then left without saying thanks. Harry frowned. This boy didn't look much like a Malfoy, with the exception of his eyes, that were unmistakably Malfoy-ish, cold gray, just like Lucius and Draco's. But then again, Harry had heard that the Malfoys had vampire ancestors as well, so no wonder that this boy had such dark hair. His complexion was just as pale as that of all members in his family. A boy with vampire ancestors, and this boy seemed to have made friends with his son. Harry shuddered. Are you all right, Ms. Lockhart? Finally he turned to Gilda. Yes, sir, she nodded. When the class started to exercise their very first incantation, Lumos Daniel leant closer to Gilda with a rather embarrassed expression. I'm sorry, I didn't want to set you on fire. No harm done, she shrugged. Yesterday I beat you up on the train. Now you set me on fire. We are quits. It was lunchtime, but Daniel didn't feel hungry. He hadn't eaten anything the whole day, but he still felt that he'd be sick if he did. After the charms class he felt even more so than in the morning. He had screwed up. He couldn't accomplish something as easy as conjuring sparks. Norbert decided to exercise solidarity and he didn't have lunch, either. Harry, at the staff table, couldn't help but notice that his son was missing from the Slytherin table, and he had a good idea why. All right, Harry, Hermione asked. Not really, Herm, he shook his head. Didn't your first 2 classes go well? She looked concerned. They went okay, he shrugged. David Dursley turned out to be very talented. I never thought he could be this good. Then why are you so sad? Daniel, he sighed. What happened to him? She furrowed her eyebrows. Besides getting into Slytherin and having had a terrible potions class, he couldn't perform the simplest charms properly. Hermione, Harry put his spoon down, having lost his appetite. At first he couldn't even produce blue sparks, and when he finally did it, he set the robes of Gilderoy's daughter on fire. And this isn't the main problem. I mean, not every wizard is so damn talented, but the point is that he was broken down by this. I saw the pain in his eyes, Herm. He's probably sitting in a toilet, sunk in misery. I don't think so, she shook her head. He isn't the type to break down, is he? He's way too much like you, Harry. He's strong. He can take anything. He must be shaken, but he'll overcome this. She squeezed his hand reassuringly. Trust him. Harry nodded awkwardly, directing his attention back to the broth. By the way, how do you know that Dan had a terrible potions class? Viv and Val told me about it. Snape doesn't like Dan, that's for sure. But he doesn't like my kids and Kevin, either, she shrugged. Just the usual snappish behavior. Harry's mouth tucked into a smirk, then it disappeared at once when he caught a glance of Aberforth and Minerva. Those two looked as though they had swallowed a dagger. Oh, the poor fellow. Harry thought, feeling sorry for Aberforth. He must have fallen out with McGonagall again. But he really should have told her that he has been married before. Lunch isn't over yet, and I'm hungry. Norbert whined as he and Daniel walked down the corridors. Dan hoped he'd feel better after a bit of walking, but up till now his mood hadn't improved. I didn't ask you to come and walk with me. Go and have lunch. I'm not hungry, Dan replied. I'm not leaving you alone in your current state. You might. Norbert's voice trailed off. What? Commit suicide? Daniel's voice sounded cold and ironic. For heaven's sake, Dan. Norbert clutched at his arm. Don't ever talk like this. Don't worry, I'm not going to make any harm to myself, especially because I couldn't. I cannot perform a single charm to hurt myself, besides, my mum would die if I did. I love her too much to cause her pain. And what about your father? Wouldn't he die, too? Probably. Daniel hung his head. Considering how much he has done for me already. What has he done for you, besides fathering you? Norbert asked with an amused look. Young Potter heaved a deep sigh. Well, I think it's all right to tell you. Tell me. What? I was born a squib. I guess father mentioned something like this, but then even he started to doubt it when he heard from people that you were magic, after all. What exactly is the truth? I was born a squib, that's the truth, Daniel sighed. Then my dad caught a magic goldfish in the Durmstrang Lake, a wish-fulfilling goldfish. Dad's wish was to make all his descendants have magic powers. So happened that I got powers. But originally I didn't possess them. That's why I'm such a bungler at charms. I'm sure I'm going to screw up in transfiguration and defense against the dark arts as well. I simply don't have enough magic for that. Ew. This sucks. Norbert shook his head. Your powers aren't really yours, just got them as a present or what? That must be really disturbing. It is. You have no idea how much it is, young Potter replied bitterly. My cousins were always better than me. Even my Muggle-born second cousin, David. Okay. Now you know it. I will understand if you don't want to be my friend anymore. Do you know that you are utterly stupid? Young Malfoy said. Well, my sister Lily keeps telling me that, Dan shrugged. Norbert rolled his eyes. I meant that you were stupid thinking that I wouldn't be your friend anymore. I don't care that you are less able a wizard, and you know what? I'm ready to help you with whatever you aren't that good at. You are going to be all right. You managed those sparks, after all. Yeah, but I set Gilda on fire. Norbert waved. That doesn't matter. She deserved it. Crazy, arrogant chick. I still hurt at many places where she hit me. I'm glad you set her on fire, he added with a wink. Daniel couldn't help but grin. Will you really help me? Practice with me. Course I will. We are friends, aren't we? Young Potter nodded. We are. Though I still can't believe to have a Malfoy as my best friend. I bet you can't, Norbert smirked. Okay, you have this weight off your chest, can't we go back and have lunch at last? Well, we could, Daniel said, then suddenly stopped before a door, the expression of surprise spreading on his face. What happened? The Great Hall is the other way. His friend reminded him, but Dan didn't listen, just pushed the handle of the door. It refused to open. Why do you want to get in there? I didn't even notice that we have walked this far away from the Great Hall, Dan said. I've just realized what this room is, or might be. And, what's this? My parents' one-time room. Huh, Mum and Dad used to live here when they were in their 7th year. What? Norbert looked incredulous. They were living here together when they were students. Did Dumbledore let them? Sure he did, 'cause they were married. At least I think this must be that room, I just can't open the door. Norbert shrugged. Alohomora. The door opened to reveal a room with forget-me-not blue tapestry. There was a small dais with an ancient book standing on it. Wow, the Hogwarts parchment book, Norbert said admiringly. Then it's really their room, Dan nodded. Mum and Dad had to share the room with the book, he looked around. Their bed must have stood there, he pointed at the corner. And maybe you were even conceived in this room, his friend added with a wicked grin. Not likely, young Potter shook his head. I was conceived a month before my parents' wedding, and they only moved into this room after they got married. Aha, so your sister Lily and you came along before your parents were joined in the holy bind of matrimony. Daniel blushed a bit. Yeah, they were a bit thoughtless, I guess. Not just a bit. Norbert de Villesmore Malfoy looked around in the room. What's this? He stepped to a tall, flat thing that was covered with a purple sheet with a thick layer of dust on it. He tugged at the sheet that fell down onto the floor, revealing a mirror. It was a huge mirror with an ornate golden frame. There was a script carved around the top. Arised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. Great. The mirror of Arised, Dan said with admiration. I always wanted to see it ever since Dad mentioned it to me. Arised. Desire. Dan shrugged. It has to be read backwards. Norbert started to decipher the text. I show not your face but your heart's desire. What does it exactly mean? Simple. Stand in front of it and it will show you the greatest desire of your heart. It will show it only to you, so you can even keep it a secret. Norbert stepped before the mirror and looked into it. His eyes seemed to flash for a second, in surprise or fright, Daniel couldn't tell. Maybe neither. Norbert didn't look surprised, after all, as if he had known what the deepest desire of his heart was. What do you see? Dan asked him. Young Malfoy shuddered, then turned around to face his new friend. Oh, myself, with my parents and my brother Draco. Being a happy family. Dan nodded knowingly. He was sure that Norbert didn't get enough love from his parents and he had heard that Draco downright despised his younger brother. No wonder what Norbert wanted above all was to live in a loving and caring family. Your turn. Daniel stepped in front of the mirror and his mouth tucked into a sarcastic smirk. I knew it. What does it show you? Me, as a great wizard, as a Gryffindor, older, and looking like Dad. He's your idol, Yeah, I want to be like him. I don't want to be as famous, but I want to be as brave and talented, but I'll never be. Defeatist. Norbert shook his head. Really, you're gonna be okay, and if not, then I'll tutor you, as I promised. Daniel forced a little smile. I've got to tell Kevin that not all Slytherins are bad. Honestly, I have never had such a good friend. As he turned around to examine a closed cabinet, he couldn't see the pitiful pouting of Norbert. This one is also locked, Dan said. Then try and open it, his friend said. First lesson. Alohomora. Go on. Young Potter nodded, pointing his wand at the lock. Alohomora. The door didn't budge. Seeing Dan's disappointment, Norbert waved. It's just because the emphasis is on Mo, not on Al. Try again. Alohomora. The door of the cabinet flung open to reveal several small objects in it. This seems to be some kind of reserve for things that students had lost. Or maybe they keep the most dangerous magical objects here. Dan commented enthusiastically, feeling overjoyed that he had managed to open the door. Well, let's see, then. Norbert pulled out a funny-shaped thing. Just a sneakoscope. Not dangerous at all. What if it's bewitched? Norbert shrugged and put the sneakoscope back into the cabinet. What about this one? A fang frisbee. Ow. Watch out or it will bite your hand off. The frisbee indeed started to move and clench its teeth, so Norbert dropped it back into the cabinet as fast as he could. Daniel, meanwhile, had pulled out an innocent-looking parchment and started to study it with interest. Put it back, there's nothing interesting about it. It's blank, Norbert said. It might be written on with invisible ink, or you could make it reveal words if you write on it. Dunno, worth a try. Dan put the parchment on the table and pulled his quill and a bottle of ink out of his bag. He dipped the quill into the ink and wanted to write something. The tip of the quill had almost touched the parchment when words appeared on it. Put that away immediately. Dan dropped his quill in surprise. Why? He asked. Because you would spoil everything we have worked for if you tainted this parchment with your ink. Why? What have you worked for? Norbert asked in a drawling voice. What have we worked for? The parchment mused. We could show you. After all, just say the magic words. The magic words. The two boys exchanged confused looks. Show yourself. Norbert tried. Reveal your magic. Dan added. Open sesame. Aparecium. Do something you damned. Shish, calm down, Norb. Dan hushed his friend who started to get really riled up. This stupid little thing doesn't want to show us anything. Let's just leave it here, or sick the fang frisbee on it and watch as it tears the parchment into little pieces. He added with a mischievous grin. Norbert's eyes flashed with delight. I never thought a Potter could be like this. I thought you Potters were all saints, but I'm pleasantly disappointed. Dan shook his head. The only saint of us Potter children is my eldest sister Lily. The triplets are a bunch of little monsters and even my youngest sis, Lee, can drive my parents crazy. I for one, am far from being a saint. Lily always says that I'm utterly horrible. So I can solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. Norbert grinned back, drawing his wand to sick the frisbee on the parchment, then suddenly gasped. Look, he pointed at a text that had appeared on the parchment. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs. purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. The Marauder's Map. Daniel's eyes widened in surprise. I can't believe it. I thought it had been destroyed long ago. Why? What's the big deal about it? His friend scrutinized the parchment with the 4 names on it. What's the big deal? Dan snorted. This is the coolest thing in the world. My dad used to own it for about a year, then Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Mad Eye Moody, took it from him. He never got it back. He was quite unhappy about it, though, because this little thing here, he pointed his wand at the parchment, helped him a lot in mischief making. How did it help him? Norbert wondered, absent-mindedly tapping the parchment with his wand. As if answering, the parchment wiped the 4 names off itself to replace them by lines running out from the point where Norbert's wand's tip touched the map. The lines arranged themselves into a sophisticated map of the Hogwarts castle. Wicked! Exclaimed Norbert, seeing 2 dots standing in the room labeled, Purple Room. The 2 dots had the tiny words, Daniel Potter, and Norbert D. Malfoy, written above them. Alas, there was a 3rd dot approaching, a dot labeled, Harry Potter. "Uh-oh, your dad," young Malfoy whispered. "He hasn't rounded the corner yet," Dan perceived. "We have enough time to escape. Come on." The 2 boys ran out of the Purple Room. It had indeed been purple before it got painted forget-me-not blue, but the staff members kept referring to it as the Purple Room, so the map also showed it with its old name. Dan didn't remember having run this fast in his whole life. He and Norbert managed to reach the staircase when Harry turned into the corridor. "Damn, we left the door open," Norbert swore as they hurried downstairs into the Slytherin common room. "And Dad doesn't know who has been there," Dan shrugged. "We're safe, and so is this little beauty." He squeezed the map to himself, as though it was the most precious treasure in the world. "How came that your dad never found the map while he was living in that room?" "I'm sure that this cabinet with the confiscated magical objects got placed in the room well after my parents graduated. The whole room must have been refurnished several times. I mean, the bed got removed, for example." Norbert nodded as they reached the stone wall hiding the entrance to their common room. Venenum Velox. In the common room there wasn't a single person to be seen, the weather was too favoring to be inside. The boys flopped down into the green cushioned chairs in front of the crackling fire. While it was hot outside, the underground common room was still cold, so the fire was needed all the time. Dan put the parchment on a small table to see whether he and young Malfoy were the only ones to be around. They were really alone. "My dad told me a lot about himself using this map," he said. "I guess he never forgave that guy for having taken it from him. Had this thing been mine, I wouldn't have forgiven that Crouch guy, either," Norbert agreed. "By the way, who are these people? Moony, Bigfoot and, forgot." Daniel burst into laughter. "It's Padfoot, and he's called Sirius Black in normal life. Moony is none other than good old Professor Lupin. As for Prongs, he was my grandpa. James Potter. Yeah, wow. And what about this Wormtail? I guess I have heard his name somewhere." "You must have. He was a Death Eater, just like your father." "No insult, but..." Norbert waved, laughing. "No insult taken. I'm perfectly aware what my father was. So is everyone else. You know, sometimes I still wonder how he can be still at large instead of sitting at Azkaban." Young Potter shrugged. "Maybe he gave a huge donation to the wizarding orphans and that git of a minister left him alone in exchange." Norbert sniggered. "You're totally right. Fudge is the greatest git ever. I simply don't understand why people keep re-electing him. People have a knack of choosing what's the worst for them," Dan said seriously. "Take that Wormtail, for example. He also chose the worst. Joined Voldemort. At least he redeemed himself at the end." "How?" "He sacrificed himself for my dad." Norbert furrowed his brow. "Wormtail. I thought he was too much of a coward for such a thing." "He was, but he changed at the end." Daniel looked into his friend's eyes a bit dubiously. "How do you know what he was like?" "Heard it from father." Young Malfoy shrugged, diverting his attention back to the map. "Tricky little thing, that's for sure. Without it, your dad would have caught us and Slytherin would have -50 points." "Well, that wouldn't be that terrible, would it?" Dan chuckled. Gryffindor started the school year with -10 points because McGonagall didn't really tolerate Kevin beating up Lancelot. The two boys spent the afternoon talking and laughing, and to Daniel's surprise, he started to be less broken down by the fact that he was a Slytherin. By the time dinner was served, Dan's bad mood had all but disappeared. Having had starved all day, Daniel ate as much of steak and kidney pudding for dinner that he got a serious stomach ache. All the other boys in his dorm were already asleep when he still couldn't close his eyes. He kept tossing and turning for hours. At about midnight he started to feel so sick that he decided to go and find Madame Pomfrey and ask for something to help him with digestion. He also swore never to eat this much before going to bed. He got out of his four-poster, put on his glasses and slipped into his slippers. As he grabbed the Marauder's map, Abu woke up. Dan pressed his index finger to his mouth, snatched up his wand and the map, and tiptoed out of the room. After a bit of stair climbing, Daniel started to feel much better. Maybe all he needed was a bit of movement, maybe he didn't even need the school matron's help anymore. He was just about to turn and go back into his dorm when a sudden thought came to his mind: why not visit the mirror again? He was only 100 feet from the purple room, after all. He cast a glance at the map to see to it that no one was around and walked up to the door. Although he and Norbert had left it open at lunchtime, now it was closed again. "Alohomora," he whispered, placing the emphasis on the right place this time. The door opened. Dan put the map onto a table and rushed to the mirror. It wasn't covered with the purple sheet now. He stared into it and felt half surprised, half disappointed. His mirror image looked very Harry Potterish, just like some hours earlier, and it still wore robes with the Gryffindor lion. That means I still want to be a Gryffindor, he thought sourly. No matter how good a friend Norbert was, he still craved to be together with his cousins. For a moment he imagined what it would be like to be in Gryffindor. He would not only have one friend, but several. He wouldn't feel as embarrassed about not being able to accomplish simple charms properly. In Gryffindor you were allowed to be a bit clumsy, while in Slytherin it was an unforgivable sin. Had he been in Gryffindor, he wouldn't mind the Slytherins laughing at him because he could hate them in peace. He furrowed his eyebrows. Could he actually hate Norbert? Probably not. Inexplicably to him, he never found young Malfoy unsympathetic. He couldn't put a finger on it, but felt some kind of a tie between the two of them. He just had no idea what that mysterious tie could be. He couldn't ponder this, because someone cleared his throat behind him. Daniel felt the blood freeze in his veins. He gulped and turned around slowly to see his father. Harry Potter was leaning to the doorframe in a nonchalant way, fondling Abu the monkey. "Well," he asked. Was all Dan managed to comment. "What is Abu doing here?" "He followed you." Harry shrugged and Abu jumped down from his hands. "You know, I should take points from Slytherin now, but given that there are no points to take away," he stepped closer with his hands clasped behind his back. "I believe it would seem stupid if both Gryffindor and Slytherin started the term with minus points, so we might dispense with it. As for your punishment, young man. Dad, I mean, Professor Potter, I can explain it." "Leave the professor part, we are between the two of us," Harry replied with a small smile. "However, I'd really like to hear your reasons for unlocking this door twice today, opening that cabinet, stealing the map and coming back here now." Daniel blinked, confused. "How do you know about the map?" Harry pointed at the table. "First of all, you left it lying around, switched on, which was downright irresponsible of you. What if somebody—" "I didn't know how to switch it off." Dan cut in. "I don't even know how I actually activated it. How could I have known how to switch it off?" Sorry." He hung his head, realizing how impolite it was to interrupt his father. "I believe you must have accidentally said I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good in order to activate it. As for switching it off, you have to say mischief managed." Harry replied with a stern expression. "And if you allow me, I'd like to continue. So, the first clue was the map lying around. The second one. When I saw that the door to this room was left open at lunchtime, I noticed that the door of this cabinet was also open. And what did I find in the cabinet? Dangerous and confiscated objects. Just like in Filch's room years and years ago, A dreamy expression fell over Harry's face, remembering his little visit to the old caretaker's room in his second year at Hogwarts. I didn't know where the map was hidden after the fake Moody took it from me, but it was quite sensible of the teachers to put it together with other confiscated objects. Dumbledore knew that the map was mine, but he might have thought it would be too much to give it back to me, that it would look like he was favoring me and letting me do more rule-breaking. He shrugged. I guess Dumbledore was right not to give it back to me, so when I saw the door of this cabinet open and realized that whoever had been here managed to escape just in time, it was obvious that the map had been found. I knew that the door had been locked because I saw it on my way to the Great Hall, and I presumed that the perpetrators must have left the room mere seconds before I arrived here, especially because I heard the pattering of feet. You must have just got out of sight when I arrived, but your footsteps still echoed in the corridor. You couldn't have escaped without knowing that someone was coming. And where could you know it from? The map. Seeing his son's appalled expression, Harry had to laugh. Daniel, I was using this parchment for a whole year and managed to escape from Snape with its help several times. But, how did you know that it was me who had been here at lunchtime? Harry pulled an elegant eagle feather quill out of his robe pocket. You accidentally left this here. A luck that it was me who found it, not say, Snape. Daniel took the quill from his father, cursing his own stupidity. He had dropped it in surprise when the map had shouted at him. The quill even had his name carved into it. He had received it from Harry for his birthday. He pocketed it with an embarrassed blush. Thanks, Dad. Harry nodded. Just an advice. Next time you decide to go for a nighttime stroll, always make sure that your monkey does not follow you around because that might be conspicuous for the teachers, and always keep one of your eyes on the map so that you won't get nasty surprises. Does that mean that I can keep it? Dan's face lit up. Harry's lips tucked into a smirk. I don't think I could use it as well as you could. As a teacher, I should confiscate it, of course, but as an old marauder I can only encourage you to use it. Should any other teacher catch you hiding it in your pocket, I will have no idea where you got it. Understood. Certainly. Dan nodded eagerly. You have no idea that I found the map. All right, use it, but try and stay out of trouble. Dan grinned. Being your son, I doubt I can stay out of trouble. At least try, Harry said, now wearing a bit more serious expression. As for the mirror, I saw myself being a great wizard, and a Gryffindor, like you, Dan blurted out, feeling that he had to tell someone who wasn't another Slytherin, and who could understand him better than his own father. As a great Gryffindor wizard, Harry echoed him. Yeah, Dan hung his head. But it will always remain that way, just a desire, never reality. Well, partly, Harry replied, stepping next to his son. Now both of them were looking at the mirror, seeing their normal images. The mirror couldn't show the desires of more than one person at once, after all. Partly, Dan asked. Yes, his father nodded, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders. You can't change the house you have been sorted into, but you can still become a great wizard. How? Dan sighed. I don't have enough talent and never will. Talent isn't everything. Harry shook his head. Many talented wizards wasted their talents away, and others who weren't so gifted turned out to be really great. Name one, the boy said, resigned. Neville Longbottom, for instance, Harry replied. You couldn't find a better example. I tell you he wasn't any more gifted than you are, and look what he's become. A famous Quidditch player and now a professor. The boy wrinkled his nose. I guess I should be feeling better now, but I don't. I haven't told you this to console you, son, Harry said sternly. I told you this so that you'd remember it when the time comes. And it shall come. Daniel didn't really see the point, but he trusted his father to tell him wise and reasonable things. Then again, could a father-teacher who let his son-student use an aid to rule-breaking be considered wise and reasonable? Dad, the boy spoke up finally. What do you see if you look into this mirror? For the time being, the two of us. Dan was just about to step aside to let Harry face his deepest desires alone, but Harry kept him in place with his hands resting on Dan's shoulders. I don't want to look into it anymore. Neither should you. Many wasted away and even went mad in front of this mirror. Did they? The boy gasped. Yeah, To quote the words of a very wise man, it does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Never forget this, son. The boy nodded, though somewhat insecurely. So, you are afraid of going mad? Me, no. Harry managed a small smile. There are way too many things I'd wish for, too many things I wish never happened. It's not me who'd go crazy, but the mirror, trying to show all my greatest desires. Daniel knew that his father considered the topic closed and stepped away from the mirror. Oh, look at him. He pointed at Abu, who was posing in front of the mirror, salivating. I bet he sees himself eating a huge banana split. He bent down to grab the monkey that started to squeak, not wanting to leave the mirror and his banana split. Oh, come on, Abu. I told you he was a troublemaker, Harry said. You should have left him at home. No way. The poor thing would miss me, wouldn't you, Abu? Dan caressed the monkey that gave him an "I'm missing my banana split more than you" expression. And I promise I won't come back here, he added, stifling a yawn. That's more like it. Harry handed him the parchment. And now, off to bed, young marauder. What about my punishment? Dan raised an eyebrow. Harry shook his head, laughing. Out with you, little tyke. And keep an eye on the map if you don't want to run into Snape. Ooh, I can't believe it's weekend already. Daniel sighed happily, stretching on the grass near the lake, watching as the wind chased small, fluffy clouds across the sky. The weather was just as wonderful as the day before, as though it had been still August and not September. Yeah, it's cool that we had only one day to study before weekend, nodded his cousin, Kevin. September the 1st should always be a Thursday or Friday, so that we can enjoy freedom right after we arrive at Hogwarts. By the way, where's your little Slytherin friend, Norbert? In the library, Dan replied. He said he wanted to look up some potion, he added with a grimace. Already studying for Snape's class. That isn't until next Friday. Valentine said, scandalized. Be careful with this guy, Dan, or he'll turn you into a Snape lover. I don't think I'm in any danger of becoming Snape's fan, young Potter smirked. Still, he's so creepy. Vivian commented. He looks like a vampire. A vampire, Norbert. Daniel laughed. Ridiculous. Not at all, Valentine spoke up. It is common knowledge that the Malfoys descend from vampires. That's why they are so pale. We aren't interested in the Malfoy family tree, Kevin grunted. Anyway, Dan, you should hang a clove of garlic on your dorm's wall and keep a sharp-ended wooden peg on your bedside table, just in case. Daniel waved impatiently. Come on, guys, Norbert's not dangerous. He's a Malfoy, all right, but he's downright nice. He promised me to help me whenever I have difficulties with certain charms. He'll practice them with me. When other people laughed at me yesterday, he defended me and proved that he was a good friend, so leave him alone, will ya? All right, Val shrugged, watching as the giant squid lazily floated on the water's surface. But don't tell us that we didn't admonish you if this Malfoy stabs you in the back. He won't. I feel it, Daniel said calmly. Why are you so sure? I don't know, there's something in him that makes me trust him, something that I cannot explain. As though I had always known him. It must sound silly, but that's what I feel. Dan shook his head, seeing his father cross the Hogwarts grounds, heading for Hogsmeade. Harry waved and the children waved back. Where's Uncle Harry going? Kevin asked. Home. To visit Mum and my siblings, Dan replied. And to tell Mum that I have been sorted into Slytherin, I presume. Why? Hasn't he sent her an owl yet? I don't think so. This is something he'd rather tell Mum in person, young Potter said with a hint of sadness in his voice. I hope Mum won't have a nervous breakdown. Seeing the sympathy on his cousins' faces, Dan decided to change topic. I haven't even told you about my adventure last night. What adventure? Kevin asked excitedly. You weren't wandering around the corridors at the dead of night, were you? That's exactly what I was doing, Dan grinned, pulling out something from his robe pocket. With the help of this. Kevin examined the parchment that Daniel had rolled out on the grass. What's this? Daniel cleared his throat and pointed his wand at the parchment. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. Kevin's, Vivian's and Valentine's eyes widened as the parchment suddenly filled with criss-crossing lines, showing the ground plan of the castle and the Hogwarts grounds. There were 4 little dots sitting by the lake and one slightly bigger dot labeled, Giant Squid, swimming in the lake. Wicked. The Marauder's map, Kevin gasped. As all 4 of them put their heads together to have a good view of the map, they saw that there were not only 4 dots sitting by the lake, but also 2 other dots approaching, 2 dots labeled, Lily Potter, and Lancelot Weasley. Exactly whom we need now. Kevin groaned as Daniel slipped the parchment into his robe pocket. The Marauder's map didn't concern anyone, but the 4 of them. Lily would surely tell on them and Lancelot would definitely tell on them if he knew what they were hiding. Lily and Lancelot flopped down on the grass, next to the 4 of them. "Hello, sis," Daniel tried to look nonchalant. "You look particularly pretty today." Lily crossed her arms, eyeing her little brother with a great deal of suspicion. "What is it, Daniel?" "What is what?" Dan gave her an angelic innocent expression. "You aren't the type to be this nice to me this early in the morning," his sister said. "You must be hiding something." "Hiding something?" Kevin laughed. "Yes, Lily, he's hiding the hideous secret that he has fallen in love with Professor Snape yesterday." Lily gave Kevin a reproachful look, then turned to her brother. "Really? What was your first potions class like?" "Shitty," Dan shrugged. "Snape picks on me." "Language, Daniel," Lancelot said, but no one listened. "He picks on me, too," Viv and Val said in unison. "And on me, either," Kevin added. "But you surely know him already, don't you, Lil? He is picking on you, too, isn't he?" Lily looked contemplative for a minute. "Not really. I don't know why, but he's never been nasty to me. On the contrary, he seems to be a little bit nicer to me than to the others, no idea why. Maybe because you could tell him what you got if you added bad blood and phoenix tears to an infusion of fluxweed." Vivian raised an eyebrow. "Adding what to what?" Lily laughed in a confused way. "You don't know it." Lancelot crossed his arms. "Lily, I'm appalled. I always thought you were good at potions." "No, I'm not," Lily flushed. "But Chris is, and he helps me whenever I need it." "Ooh, Chris." Dan clutched at his heart, mimicking an enamored girl. "Talk of the devil." Kevin pointed at 2 people walking down the lane from the castle, holding hands, Christopher Wood and Yvette Weasley. Daniel cast a sideways glance at his sister who looked petrified. She had turned as pale as though all the blood had run out of her face. "I've got to go." She jumped up and hurried back to the castle, but avoided the path of Christopher and Yvette. "Even Mr. Dandy Wood is good for something. He rid us of my sister," Daniel grinned. "Yeah, he should rid us of Lance as well," Kevin commented. "Eat dung, Kevin." Lancelot stood up to leave. "Language, Lance, Dan," Kevin and the twins said in chorus. As Percy's son departed, Daniel pulled the map out of his robe pocket again. "So, tell me, how did you come by this little beauty?" Kevin inquired. "My dad sang endless praises about this. They also said it was confiscated from Uncle Harry." "That's right," Dan nodded. "But I found it yesterday and we can use it whenever we want." Viv and Val exchanged impish grins, already seeing in their mind's eye what they'd be doing with the help of such a map. "We've got to be very careful with this, though. Uncle Harry and Mum know how this works," Vivian said. "Don't worry about my dad," young Potter smiled. "We have his permission." "What?" Valentine gasped. "Uncle Harry knows that you have the map and lets you keep it." "Yeah, your dad's so cool, Dan." Viv clasped her hands. "But I guess our dad would also let us use it, wouldn't he?" She turned to her twin, who nodded. "Anyway, Mum mustn't get to know about it, that's for sure." "So, guys, when should we first use it?" Kevin asked, eager to do some rule breaking as soon as possible. He really couldn't have denied being the son of Fred and George. "I guess the weekend would provide a good opportunity," Dan said. "We could go to Hogsmeade and buy stuff in Honeydukes. And invite Davy as well," Kevin added, pointing at their second cousin, David Dursley, who was walking in their direction. "We can't go to Honeydukes, it's closed and up for sale," Valentine said. "What?" The 2 boys gaped. "No." "Yes," Vivian sighed. "We were so sad when it closed, and so was Dad." "So, should we let Davy in on our secret?" Vivian asked as young Dursley was coming closer and closer. "I think we should not," Dan said. Why not? The twins asked. He'd be a great marauder. No doubt of that, but he loves Lily and would spill the beans to her sooner or later. What? Kevin gaped. He loves Lily. Yes, Daniel sighed, hiding the map again. The poor guy. Unrequited love sucks. Hey, guys. David sat down on the grass. What is this gloominess, Come and join the club of hopeless lovers, Davy, Kevin smirked. What are you talking about? The Dursley boy asked, knitting his eyebrows. You and Lily, Vivian started. Dan and that Ravenclaw chick, Kevin continued. She's no chick, her name is Lou. Dan retorted. I guess you two have a good topic to discuss, Kevin said, standing up. Wanna go and nick some second breakfast from the kitchen, girls? My dad's told me how to get there. The twins hopped up and joined him. We'll talk about the you-know-what later, Dan, Val said. About the what? David blinked, his chubby face radiating interest. Nothing. His second cousin shook his head. Tell me, Dave, how long have you loved my sister? How long have you loved that Ravenclaw chick? Davy countered. The two boys exchanged a smirk. Care to join them in the kitchen? Course I do. With that, they hurried after the others. Harry decided to drink a mug of butterbeer in the Three Broomsticks before apparating home. He needed a bit of pick-me-up in order to be able to stand face-to-face with Ginny and tell her, as nonchalantly as possible, that Daniel had become a Slytherin. Madame Rosmerta, at the age of 60, still looked as though she had only been 35. She and Sirius had been in some kind of a relationship for about a decade now, a relationship that meant that Sirius spent about 1 week in a month at Hogsmeade with Rosie. Sometimes Harry thought it was a pity that Rosie and Sirius didn't have children. Sirius would have made a wonderful father, but if he thought it over and over, he had to admit that 6 children at Black Manor were more than enough. On the other hand, if Madame Rosmerta had spent her time raising kids, who would have run the pub? Harry looked around in the Three Broomsticks and immediately spotted a familiar figure, Gabrielle Delacour. The girl whom he had rescued from the Hogwarts lake 17 years earlier now was a young woman, and an extremely pretty woman at that. She also noticed Harry at once and came over to his table. Hi, Ari. Hello, Gabby. Long time, no see. Yeah, she nodded, smiling. Harry had the impression that she was even more charming than her sister Fleur. Her face was not as thin and pointed as Fleur's, it was rather round like that of a baby. With her wavy hair and huge blue eyes she reminded him of the Barbie dolls that his female classmates in the primary school used to play with. While Fleur had always been the cold beauty, an elaborate and glittering ice sculpture, Gabrielle was the sunray that melted the ice. She seemed to have more heart. What are you doing around here? Harry asked. I'm running Fleur's florist's shop in her absence, she replied. I might stay for a while even after she returns. Great, then we'll see each other quite often. Very possibly, she smiled. Ari, I guess I haven't even thanked you for saving my life. She turned pink. I'm ashamed. I should. Haven't you thanked you ages ago? With her rosy expression she looked endearingly sweet. You have thanked me already, Gabrielle, he answered. With that stare you gave me when Ron and I fished you out of the lake, I saw the gratitude in your eyes. Sometimes you don't need words to tell someone what you feel. You are so understanding, Ari, she sighed. I wish every man could be like you. A dreamy expression fell over her face as she propped her chin into her palms, gazing out the window, and Harry saw what she was goggling with such infatuation. A huge white marble building with tall pillars and a triangle-shaped facade bearing the words Malfoy and Malfoy. Not much later Harry said goodbye to Ms. Delacour and stood up from the table. On his way to the door he was surprised to see Bert Bradley, the new Hogwarts caretaker, sitting at a table, deeply immersed in reading a book titled, From Chemistry to Potion Making. Harry had no idea what anyone, besides Snape, could find interesting in potions, so he just shook his head in disbelief and left the pub. Harry apparated at the hall of Black Manor. Barely did he make 2 steps when he got caught in some kind of invisible trap that hung him from the ceiling, upside down. As he started to look for his wand, 3 small figures stormed down the stairs, waving sticks, imitating to be holding real wands. We got you this time, evil Death Eater. One of the 3 forms shouted. Yes, You cannot escape us. The second one added. We are going to set the Dementors on you. The third one, a female, shouted eagerly. Harry had a hard time finding his wand, because he was practically doubling up with laughter, as much as you can double up when being suspended by your ankles. He flipped his wand and in the next instant he was standing on his feet with crossed arms, trying to look reprimanding. He didn't manage. The three kids, however, didn't leave the evil Death Eater alone. You are coming with us to Cornelia Fudge, the Ministress of Magic. Rose Potter said resolutely, pointing her wand at Harry. What kind of way is this to greet your poor father? Harry knitted his eyebrows. You aren't allowed to speak, you filthy Death Eater. Robert said. We are taking you before the magical law enforcement. Richard added. Move. Harry rolled his eyes, succumbing to the thought that his triplets' new pastime was playing oars. When those three got something into their heads, there was no force on earth to dissuade them. So the patient father let his children guide him into a nearby room, where little Lee was sitting in a huge chair that would have been big enough for Hagrid. The triplets bowed before the Ministress of Magic, who motioned them with a graceful movement of her small hand. Rise, my faithful Aurors. Your Excellence, we have caught this evil Death Eater lurking in the Hall of Black Manor. Richie stepped forward. What should we do with him? Take him to Azkaban, Lee said sternly. Should we torture him? Rose suggested eagerly. Rather not. Lee shook her head, her long, black locks flipping around her head. When she finished the head shaking, her hair looked just as messy as her father's. She was so cute that the prisoner's heart melted. Should we also take his wand, Lady Fudge? Robert asked. The Ministress seemed shocked. But, then, how will he persuade the Dementors not to kiss him? Her huge green eyes filled with tears. I don't want the Dementors to kiss Daddy. She jumped down from the enormous chair and ran up to Harry, flinging her little arms around his legs. I won't let them hurt you, Daddy. Thank you, Princess. Harry scooped her up, fighting down the urge to laugh at his youngest daughter's naivety. It was downright endearing. I'm no princess, Lee sniffed. I'm Ministress of Magic. But not a good one. Rose wrinkled her freckled nose. A ministress who has mercy on a Death Eater should be replaced. I move for a vote of no confidence in the current Ministress for Magic. Where did you learn expressions like that? Harry raised an eyebrow. From Uncle Percy, of course, Rob shrugged. Oh, of course, Harry rolled his eyes. So, what is my sentence, oh great Aurors? I guess we might as well dispense with sending you to Azkaban for this once, Dad, Richard replied. How good for me, Harry sighed and headed upstairs with Lee in his arms. Where's your mother? And Sirius? Ginny's still asleep, I presume, came the voice of Sirius from the kids' playing room. Hi, Harry. Hello, Godfather. The two men shook hands. You look red. What happened to you? Sirius asked. I suppose all the blood rushed into my face when my dear little Auror kids hung me from the ceiling. Really? He turned to the triplets. Where have you learned such a trap charm? Sirius flushed. I guess that's my fault. We were having a bit of fun with the kids. Fun? Harry furrowed his brow. Do you greet all guests by suspending them from the ceiling by their ankles? Sirius shrugged. Not really. The children reserve this kind of treatment especially for you, but don't think that you're the only one suffering in this house. He added hastily before Harry could comment on the treatment reserved only for him. Who else? Well, yesterday they were playing Dragon Tamers, for instance, and I had to play the dragon, Sirius admitted. You were quite a good little Norbert, Rose grinned. Norbert. Harry's expression changed from annoyed to something else, something unreadable. What is it, Harry? His godfather asked, concerned. Come, I'll tell you, the young charms professor said. You four go and play something and don't disturb us. Okay, let's get Dinky from the kitchen. She'll be the evil hag who robbed Gringotts, and we are going to arrest her. Robert announced. Great. Rose clasped her hands and the triplets were off to the kitchens. Wait for me. Little Lee ran after them as fast as her small legs could carry her. As soon as the children's laughter died away, Harry and Sirius took seats on a sofa. So tell me, what's bothering you? Harry took a deep breath. Daniel got sorted into Slytherin. There was a little yelp and the two men turned around to see Virginia Potter, still in her nightgown, standing in the door with a hand pressed onto her chest. "Gin." Harry hurried up to her and gathered her into a hug. "Harry, did I hear it well?" she croaked, disentangling herself from his embrace. "I'm sorry, but you did, dearest," her husband replied, leading her up to the sofa. How could this happen?" she asked, practically shaking. "I mean, why?" "That is something no one knows," Harry shook his head. "I asked Dumbledore, but he has no idea, and I asked the Sorting Hat that refused to answer." "I don't like this," Sirius commented. "Why, do you think I do?" Harry replied in a sarcastic tone. "Snape is his head of house, then." Ginny breathed as the realization struck her. "Yes, Snape is his head of house and a Malfoy is his new best friend," her husband replied. "A Malfoy?" Ginny and Sirius gasped. "Yeah, his name is Norbert." Harry shrugged and decided not to add that this boy gave him the creeps. It was stupid, after all, to get nervous because of a child, even if that child was a Slytherin, moreover a Malfoy. Suddenly a bang came from the kitchen. The triplets might have used rather drastic methods to arrest poor Dinky. "I'll go and have a look at them before they make the whole building tumble down," Sirius said and apparated down into the kitchen. Husband and wife were left alone. Harry pulled Ginny into a tight embrace, kissing her temple. What will be of my baby Dan in Slytherin?" she sniffed. "He's no baby anymore," Harry rubbed her back reassuringly. "He'll manage it, believe me. He's strong as a lion." "A lion?" She gave him a sad smile. "See, you named him after a lion and he still became a Slytherin." "Yeah, how ironic, isn't it?" Harry shook his head. "It won't be easy for him in Slytherin, that's for sure, but he'll manage it. Snape won't dare be too nasty to him as long as I'm around." Ginny let out a small chuckle. "I'd like to see Professor Snape treating Professor Potter as an equal." Harry's mouth tucked into a smirk. But that wouldn't be the funniest thing to see. I'd like to see Snape treating Neville as an equal." "Neville? Oh, of course you don't know. Imagine, Neville is the new flying professor and Quidditch referee." "I can't believe it." Ginny's face lit up. "Neville, that's really wonderful. Ron, Seamus and Dean should also go to teach at Hogwarts and the old team would be together again." "Ah, speaking of the old team, guess who else came back to teach?" "Who?" "Gilderoy Lockhart." Ginny gave her hubby an incredulous stare. "Gilderoy? But what is he teaching?" "Defense against the dark arts as taught by Remus, isn't it?" "Gilderoy teaches a very new subject, PE. What? Physical education. A Muggle subject, but Dumbledore decided that it was necessary. According to him all the students need a bit of movement, and I can only agree. But his choice of teacher, anyway, you know that all of Gilderoy Lockhart's beauty salons have aerobics training among their services, so Gilderoy knows a lot about stuff like that." "I understand," Ginny smiled. "Have you had breakfast yet?" "I'm starving." Harry spent a nice, more or less calm day playing with his children. After having had to play a rampaging reindeer that got caught by 4 valiant reindeer tamers, the family sat down to have lunch, served by their house elf, Dinky. The meal was really delicious, but the kids kept complaining that dessert was missing. "Dinky is doing this all the time nowadays," Richard said indignantly. "She keeps forgetting her duties. Yesterday she forgot to serve dinner. Today she forgot the dessert. Yes, and she keeps forgetting to wash our socks and clean the owls' cages." Rose added. "Dad, you've got to knock some manners into this house elf." Rob slapped the table. Harry put his index finger to his mouth. "Walls have ears. You don't want your Aunt Hermione to get to know what you have just said about poor Dinky, do you?" "Even Hermione has to admit that Dinky should be punished," Sirius said calmly. "We pay her quite well and what does she do? Sits in her room and writes letters. Even uses our owls when she thinks that we don't see it." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Dinky writing letters? To whom?" "No idea." His wife shook her head. "I told the children not to ask her, it's her business, after all." "Hermione would be very proud, dear," Harry smiled at Ginny. "We still don't have dessert." Little Lee whined. You promised to bring us sweets from Hogsmeade but you haven't. Bad daddy. I couldn't, sweetie, and there's a good reason for it, her father said. Honeydukes is closed and up for sale, Sirius nodded knowingly. You knew it. You knew it all along and never told me. Harry shot his godfather an accusing look. Well, of course I knew it. I saw it 2 weeks ago when I visited Rosie, Sirius replied. I forgot to mention, sorry. Forgot. Robert knitted his eyebrows. Forgot something as important as this. Why has Honeydukes closed? Ginny asked. According to Ron, the owners got too old and wanted to enjoy the rest of their lives on the Bahamas, Harry shrugged. Too bad, Sirius sighed. Hogsmeade won't be the same without Honeydukes. Couldn't we? Ginny started, then her voice trailed off. What? Buy Honeydukes? Buy the shop? Harry gasped. Why not? It's up for sale, is it not? She asked. Well, yeah, but I still haven't spent a single sickle of my part of the family heritage, Ginny said. 13 years earlier Ron's pet niffler Wendelin had found a huge crate of gold in Molly's cabbage patch at the burrow. That crate had been buried by Harold Weasley, an ancestor of the Weasleys, who lived in the 17th century and had a bit of a quarrel with the rebelling goblins. He had buried the family's treasures in the Weasleys' country estate, then fled abroad, and the treasure hadn't been found until 1998. Anyway, there are only 4 kids left with me at home and they play together all the time, not needing their mother that much, and Dinky does all the housework, so I'm bored. I need something to do. And running Honeydukes would be a perfect thing to occupy myself with. Can you understand that? Sure, I can, Harry said, but, do you really want to buy Honeydukes? Well, Ginny grinned. Suddenly all the 4 children felt invigorated. Yes, Mum, buy it. Rose shouted. Buy it, Mummy, buy it. Lee added, enthusiastically. How cool it is, we are gonna be the Dukes of Honeydukes. Richie yelped. Calm down, children, Sirius hushed them. Don't influence your parents, let them make their decision on their own. Okay, Robert smirked. We let Dad decide that Mum should buy the store. The rest of the day was spent in Honeydukes fervor. The children kept repeating that it was a wonderful idea to purchase the shop, but Harry and Ginny decided to talk about it later, between the two of them. Although Lee fell asleep after lunch, there was no opportunity for the Potter parents to discuss the topic of Honeydukes until bedtime, because the triplets, to their father's utter horror, decided to play Medawizards and wanted to operate Dinky. Harry had to intervene in order to save the poor house elf from the terrible fate of disembowelment. If I think it over and over, it doesn't sound that bad an idea after all, Harry said as he pulled on his pajama bottoms and climbed into the bed next to his wife. The family could move to Hogsmeade and you could be near me all the time. Your dirty little mind at work, Mr. Potter. Ginny laughed, pulling her husband down to herself for a kiss. Dirty mind, nay, he chuckled, kissing the tip of her nose. But I'd really like to have you so close, I could come and visit you almost every evening. Dirty mind, indeed, she grinned. I'd really like to do something for a change. I love living here, raising the kids, but I need something else, too. I want to work, Harry. Can you understand me? Of course I can. I'm a modern-minded fellow, you know. I wouldn't mind you working, my honeyduchess. Honey Duchess. That's cute. She pulled down his face to hers and kissed him deeply. And now, what about those dirty thoughts, my honey duke? Aren't you supposed to be in bed? Sirius growled at 3 hunched figures standing in front of Harry and Ginny's room, pressing their ears onto the door. SSSHHH. Rose hushed him. Mum and Dad mustn't know that we are here eavesdropping. Black crossed his arms. Would you tell me what the hell you are listening to? Mum and Dad, playing, Robert said with a sickeningly innocent expression. And what are they playing? Sirius frowned. Tarzan and Jane, Richard whispered. Press your ear here and you'll hear all the jungle noises they are making. I'm not pressing anything anywhere, but I promise I'm going to hang you from the ceiling if you don't go off to your beds immediately. Sirius flicked his wand at the children menacingly, making them scatter. As the 3 pairs of feet ran off in the direction of their rooms, Sirius indeed pressed his ear onto the door. After the first sentence he heard, "Oh, Harry Potter, you untamed lion," he decided to get some sleep, but only after a nice, cold shower. Lion. I thought you'd say reindeer. Harry smiled at his wife, oblivious to the fact that people had been eavesdropping outside. Suddenly his expression changed from happy to scared. What is it? She asked, confused. Harry gulped, turning ruby red, holding up something, dripping. I guess it's broken, dear. Broken. She paled, knowing exactly what it meant. I don't know how this could happen. It hasn't happened, not once, he stammered. Damn. Harry and Ginny, both being Parselmouths, were extremely fertile together. According to the Encyclopedia of Parseltongue, if a man and a woman were both Parselmouths and happened to make love, it was inevitable that the woman got pregnant, no matter what kind of contraceptive charms or potions they used. Since the day they got to know this, Harry and Ginny had been using beeps every time they had say asterisk, since that was the only way to prevent conception. Not that they were too happy about it, it was better without it, but there was simply no other choice. Harry still remembered the night when little Lee was conceived. He and Ginny were spending their 7th wedding anniversary in Florida. After a day spent in Disney World, Ginny kissed him fiercely and said, "You know, Harry, walking among all those children in the adventure park, I thought we could have another. I haven't been pregnant for 4 years, I've been kind of missing it." Harry was more than delighted back then. They could be together, the normal way, for a couple of months. After the baby's birth they continued using protection. Her last pregnancy wore Ginny down pretty much and they decided that Lee should be their last child. No such luck. I guess we should start thinking of names, then, the young mother-to-be whispered into her husband's ear. Harry looked deeply into her eyes. Do you think you could handle another pregnancy, Gin? And what about the shop? Could you run it in your condition? She had to laugh. Harry looked so concerned, chewing his lower lip, resembling a little boy. He looked so sweet that way. Come here. She pulled him into a kiss. Don't worry, my love. I'll manage it, we'll manage it. No doubt we will. Harry tried to smile, but I don't dare imagine the kids' reaction when they get to know. We have made a decision, Harry said at the breakfast table. And Rose, Richie, Robert and Lee asked in chorus. If it's not sold yet, then we are going to buy Honeydukes and move to Hogsmeade, declared Ginny. Yippee, we have another announcement to make, Harry said to calm down the overzealous Potter children. What? Sirius gave them a curious stare. Well, Ginny and I, Harry reached out to grip his wife's hand and squeezed it, are going to have a baby. Again, the first class the Gryffindors and the Slytherins had Monday morning was History of Magic with Professor Binns. Since the ghost and his teaching methods hadn't changed a bit over the past decades, it was still the dullest class imaginable. Given that it was Monday morning, all students' most hated time of the week, they were downright lucky to have History of Magic as their first lesson. Monday mornings made everyone extremely dispirited and drowsy, but in Binns' class, they could have a nice, long nap to recover their strength after the weekend. The only person wide awake in the classroom was Lancelot Weasley, who kept jotting down everything the ghost professor said. When Binns started to explain the terrible sin Caesar and Lucretia Borgia, both magic people and world-famous poison makers, committed, they were siblings, said to have lived in incest, Kevin's head fell on his desk and he began snoring. The twins were playing wizard chess under the table, they were just as good at it as their father, Ron, not paying attention to Binns, who, meanwhile, had stopped his lecture on the Borgia family and started a new topic, witch hunts. So, what did your dad tell you yesterday? Norbert asked the slightly slumbering Daniel, who opened his eyes and yawned. Well, he told me some news. What? His friend pressed. Mum decided to buy Honeydukes. You know it's up for sale. Norbert's eyes widened. Wow, your mum is going to own the best shop at Hogsmeade. He must have expressed his enthusiasm a bit too loudly, because Professor Binns gave him a withering glance, then continued talking about Malleus Maleficarum, Witch Hammer, a book written by 2 Dominican monks who were very eager on burning every woman they suspected to be a witch. Dad told me something else, too, Dan whispered to his friend, who was resting his chin on his closed History of Magic book, idly drawing dragons on the desk. What? Norbert asked, adding a couple of flames to his drawing to show that his dragon could breathe fire. Mum's pregnant again. Huh, Potter baby number 7 is on the way, Daniel replied. 7. Aren't your parents a bit too eager? Well, yeah, but my grandparents, the Weasleys, also had 7 children. Mum and Dad just follow their example. Quite busy, those two, Norbert grinned. But I don't mind having another sibling. Young Malfoy's eyes flashed for a second. Good for you. I wish I didn't have Draco for a brother. Way too annoying, strutting as though he owned the universe just because he has that ratty bank of his. When Professor Binns started lecturing the class about the merits of Wendelin the Weird, Iago Rosier nudged Daniel. Hey, Potter, this is for you. He handed Dan a small parchment. Dan opened it to see a line written in a familiar hand. Let's do it this afternoon. Meet us 5:30 by the statue of the One-Eyed Witch. What is it? Norbert asked. Kevin, Viv and Val want to go to Honeydukes today. With the help of the map. Why go to Honeydukes? It's closed, isn't it? Yeah, Dan nodded, but we might find a bit of leftover stocks in the cellar, and even if we don't find anything, we can still say that we have had our first Marauder adventure. Seeing Daniel's enthusiasm, Norbert heaved a deep sigh. Of course your cousins wouldn't want me to join you in this adventure, would they? I understand. Daniel didn't know what to reply. Naturally Kevin and the twins would not be charmed by the idea of letting a Malfoy become a Marauder. On the other hand, Dan didn't want to hurt his new friend. I'll talk to them at lunchtime, he said resolutely. I'll persuade them to let you come. Norbert waved. Spare yourself the trouble, they won't let me. It doesn't matter, really. Young Potter, however, had come to a decision. He'd talk to his cousins by all means. Norbert didn't need to know about it, and if he couldn't persuade the Weasleys, Norbert wouldn't be too sad because of having been turned down. As Professor Binns announced that from the next lesson they would be learning about goblin revolutions, very likely to the end of their 7th year, Dan sent a note back to Kevin saying, "Meet me by the greenhouses before lunch. We've got to discuss something." The next lesson of the Slytherins was herbology together with the Hufflepuffs. Professor Sprout started their first lesson introducing them to her favorite jumping blue tomatoes, that, according to her, cured depression. At the middle of the class Aberforth Dumbledore put in an appearance, looking a bit hesitant. Professor Sprout, he cleared his throat, could I borrow Julie Dumbledore for a minute? Suddenly every student turned in the direction of the little Hufflepuff girl sitting at the farthest corner of the greenhouse, trying not to draw any attention to herself. Ms. Dumbledore, you may go with Professor Dumbledore, Sprout declared. The little girl seemed to have shrunk to half of her size. Aberforth gave her an encouraging smile, looking like the benign Santa Claus. Come, my dear, don't be afraid. Julie rose to her feet and followed the old man out of the building. A loud murmur ran down the greenhouse, as every student started to discuss the events. I wonder what relation there is between the Dumbledore brothers and this girl, Dan said, trimming the leaves of a blue tomato. I don't know, Norbert shrugged. She may be a grandchild or great-grandchild of one of them. She is Aberforth Dumbledore's descendant, that's for sure, Gilda Lockhart spoke up at the neighboring table. What makes you be so sure about it? Norbert raised an eyebrow. She could be a descendant of the headmaster as well. It's evident, isn't it? Gilda replied. Albus Dumbledore was never married, we would know if he had been. Thus the child could not be his descendant. Why not? She could be illegitimate, couldn't she? Dan asked. Definitely not, the girl said. Illegitimate children do not have their father's family name, they get their mother's family name, unless their father adopts them. Then, Dan was thinking hard to find something to prove this annoying girl that she wasn't right. Albus and Aberforth could have had a sister who had an illegitimate daughter, this Julie, and then Julie could get her mum's family name. Have it your way, Potter, Gilda shot him a, you are stupid and annoying and maybe I should have beaten you up more thoroughly, stare and turned away. Daniel felt the same about Gilda, that she was stupid and annoying. And dangerous. At last, Norbert sighed. She's driving me nuts, this chick. Me, too, Dan agreed, leaning closer to Norbert and whispered, and she gives me the creeps, too. A girl that can fight this well shouldn't be crossed. I'm not afraid of crossing her, his friend replied. Anyway, I think she just wants to get our attention. Probably, young Potter shrugged, in thought comparing Gilda to Lu Chong. While the mere though of Gilda Lockhart and her straight lefts made him shudder, just thinking of Lu made him feel warm from head to toe. He decided that whenever he felt cold, he'd think of Lu. After having stopped weaving fantasies of the pretty Ravenclaw girl, Daniel directed his attention back to Aberforth and Julie, who were talking outside. He saw the old wizard pull the little girl into a hug, then depart. Julie returned to the greenhouse with a timid smile, but apparently in much better mood than she had been when Aberforth arrived. "You are out of your mind," Kevin Weasley shouted at his favorite cousin. "We cannot admit him into the Marauder team." "Why not? Just because he's a Malfoy. That's something he isn't faulty in. It's not his fault that he has a former Death Eater for a father and a Git for a brother." Dan felt that he needed to defend his new friend and prove that not all Malfoys were bad. Norbert had long left for the castle to have lunch, but Daniel decided that he'd persuade Kevin of Norbert's good intentions. "Oh, come to your senses, mate," Kevin said. "It's all right that you cannot choose the family to be born into, but if you are born into the Malfoy family, then it means that you will be corrupted by the age of 4. This Norbert must be like that, too, a snake in the grass, I tell you. He seemed to be quite okay on the train, but I bet it was just pretense." "Oh, I understand it now," Dan snapped. "You thought he wasn't that bad as long as he didn't befriend me. You were jealous, that's what your problem is." "Jealous? Yes, jealous, because I'm spending more time with him than with you. You know that I wouldn't have become his friend if I hadn't been sorted into Slytherin. It's not my fault, understood? I never asked to be a Slytherin and I never wanted to be Norbert's friend, but fate had another plan in mind. Fate wanted me to be a Slytherin, to become the friend of a Malfoy and to realize that prejudices were utterly stupid." "Stupid? No, they are not. They always have a basis," Kevin retorted. "Prejudices have poisoned your heart." Dan shook his head in disbelief. "If you are so full of prejudices, then maybe you should condemn me, too. I'm a Slytherin, after all, a bad guy." Kevin rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on, Dan, don't start philosophizing about prejudices and jealousy. I would never have prejudices against you, but Malfoy, he's different. He's a Malfoy, that's all, and that's enough for me not to trust him." Seeing Daniel's expression, he sighed. All right, let's give him a chance. He may come today to Honeydukes, but I'll keep an eye on him. I'm only doing this for you, remember that. If he turns out a traitor and tells others about the map, I'll strangle him, I swear." "Deal." Dan nodded and headed for the castle to have lunch, then write his homework for the next potions class. Norbert had also promised him to exercise the spark conjuring charm with him. Dan still hadn't mastered it properly, but Norbert had learnt the extinguishing charm over the weekend, so that if Dan set anything on fire, he would be able to deal with it. While Dan and Norbert were practicing charms in the afternoon, the Gryffindors had herbology with the Ravenclaws. Kevin told Vivian and Valentine about his discussion with Daniel, and the twins were outraged. "Dan doesn't know what he's doing." Viv fumed and accidentally broke the stalk of her jumping blue tomato. The tomato started to emit sounds of fury. It was swearing in tomato language, so the students didn't understand a word of it and kept shaking its leaves, balled into tiny blue fists, at the girl. "Of course he doesn't know it," Kevin said, but he couldn't be convinced. "I feared I'd lose his friendship if we didn't let Malfoy join us, so I gave in. But I also added that if this Norbert gave us any grief, we'd resolve to take serious measures." Meanwhile, the sky started to darken and the sun hid behind thick, gray clouds. As Professor Sprout began to explain all the magical properties of the blue tomatoes, it started to rain. The fine summer weather got chased away by the chilly winds and the huge raindrops pouring onto the Hogwarts grounds. Every once in a while a flashy lightning ran across the sky, illuminating the park for seconds, closely followed by loud thunder. It sounded as though God and his angels had been playing bowling up in heaven. At 4:30 the world outside looked as though it had been midnight. The blustery wind made the foliage of the trees in the dark forest sway madly. When the lesson ended, the students exited the greenhouse, trying to cover themselves with their robes as much as possible, running towards the safety of the castle. Most of them had already vanished behind the thick curtain of rain when the Weasleys were still stumbling across the grounds. The reason for their slowness was Lancelot, who had accidentally given himself a jelly leg jinx at defense against the dark arts that morning. Thanks to his clumsiness he could only limp. The twins and Kevin would have reached the castle long ago, had they not felt responsible for their cousin. So, they propped him from either side, trying to make him limp a bit faster in the tempest. They were already soaked to the skin and called Lancelot everything they could think of. Lancelot was grateful enough for their help to restrain himself from shouting language whenever one of the other three uttered an elaborately constructed swear. Though slowly, they were getting closer to the building. They had almost made half of the way when suddenly a centaur raced out of the forest, madly waving with his hands and shouting something that could not be heard through the thundering that kept muffling noises. It was possible that Lancelot didn't even hear his cousin's swears, and that's why he didn't scold them. The four Weasley children stopped as the centaur, a blonde one, ran up to them, panting. He must have been running for a while, because he looked totally exhausted. "Thanks the stars I have found someone out here," he shouted to outbellow the thunder. "You've got to help." "Help? With what?" Kevin yelled back. "A tree got struck by lightning and fell over a unicorn. I tried to rescue it, but I couldn't do it alone. All the other centaurs had already hid from the storm and I couldn't find anyone else. I'll run up to the school and ask a teacher to come and help you." Vivian shouted. "It might be too late for that unfortunate creature. We must act immediately," the centaur bellowed. "All right," Valentine agreed. "We'll come and help you." "But, it's the Forbidden Forest," Lancelot objected, turning chalk white. "We mustn't go in there." "You aren't coming, don't worry," Kevin yelled. "You are way too slow." "Viv, Val and I are going." Lancelot cringed. "You are going to leave me here alone? I still can't believe that your cousins let me come," Norbert said cheerfully as he and Daniel climbed upstairs to meet the other marauders by the statue of the one-eyed witch. As they turned left on a corner they heard the voice of an angry McGonagall coming out of the staff room. "I simply don't understand this, Albus. My husband had a wife before me but got divorced, that is clear. The woman moved to the States, that's okay, too. She raised their child there. I understand, but why have you never told Aberforth that he had become a father? And if you kept it a secret so long, then why not keep it a secret forever?" Now, dear Minerva," the headmaster's soothing voice replied. "Why do I have the impression that you are unhappy about little Julie being here?" "I'm not unhappy, Albus, but this whole thing was too sudden for me. I don't know. I was only surprised when I read out Julie's name during the sorting since I didn't remember having sent an owl to a Dumbledore. Then I was downright shocked when she turned out to be my husband's great-granddaughter. I'm confused, Albus. How should I react? I'm mad at Aberforth for not telling me about his former marriage. I'm mad at you for not telling him about his descendants, and I'm mad at myself, too." "Mad at yourself? Why, Minerva?" Albus sounded surprised. "Because," her voice broke, "because whenever I look at her, at Julie, I feel jealous. Jealous, yes, jealous, because I don't have a granddaughter of my own, and jealous, because now I'll have competition." "Competition? For what?" "For Aberforth's love," McGonagall replied very quietly, almost whispering, but the two friends eavesdropping outside could still hear it. Minerva, I thought you were more sensible than that," the headmaster said. "My crazy brother loves you and I'm sure that he won't love you any less when he loves this little girl as well." "I know, Albus, I know, still, I'm afraid." "Don't be, Minerva." "Albus, yes, it was your idea to bring her to Hogwarts, wasn't it?" "There's no use denying, it was. But, why?" Albus didn't reply at once, he must have been contemplating his answer. "I have been watching my brother ever since he married you, and I have to admit that you changed him. Not much, but you did, nevertheless. He seems to have grown up, at least a bit. I thought he had become mature enough to handle a family, a little child, and I also have to admit that there was a bit of revenge in it, too. Yes, Minerva. I always wanted to get back at my dear brother for that goat joke and I thought I could at least give him a nice shock by bringing Julie here. I never thought you could be like that, Vindictive, I mean, McGonagall said with a hint of accusation in her voice. I know, and I'm a bit ashamed of it, replied Dumbledore. I think I should apologize to you. I hope I haven't ruined your marriage by bringing Julie to Hogwarts. I just wanted to give Aberforth a bit of a shock, and I also wanted him to get to know his great-grandchild at last. Basically, I had good intentions, with a bit of mischief in the background. Tisk, tisk, Albus, sometimes you and Aberforth are so alike. Minerva tutted, but her voice didn't sound angry anymore, it rather sounded relieved. Daniel and Norbert would have stayed to eavesdrop a bit longer if Gilderoy Lockhart hadn't turned into the corridor, wearing lilac robes and a wide grin. The two boys, hearing footsteps, moved away from the door of the staff room, pretending to be strolling around. Hello, boys, Lockhart greeted them. Good afternoon, Professor, Dan and his friend said in unison and continued their way towards the statue of the one-eyed witch. So, is it true, then, that Julia is Aberforth's great-granddaughter, not the headmaster's, said Dan. Yeah, but don't tell Lockhart's daughter that she was right. She's just as stuck up as her father, and if we told her she was right, she'd just become even more complacent. I don't know. She's annoying, all right, but I don't think she's stuck up. Had she been like her father, she'd have long, curly locks, magically elongated eyelashes, she'd wear lipstick and she'd paint her nails. But she doesn't do any of these. Dan said, she's so much like a boy. And not at all Lockhartish. I bet good old Lockhart daddy isn't too happy about his bellicose little daughter, Norbert commented as they reached the statue 10 minutes later. Well, it's already 5:30, they are late. Dan looked at his watch. Yeah, they had herbology that lasted till 5:15. They must have got soaked to the skin in this tempest. They are probably warming up and changing into dry clothes right now. Let's have a look at the map, it will tell us where they are, Norbert suggested. Okay. Young Potter looked around to make sure that no teacher was nearby and activated the map. The boys bent over it and saw that the Weasleys were nowhere in the castle. In the upper corner of the parchment, however, 4 dots were moving, 3 of them labeled Weasleys and 1 labeled Firenze. They seemed to be running towards the forest. They're entering the Forbidden Forest. Daniel breathed. Are they mad? Norbert gasped and snatched the map out of his friend's hands. Oh my, they are really going in there. You know, they could get injured in there. The forest is home to dangerous creatures. I know. My parents told me a lot about it. There are werewolves, giant spiders and stuff. Firenze is a centaur, as far as I know, but what does he want from my cousins? What if they get into trouble? They might even die. Let's call a teacher, Norbert suggested. I agree, Dan nodded. They might have to reveal the fact that they had such a tricky map in order to save his cousins, but losing the map was not as terrible as losing Kevin and the twins. The boys ran back to the staff room, but found no teachers there. Where on earth were Albus and McGonagall when they needed them? Norbert looked at the map again. Dumbledore and McGonagall are in Lockhart's study at the other end of the castle, he said. I wonder how they got there so quickly. Professor Weasley is in the Ollery, your dad is in the kitchen, the teacher who was the closest to us is Snape in the dungeons. Snape, you have any idea what he'd do to my cousins? Dan groaned, taking the map back from his friend. Do we have to go to Snape of all people? If you don't want you cousins to die, then yes. We cannot waste any more time, Norbert replied and started running downstairs. 2 minutes later the friends reached the dungeons and practically ripped open Snape's door. What is it? Haven't you heard about knocking? The potions master spat, hastily jerking the sleeve of his robes back into place. He must have been spreading some cream on the lower part of his left arm, because Daniel saw a jar open on the professor's desk. Sorry, Professor, but we need your help. Norbert gabbled. 3 students have just entered the Forbidden Forest with a centaur. We don't know why, but they might be in danger and... He couldn't even finish the sentence, because Snape hurried past them and growled, idiots. Going into the forest in such a weather. He turned to the 2 boys, while all 3 of them kept running upstairs. How do you know about it at all? You couldn't have seen it from the castle's windows in this downpour. He was right. If you looked out the window now, you couldn't see anything but fog and rain. We got to know it another way, sir," Daniel gulped, knowing that he was going to lose his precious map, but his cousins' lives were more important. He had to tell Snape. With this, Severus cast a glance at the map, recognizing it at once. "Give it to me." Dan, somewhat reluctantly, handed the parchment to his head of house. Snape immediately performed impervious on the map. Meanwhile they had reached the gate of the entrance hall and raced out into the heavy rain. "3 Weasleys, as I see," Snape growled, examining the map. "A wonder you aren't with them right now, Potter. I wouldn't be surprised if you were. But don't worry, you are in just as great trouble as they are. I know that you have stolen this map out of the Purple Room's closet. I have shut it in there personally, years and years ago." Dan didn't feel like replying, just hurried to keep up with Snape. Norbert was clutching at a stitch in his side and panting, while Daniel's glasses got blurry because of the raindrops. "Impervious." Young Malfoy pointed his wand at his friend's spectacles as they ran through the Hogwarts grounds. He must have got the idea from Snape doing the same to the map. Dan was surprised that the professor never told them to stop and to not enter the forest with him, although he had several opportunities to do so. Dan was kind of expecting Snape to yell at them to go back into their dorms before they exited the castle, but he did not. He could have ordered them to turn back when they reached the edge of the forest, but he still did not. So the 2 boys followed Severus into the woods. The trees and bushes of the Forbidden Forest stood so close to each other that it was almost impossible to move forward. They needed to toss branches aside, and Snape decided to give the map back to Dan so that he could concentrate on cursing the shrubbery out of their way, making a passable path. Although it was hard to move in the thick undergrowth, it had at least one advantage: it did not let the chilly winds come through. The dense foliage prevented the rain from pouring into their robes, but they were already soaked enough. "A bit to the left, Professor," Daniel said, following the movement of his cousins on the map. Lucky that the forest belonged to the Hogwarts grounds, otherwise it would not be on the map and they would have no idea where to look for the stray Weasleys. Meanwhile, Kevin, Viv and Val, led by Firenze, got deeper and deeper into the forest. Their teeth were chattering with cold, but the centaur kept urging them on. "Hurry, we don't have much time." After 15 minutes of running they saw something glint among the dark leaves of the bushes. Something was giving off light, white and golden light. "There she is," Firenze yelped, jumping forward to push away the branches of a blackberry bush. The 3 children arrived at a small clearing to see the most painful scene they had ever seen: an enchantingly white mother unicorn lying on the ground under a huge, gnarly tree branch. The branch must have been at least 15 inches in diameter, and it seemed to have crushed the poor animal badly. The source of the golden light was a small baby unicorn that kept running around its mother, sometimes bending down to nudge her with its muzzle. "Ooh," Vivian clasped her hands, seeing the foal desperately trying to revive its mother. Firenze bent down to heave one end of the fallen branch, but he could not move it alone. Kevin hurried to the other end. Viv helped Kevin and Val helped Firenze. The 4 of them managed to make the branch budge a bit, but it was still too big and heavy. "Maybe we could," Kevin began, and the girls nodded. All the 3 of them pointed their wands at the branch. "Wingardium Leviosa. Good that my dad's taught us how to do this because we haven't learnt it at Charms yet," Kevin said happily. The unicorn mare was finally freed, but it still didn't move, just opened its turquoise eyes and sent her baby a loving stare. "Could we fix her somehow?" Valentine asked. Her heart ached at the thought that this beautiful creature would die in front of their very eyes. "I fear," Firenze bent down to have a closer look at the mare, "I fear her spine is broken. I didn't notice it when I ran for help." The foal nestled its muzzle onto its mother's neck, its little golden body shaking. The mare said goodbye to her baby in her silent way. Her stare revealed all her love and worry before she closed her eyes for good. The foal must have felt that its mother passed away, because it let out a plaintive neigh. "There you are," a harsh voice tore at the silence that had ensued after the unicorn's death. The 3 Weasleys cringed as they saw Professor Snape stumble out of a nearby bush, but they were even more surprised to see Daniel with him. "What the hell did you think you were doing, coming in here?" Severus bellowed, making the foal run behind the centaur in fright. The professor's usually yellowish face was ashen with fury and exhaustion, while droplets of rain kept dripping from his greasy locks. Vivian started, but she felt like having lost her voice. They just helped me save a unicorn, Firenze spoke up in defense of the children. They are not to be blamed. Save a unicorn, Snape spat derisively, casting a glance at the dead mare. This thing doesn't seem to have been saved. Because we arrived too late, Kevin reasoned. The branch fell on her and broke her backbone. Valentine added, blinking back tears. No matter how tough kids and how great mischief makers she and her twin were, they were still too shocked by the events to remain indifferent. As I see the foal has no mother anymore, Snape declared. It will die without caring. Malfoy, take the foal. We are going to place it under Aberforth Dumbledore's care. Norbert nodded and scooped up the small being that kept neighing for its mother. And now, move, the professor shouted at the Weasleys. Out of this forest, hurry. Bye. The twins waved sadly at Firenze and followed Snape. On their way up to the castle, Daniel kept wondering what made a person like Snape want to place the baby unicorn under care. Could it mean that he actually had a heart? As the 6 soaking wet people entered the entrance hall, they caught a glimpse of Bert Bradley the caretaker and Gilda Lockhart. Professor Snape, Bert shouted, you are drenched, and these children as well. And, Severus growled at him, I must ask you to perform a drying charm on yourselves before stepping any further, or I'll have to spend the whole night cleaning up the mud you leave behind. Great, Norbert whispered into Dan's ear. He's no better than Filch. To their surprise Severus didn't object. He pointed his wand at himself, then at the kids, drying them in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Professor, Bert said. It's delighting to see clean corridors. Ms. Lockhart and I have just been talking about the cleaning techniques her father uses in his beauty salons. Mr. Bradley, Snape waved the caretaker to shut up. I have no time for lectures on floor cleaning. I need to have a serious discussion with these students here. He turned to the 5 children. Follow me. Soon they entered Snape's study in the dungeons. Dan had already heard of this room from his father and it looked just as creepy as Harry had described it. Ugly dead animals floating in jars full of smelly liquids, yuck. And now, Severus growled, I want to remind you that nothing, I repeat, nothing gives a student the right to enter the Forbidden Forest. Even if your intentions were good, he gave the 3 Weasleys a piercing look that made them have the feeling that Snape could actually see into their souls. Therefore 100 points will be taken from you. 100, Kevin gasped. Gryffindor House managed to get 35 points in the first 2 school days, but, given Kevin's minus 10 points because of punching Lancelot at the beginning of the year feast, the house now had 25 points. With another 100 points taken, Gryffindor would have minus 75 points. Not a rosy prospect. 100 points, each. Snape replied. Seeing the shock on the Weasley children's faces, Daniel couldn't help but feel hatred for Snape. His former presumption that the potions teacher might have a heart got refuted. Snape definitely had not heart. What? The twins shouted after hearing their sentence. You heard me, Severus shrugged. Be grateful that I'm not giving you a detention to go with it. Now he turned to the 2 Slytherin boys. Daniel tried not to look too scared, but, having heard what Snape did to his cousins and to Gryffindor House, he did not dare imagine what terrible fate awaited him for having stolen the map. As for you, Potter, I know you stole the map and I should take 100 points from you for it, but I'm going to be gracious this time. Detention with Mr. Bradley for a month, you'll be helping him to keep the castle clean, and I'm going to take this map from you and shut it into my room. I do not advise you to try and steal it again. Malfoy. De Vilsmore, sir, Norbert corrected. De Vilsmore, then, Snape nodded. I'm going to notify Aberforth Dumbledore to come and take the foal. Wait for him here in front of my study. And now, off to bed, all of you. As the 5 children exited Snape's room, Dan was surprised to see Gilda Lockhart standing by the wall with crossed arms. She must have got curious to hear Snape telling off Dan and Norbert, and followed them into the dungeons. Before Dan could say, "You'd better not start rejoicing at our misery," Kevin's fist mysteriously met with his nose. It started to bleed at once. "Wah! You idiot," Kevin shouted. Why did you have to run to Snape and tell on us, huh? We just wanted to help. Help, Vivian cried. Oh, you have helped a lot. Thanks to you, Gryffindor has minus 275 points. A record. I just wanted to make sure you didn't get eaten by a giant spider. Daniel retorted. I saw you on the map going into the forest and I feared you'd never come out again. Snape was the first teacher we could find to help you. Ooh, how grateful we are. Valentine snapped. You saw us on the map, and now Snape confiscated it. You couldn't take care of it for 3 days. I had to tell him about the map or we wouldn't have been able to find you. I wish you hadn't found us at all. Kevin bellowed. I wish you had been eaten by a werewolf. You aren't my friend anymore. Listen, you great prat. Dan began, but Norbert cut in. Don't you realize that you could have been hurt in the forest? Don't you see that Dan just wanted to make sure you were safe? Oh, Mr. Malfoy has graciously spoken to us. Kevin snorted mockingly. I don't care what you say, you git, but one thing is sure. You and Daniel really are good for each other. Both of you traitorous, Snape's boot-licking bastards. Both of you fucking Slytherins. In the next instant Daniel jumped forward to give Kevin a black eye in return for his bleeding nose. When Norbert tried to pull Dan back, he received a punch in the jaw from one of the twins, who, apparently, had thought that he wanted to join the fight. Before the 5 youngsters could beat the crap out of each other, Gilda Lockhart intervened. With a couple of well-aimed straight lefts and rights she managed to scatter the fighters. You'll pay for your betrayal, Potter. Kevin growled as he left with the murderous-looking twin girls, cradling a sore wrist and massaging his aching knuckles. He called me Potter. Daniel whispered, not feeling strong enough to produce a louder sound. I have lost him, them. Norbert put an arm around his friend's shoulder. Not your fault. They don't deserve your friendship. If those house points and a stupid map is more important to them than your love and caring, then they definitely don't deserve you. Thanks. Dan managed a small smile, looking at the little golden unicorn that Norbert had put down before entering the fight. Gilda was kneeling by the small animal, gently caressing it. Isn't he cute? Dan muttered. Gilda replied. It's a female. A female. Young Potter mused. Then I guess I have a name for her. The other two gave him a questioning stare. My sister Lily used to own a stuffed unicorn when she was small. Now it belongs to my younger sister, Lee. Its name is Angel. For the first time since the sorting, Daniel had a reason to feel a little bit happy to be in Slytherin instead of Gryffindor. Still, he felt nothing but bitterness. Had he been in Gryffindor, he also would have gone into the forest with the others, and Gryffindor would have lost 400 points instead of 300. On the other hand, if he had gone into the forest with the Weasleys, then there would have been no one to run to Snape, given that the map was in Daniel's possession and Gryffindor wouldn't have lost any points. But of course, all the Weasleys and Dan could have been killed by some horrid forest creature. No matter how many times he thought the events over, the outcome was always the fact that he had caused Gryffindor to lose so many points. This thought didn't make him happy at all. He was a Slytherin, thus he should have been delighted to see the rival house lose so many points, but as Gryffindor had lost those points, so had Daniel lost his friends. He spent the whole night after the unicorn adventure wide awake, tossing and turning, his cousin's angry voices echoing in his mind. Abu, his pet monkey, tried to calm him down a bit by snuggling into his arms, but now not even he could console the broken-down boy. Plans about getting his cousin's friendship back kept chasing each other in his mind, but none of them seemed accomplishable. Why did I listen to Norbert to go to Snape? He thought bitterly, looking at the flames of a torch on the dungeon wall filtering a bit through the green velvet material of his four-poster. The other 4 Slytherin boys in his dorm were fast asleep, Donald Rookwood snoring aloud. Dan wished he could sleep just as peacefully as they did, but his guilty conscience did not let him. Guilt, he mused. Is it right for me to feel guilty at all? Norbert's words came to his mind. Norbert's words telling him that Kevin and the twins didn't deserve his friendship if they hated him for wanting to save their lives. Norbert is right, the boy thought. I wanted to help them by sacrificing the map and all they could say as thanks was, "You idiot, you are not my friend anymore." I should not feel pangs of remorse. If someone should feel guilty, Then it's Kevin, Viv and Val. If they don't see that I did it with good intentions, then just let them think whatever they want. With that, he furiously punched his pillow, imagining punching Kevin's face instead. His sudden move woke Abu, who started to squeak angrily. Who knows, he might have been dreaming about a pretty female monkey. Make that damn furball shut up, Jerry Travers growled from the other end of the dorm. Before Dan could reply that Abu was not a damn furball, the curtain of his bed opened and young Malfoy climbed in. Cannot sleep, he whispered, seating himself next to Dan. Not really, Dan sighed, pulling himself up to a sitting position. It was not your fault. How many times do I have to tell you? You don't need to tell me any more times. I have realized it myself. My cousins are utterly stupid, and from now on I won't give a damn about their opinion, Daniel replied in a low voice. That's more like it. Norbert slapped him in the back in a friendly way. A game of wizard chess. I don't think I could go back to sleep now. All right, Dan shrugged, reaching for his glasses. Lumos. The little flame appeared at once at the tip of his wand and he shot his friend a triumphant grin. I see you have perfectly mastered it, just like the spark conjuring charm. Don't worry, Dan, you're gonna be okay at charms. With your help, maybe, young Potter nodded. I still fear, though, how I will perform at Transfiguration. First lesson today. We'll see, Norbert shrugged. But you heard McGonagall yesterday, pouring her heart out to the headmaster. She is playing the tough lady, but deep down she has feelings. She won't snap your head off if you can't turn a toothpick into a needle right away. I hope so, Dan smiled, thankful for his friend's encouragement. Maybe, with Norbert at his side, he'd manage to keep going, even with his three cousins looking daggers at him all the time, because he was sure that Kevin and the twins could turn into just as terrible enemies as great friends they had been. Instead of succumbing to lethargy caused by these thoughts, Daniel grabbed the chessboard handed to him by Norbert, and ordered his pawn to move to d5. As he and Norbert went down to have breakfast that morning, they saw several Gryffindors gathering around the huge hourglasses showing the house points, madly shouting and waving their balled fists. Dan also managed to hear some Gryffindor students murmur the name Weasley, then one of them pointed at Daniel and yelled, he told Snape. The Weasleys said you betrayed them. You sneak. Come on. Norbert pulled his friend away from the hourglasses and the furious Gryffindors. Over breakfast the two friends received several murderous glances sending them the promise, you'll pay for this, filthy Slytherins, and Dan decided not to open any letters he happened to get in the near future. Under the current circumstances, he could well imagine receiving curses in envelopes. While the Gryffindors seemed to hate him, even Lily diverted her stare when he looked at her. The other Slytherins were very grateful and kept slapping him and Norbert in the back, yelling, well done. His housemates suddenly seemed to have accepted him, but it still didn't cheer Dan up. He would gladly have given up the other Slytherins' friendship if he could make up with Kevin, Vivian and Valentine. Their first Transfiguration lesson proved to be even more unpleasant than Daniel had expected. McGonagall kept sending the two Slytherin boys piercing glances. Dan supposed it was because of the previous evening's events. Norbert had been right. Their first task at Transfiguration was to turn a toothpick into a needle. Daniel didn't manage to cope with it, but to his great relief most of the students had problems as well. Lavinia Flint turned the toothpick pink, and it was still the greatest achievement of all the Slytherins. To everyone's, especially McGonagall's, surprise, it was Julie Dumbledore of Hufflepuff who first managed to make a perfect needle. She gave Minerva a timid smile. The professor rewarded her success with 10 points to Hufflepuff, but she did not praise Julie at all. As if the transformation had been accomplished by Hufflepuff House, not Julie. As far as Daniel could tell, Minerva was deliberately cold towards the little girl. Could she really be jealous of her? McGonagall ordered the children to keep trying the transformation in the rest of the class. Around the half of the lesson, Norbert proudly showed his friend a pretty needle. All the problem with it was that its pinpoint was missing. 10 minutes before the end of the lesson, Gilda Lockhart nudged Daniel. What? The boy scowled at her furiously. She had interrupted his new attempt at turning his toothpick into a needle. He felt he was close to transforming wood into metal at last when she disturbed him in concentration. Gilda reached into her robes and pulled out something familiar, pushing it into Dan's hands. Here. How? The boy gaped at the girl. Gilda shrugged. I heard Snape telling you off because you allegedly stole this from somewhere, then I heard your cousins yell at you because you lost it. I thought it must mean a lot to you, so I stole it back. But, how? It was in Snape's room, wasn't it? Dan asked, clutching at the map as though he never wanted to let it out of his hands again. This morning I pretended to be interested in a fur-growing potion and asked for Snape's help, she said. While he gave me a couple of instructions and mentioned books I should check out of the library, I accidentally picked up this thing from his table. He wasn't looking at me right then and I happened to replace it with a blank parchment so that he surely wouldn't find out who the culprit was. He left for a lesson right when I exited his study, so he will not notice the change for a while. She gave the boys an impish grin. And even if he does, it doesn't matter. Anyone could have broken into his room during this lesson and I can't be suspected. I was here all along at Transfiguration, McGonagall could attest to it. Gilda. Dan started admiringly. I could kiss you. Don't, if you don't want me to beat you up again, she replied. Anyway, I did not do this out of mere goodwill. I want to know why this parchment is so important. Daniel glanced up at McGonagall to see that she was writing their homework on the blackboard, then he turned to Gilda again. Do you want to come to Honeydukes tonight? Dan. Norbert hissed at him. You don't want her to. Potter. Malfoy. McGonagall's voice made Dan realize that they were still at Transfiguration. 20 points from Slytherin for not paying attention in my class. Class dismissed. She's picking on us. Norbert fumed as they left the classroom. Of course she is picking on us. We made her house lose 300 points. Daniel replied. I'd hate us if I were in her place. So, what about this Honeydukes business? Gilda cut in, joining the boys as they trotted downstairs, out into the park where Gilderoy Lockhart was already waiting for them to begin the very first PE lesson of their lives. As long as the weather didn't turn too chilly, the students were supposed to have PE outdoors on the same part of the park where Madam Hooch, and now Professor Longbottom, had the flying lessons. After the previous day's storm, the sky was wonderfully bright as though the rain had washed it clear. Its light aquamarine color was here and there dotted with small, frilly clouds that kept swimming lazily across it. All in all, the weather was very favoring for an outdoor class. As they approached the place appointed for the lesson, Daniel saw Aberforth Dumbledore feeding Angel, the baby unicorn, with sugar lumps. Aberforth waved at the boy from Hagrid's house. Dan supposed that the care of magical creatures class was still held around the former groundkeeper's hut, even with Hagrid living in France for about a decade now. Daniel wanted to talk Norbert into going and visiting Angel before their next class started, but changed his mind immediately when he saw the third-year Gryffindors approaching Aberforth. Lily was also among them, sending her brother a rather dark glance, then turning to talk to Christopher Wood. Even she hates me. Dan pouted and followed Norbert to join the other firsties and a jovially waving Gilderoy Lockhart. PE was the only class that all the four houses had together. Dan wasn't too happy about this and tried to get as far away from his Gryffindor cousins, and Professor Lockhart, as possible. To their surprise, Gilda Lockhart also moved to stand behind the other Slytherins, looking as though she was hiding from her father. Professor Lockhart had dropped his robes for the occasion and strutted in front of the children wearing a pair of tight-fitting trousers and even more tight-fitting vest, trainers and a band of pink silk tied around his head that made him resemble Rambo in a Valentine's Day's attire. His arms and a remarkable part of his chest were bare, making the present female students heave deep, dreamy sighs. Daniel was furious to notice that Lu Chong, who stood rather close to him, or rather, to whom he had deliberately stood very close, was eyeing the professor with a misty glance, not even noticing Dan. Dan cleared his throat to draw the girl's attention to himself. Oh, hello, Daniel, she gave him a quick smile, then turned back to Gilderoy, who started to explain the importance of PE to the students, his speech in a nutshell. Physical education makes you healthier, and if you are healthy, then you look good. PE gives you muscles, and if you have muscles, you look good. PE helps you keep fit, gives you stamina, and stamina is exactly what you need to continue looking good. Hello, Lou, the boy replied, trying to engage her attention again. Pretty interesting this PE, huh? Very. She nodded eagerly and dropped her robes on Professor Lockhart's advice. You can move much more freely without those. Put your eyes back into their sockets, Norbert whispered into his friend's ear, because Daniel was gaping at Ms. Cheng's curves that were revealed without her robes. She must have early developed because her figure already looked like that of a 16-year-old. Fortunately Lou didn't notice the boy's unabashed stare, because she was too absorbed in doing sit-ups. In thought, Daniel compared Lou's figure to that of his sister Lily and drew the conclusion that Lily, even though 2 years older than Lou, had only half as curvy a body as the Ravenclaw girl. Dan, being a 12-year-old boy, had not much idea about female SEUAL development, periods and stuff, but during the last summer he had found a book in Lily's room called, What to Do When You Turn Adolescent, A Young Witch's Guide to Becoming a Woman. Lily must have been reading it in secret, but Daniel had the bad habit of rummaging around in his big sister's room in her absence, and he had happened to open that book where a bookmark was sticking out of it. The chapter Lily had been reading was titled, When Your Body Changes, and Dan, having dipped into the book just for fun, had realized that Lily's body hadn't changed at all. It looked just like it did in her childhood. All that had changed was her temper. Dan thought she was turning more and more annoying. When the book had started to go into explaining the Libressus Invisibilis charm, Daniel had hastily closed it and decided to read something manlier to re-establish his equilibrium. He had sneaked into his parents' room to pick The Bloody Gringotts Robbery off the shelf, when his glance had fallen on another book called Kama Sutra. Curious, he had pulled it off the shelf and opened it, then had wished he hadn't done so. It was a book full of disgusting pictures. Now that he was watching Lou, those pictures came to his mind and Norbert had to ask him why he had turned as red as the setting sun. Even Lou turned to him with a worried expression. Are you all right, Daniel? She stopped doing sit-ups and pressed her hand on the boy's forehead. Feeling the girl's soft, cool hand on his skin, Dan turned even pinker. No, your temperature is normal, she said. You must have overworked a bit. You aren't used to such hard physical work, are you? No, I just, Dan mumbled, turning even more crimson with embarrassment. Oh, Potter has overworked, came the mocking voice of Kevin Weasley from the group of Gryffindors. Or have you been tired out by running to teachers and telling on your classmates? Oh, shut up, Gilda yelled at Kevin. What happened? Professor Lockhart asked with a flashy smile, showing all his 32 teeth. Is something amiss, kids? Daniel is sick, Professor, Lu Chong replied willingly, making the boy hide his face into his palms, hearing the Gryffindors' malicious laughter. Are you, Daniel? The teacher crouched down next to the boy. Should we take you up to the infirmary? No, I'm fine, Dan replied angrily. Really? Are you sure? Gilderoy asked, worried. I don't want any students to get sick in my class. But if you don't want to go to Madame Pomfrey, then I guess I could give you a simple boosting charm. No, thank you, Professor. Dan protested, having heard enough of Lockhart's famous charms. He did not feel like ending up growing his ribs back after an unfortunate deboning la Lockhart. Then I suggest you go down into your dorm and have a rest. You seem to need it, boy. Having no better idea to escape from the Weasleys, teasing and everyone else's curious glances, young Potter decided to go inside and never ever think of Kama Sutra at PE in the future. See you at lunchtime, he murmured to Norbert and left. As he passed by the Gryffindors on his way up to the castle, he heard several voices hissing, loser, and weakling. After entering the castle, the first person he met was his father, wearing a rather austere expression. May I ask what you are doing in here instead of being at Professor Lockhart's class? Harry asked. The previously always so impish and cheerful Daddy was gone, and Daniel stated in himself that he had barely seen Harry this morose before. You two are blaming me, aren't you? The boy burst out, nearing a nervous breakdown. It was not my fault, all right. I was worried about my stupid cousins and Snape was the first teacher we could find to help them. I'm terribly sorry that your precious Gryffindor lost so many points, but I thought that their damn lives were more important. And if you allow me now, I'm off to meet the caretaker and start my detention. Daniel, Harry gaped at the boy, who had turned on his heels and ran away. Dan hoped that his father wouldn't follow him and raced down the corridor. In fact, he had not the slightest intention of starting his detention with Mr. Bradley right now. He'd have plenty of time for that in the afternoon or evening. All he wanted now was a bit of peace. No such luck. When he had almost reached the staircase leading into the dungeons and thought that nothing bad could happen to him for a while, he caught a glimpse of a small boy madly waving at him. Daniel. Oi, Daniel. It was James Lupin, Remus and Stella Sinistra Lupin's only child. He was about 3 years younger than Dan, but he was the most outgoing little guy Dan had ever known. He was even more talkative than all the Weasley and Potter children put together, which was saying something. There was practically not a single second when he kept his mouth shut, except maybe for sleeping. Daniel had met James about 4 or 5 times before, when the Lupins had visited the Potters at Black Manor, and every time they met, he had the expression that Jimmy's parents should seriously consider placing a muzzle charm on their son. Young Lupin's over-talkativeness hadn't been that much of a problem for Daniel, if Jimmy would have divided his attention among the Potter family members and would have tortured all of his siblings equally. However, Jim Lupin's attention always seemed to be focused on Daniel only. When Dan complained about this to his father, Harry waved and told his son about a boy named Colin Creevey, whose behavior strongly reminded at that of James Lupin. Back then Daniel had asked Harry incredulously, if that Colin Creevey kept following you around because you were famous, the boy who lived, then why does Jimmy follow me around? I'm no hero like you were. He had corrected himself to get rewarded by a grin from his dad. I mean, really, there's nothing special about me. I don't even have a scar. Then why doesn't he leave me alone? Or why doesn't he persecute my siblings as well? Harry hadn't been able to answer, because he had had no idea. So, after all those years of their acquaintanceship, Daniel had never found out why James had decided to reward him with his special attention. Daniel, oh, Daniel. Jim clasped his hands in delight. I'm so happy I'm seeing you again. I heard you were sorted into Slytherin. How is that possible, Daniel? And I heard you made Gryffindor lose 300 points. How did you do it? I mean, it's such a great achievement. No one at Hogwarts has ever managed to make a rival house lose this many points. Of course I should be rooting for Gryffindor, since my dad was in there, but I can't help admiring Slytherin's cleverness. Up till now I have always wanted to be a Gryffindor, but now that you're in Slytherin, I'm not sure anymore. I guess I'd be really happy to get into your house, Daniel, and it continued like this, words pouring out of young Lupin's mouth as though he had been a tap turned on. After about 5 minutes of patient waiting, Daniel was more than grateful to Abu for appearing out of nowhere and dropping a vase on Jimmy's head. As the boy lay on the floor, massaging his aching head, Daniel escaped from him with the promise of sending Madame Pomfrey to put him right. Quite good aiming from your furry little friend. I've grown to like him. Peeves appeared in front of him, cackling, and followed Dan towards the dungeons, not caring at all that the last thing Dan needed was his company. Abu had jumped into his arms, giving mischievous glances to Peeves. Those two must have befriended each other. You know what, Dannykins? The poltergeist said, I've grown to like you, too. Those Gryffindor gits have long been annoying me, and I'm delighted that finally someone showed them where they belong. Minus 275 points. He laughed, delighted. Sod off, Peeves. And you behave yourself next time, Abu. The boy growled at him and decided to learn that muzzle charm from his father to use it on Peeves. Then he remembered that Harry was quite angry with him for the time being. Daniel. Another voice called from behind his back. What is it? He burst out, then turned around to see Hermione. Oh, sorry, Aunt Hermione. Professor Weasley. He hung his head. I did not want to. Don't apologize, Dan, and just call me Aunt Hermione, she smiled. I think you have been under great pressure lately. Come, let's talk. She guided the boy and his monkey into her nearby study and motioned him to sit down. If you also want to tell me off for making Gryffindor lose those points, he began, but she waved to silence him. I do not want to tell you off for anything. I do not blame you for anything. On the contrary, I believe you did the right thing. You wanted to save my children and Kevin, and for that I'm thankful to you. Daniel looked up from the floor he had been examining and gaped at his aunt in a surprised way. You don't. No, I don't blame you, she shook her head. I know it must be hard for you now to deal with all the Gryffindor's dislike. Hatred, you mean, he corrected her, stroking Abu who was lying in his lap. Hatred, then, she nodded. I still remember what it felt like to feel so many people's despise. I went through the same in my first year when your father, Professor Longbottom and me lost Gryffindor 150 points. My father, Daniel grunted, even he is treating me like. He looked away from his aunt, searching for the right words. He is, he wanted to tell me off again. I have barely arrived at Hogwarts and he is following me around, wherever I go. He remembered his case with the mirror of Arised only too well. He is treating me as though I could not take care of myself. I take you find him a bit annoying, Hermione perceived with eyes glinting in a friendly way. Not annoying, but, Dan's voice trailed off. All right, annoying, then. And it is totally natural, she said. All adolescent kids find their parents annoying. Mine's, too. They believe Ron and I are meddling with their lives too much. But parents don't do it in order to annoy their children. They do it out of love, having their children's best interests at heart. Your father is also doing it out of love. In his case this might be twice as strong as in other people's case, since he had no parents. Throughout his childhood he craved for a mother and a father to love him and care for him. I'm sure he wouldn't have minded to have a bit overprotective parents, he would have been glad to have a father at all. Hermione gave Dan a look that made him have the feeling that she could see into the depths of his soul. You are a very lucky boy, Daniel, to have a father like Harry. I know, I guess, it's just that now even he hates me. Hermione gave him a scolding stare, so did Abu. How could you suppose that he hated you? How could my cousins suppose that I betrayed them? He retorted. Anyway, I saw Dad's face. I've just met him and his expression told me everything. He is angry. He is blaming me. I don't think he is. He is angry, but not with you. He has just had a nasty row with Professor Snape. Seeing the boy's interest, she carried on. I happened to be in the bathroom 20 minutes ago when I heard two voices quarreling in front of the door. Your father was questioning Snape's decision of taking 300 points from Gryffindor and Snape replied that your father should not poke his nose into other people's business. He even remarked that Harry had no word in this school, being a new teacher, while he had been teaching here for 25 years. Harry retorted that the amount of years taught here did not seem to be in parallel with the ability of making wise decisions. Snape closed their debate by shouting that Harry was still that insolent kid he used to teach and Harry replied that Snape was still that heartless old rook who used to teach him. Hermione finished the story with a grin that made Daniel also allow himself a smile. So, the reason for his father's moroseness was not that he was angry with his son, but his nasty row with good old Severus. Damn, he breathed, I have shouted at him like that. I didn't even let him tell me what he wanted. Now he really has a reason to be mad at me. Then maybe you should look for him and apologize, she suggested. Dan nodded and stood up. Thanks for understanding me, you're a cool aunt, really. Why, thank you, she smiled. The house elves had made steak with mashed potatoes for lunch and Daniel devoured it happily. For the first time since the previous evening he felt a bit better, a bit relieved. His second discussion with his father turned out to be all right and he got to know that Harry really wasn't blaming him. Harry only seemed to be mad at Snape and called the potions teacher things that Dan had only heard from Sirius before. Dan made a mental note to use these expressions in the future, but also promised his father not to tell anyone that he had heard them from him. The relationship between father and son was back to normal. All Harry was a bit upset about was the loss of the Marauders map. Snape had gloated to him about having burnt it. Daniel pretended to be very broken down by it and decided not to mention to his dad that he got back the map and the parchment burnt by Snape was not the map at all but a decoy parchment that Gilda had replaced the map with. This way Harry wouldn't need to lie to anyone about his son being a marauder. He could say with good conscience that Daniel had no such map at all. Since the Slytherins had no classes in the afternoon, Dan, Norbert and Gilda planned a visit into Honeydukes before dinner. They were supposed to meet in the Slytherin common room at 4 p.m. and until then Dan had lots of time to spend in detention, helping the caretaker. Bert Bradley turned out to be a nice man with a good sense of humor, and he didn't give the boy too much work to do. Dan only had to clean the floor of Mr. Bradley's room, but, since it was a small room, he was ready with it soon. While tidying the room he couldn't not notice the books piled on the caretaker's desk. All of them seemed to be dealing with potions. The boy remembered his first potions class in which Mr. Bradley had admonished him that he was using wrong and dangerous ingredients for his potion. Dan also remembered how surprised Snape was to get to know someone who actually understood a bit of his subject. Back then, Bert admitted having taught chemistry at a Muggle school and being a Muggle himself. "Mr. Bradley," Dan asked before leaving, "yes, if you were a Muggle, then how did you know about Hogwarts? Or are you a squib?" "No, Mr. Potter," the caretaker shook his head. "I'm no squib, I'm a full-blooded Muggle. My brother, however, is a Muggle-born wizard. He even played at Wimborne Wasps together with Mr. Longbottom." "Oh, I see," the boy nodded. "But, what gave you the idea to come and work at Hogwarts?" "That, Mr. Potter, only concerns the headmaster and me. Thank you for your help. I'll be expecting you tomorrow." Dan nodded, understanding that the caretaker did not want to answer his question. Well, he must have his reasons, the boy thought, and headed for his common room to meet the other two marauders and begin their very first adventure. The trio started down the corridor, Daniel keeping one eye on the map all the time, just like his father had suggested him in the Purple Room last Friday. They met Professor Lockhart on their way. Dan quickly pocketed the parchment. The PE teacher immediately asked the boy about his condition. Daniel hastily assured him that he was totally all right and there was no need to worry about him. Gilderoy slapped him in the back, gave him and Norbert a wide grin and left. "He didn't even greet you," Norbert turned to Gilda. The girl shrugged. "He didn't even smile at you," Dan added. "Why would he?" she snapped. "It is enough for him that I'm the way I am." "Now wait a minute," Dan cut in. "You mean, he does not love you?" She shook her head. "Maybe he loves me. Mum says he does, but even if he does, he can hide it pretty well." "But, why? I guess he always wanted to have a son, but my mother could only give him a daughter, and a daughter as different from him as possible." "Oh, so he'd be glad if you had curly locks and a liking for everything that is pink?" Norbert asked. "Well, about," Gilda nodded. "But it's not just that. It's more that I take after my Egyptian ancestors who were all warriors. Tough warriors. So that's why you love beating the crap out of people," Daniel grinned. "Yeah, I guess so," she grinned back. "Okay, are we going anywhere or stay here and discuss my rebellious blood and lack of locks?" Dan nodded, realizing that they were supposed to be going to Honeyduke's. He pulled the map out of his robe pocket again just to freeze in horror. There was a dot very close, approaching way too quickly. "Snape," he whispered, pointing in the left direction. "Come." Norbert opened a nearby door, pushed Dan and Gilda through it and shut it behind themselves. The dot labeled, Severus Snape, walked down the corridor, not suspecting that the three marauders were so close. "Phew." Dan wiped his forehead, relieved. "That was a close one. He would have questioned us why we were here instead of writing homework in our common room." "Harry," a voice spoke up behind them. The children turned around to see the ghost of a sullen teenage girl hovering above a tap. They had obviously run into a bathroom. "Oh, you are not him," the ghost pouted. "But you look awfully lot like him." "I'm his son, that's why," Daniel replied. "And you are?" "Oh, of course you don't know me," she cried. "I heard from Headless Nick that you recognized him the first time you met him, surely because your parents had told you about him. But of course they didn't tell you about me," the ghost girl wailed, her eyes full of tears behind her pearly glasses. Naturally, they did not think Beeping Myrtle was important or interesting enough to tell about. Dan had no idea what to reply. He did not want to hurt the ghost's feelings even more by admitting that he had never heard of her. You are wrong. My father did tell me about you." The ghost's expression immediately changed from morose to interested, vivid and even cheerful. "Oh, did he? And what did he tell you about me?" He said you were the one who." Dan was at his wit's end. The one who helped him find the Chamber of Secrets. The one who helped him solve the eggs riddle. The one who helped him in the lake. Myrtle shouted angrily. The one who witnessed your sister's conception. It's obvious that you haven't been told about me. She hid her face into her hands, sobbing aloud. Witnessed my sister's conception. Daniel raised an eyebrow. Wow. Tell me about it. Both Myrtle and Gilda shot the boy a scolding look. Dan shrugged. All right. It was pleasure getting to know you, Myrtle. I might come back later and then you can tell me about Dan. Gilda hissed. You aren't supposed to come here again. This is a girl's bathroom, if you haven't noticed. Well, given the lack of urinals, it must be, Norbert smirked. Come on, guys, or we'll never get to Honeydukes. The three children made sure that no one was around when they reached the one-eyed witch's statue. So, what do we do now? Norbert asked. I guess there is some kind of an incantation to open the secret passage here. Dad told me about it. The hunchback of the witch is supposed to open if you say. He looked at the Marauder's map to see a small bubble appear above the three dots labeled Daniel Potter, Norbert D. Malfoy, and Gilda Lockhart. Descendium. What? Dan pointed his wand at the statue and repeated the incantation. To his surprise, the spell worked for him. There had been barely any charms that he managed to perform at the first try. A small opening appeared on the statue, an opening just big enough for a thin person. The trio climbed into the opening and slid down on a chute into a dark underground corridor. Lumos. All three of them said and started down the path. I'm really going to visit this Myrtle again, Dan spoke up after a while. She could tell me interesting things. I always knew Mum and Dad conceived Lily here at school, but I never asked the details, and I don't think they'd tell me, even if I asked. And probably this Myrtle could tell you about your own conception as well. Norbert gave him a mischievous grin, or at least Dan supposed that his friend was grinning, because he couldn't make out his features in the dark. Were you also conceived here? Gilda asked incredulously. I never thought that Harry Potter had such low morals. Dan laughed, starting to climb some stairs. Yeah, very likely I was conceived here. If I count backwards, I come to the conclusion that it had to happen in November of 1998. And in November of 1998 my parents were definitely still studying here at Hogwarts. My mischievous mummy and daddy, ouch. He massaged the top of his head that he had knocked into something solid. We've arrived. Dan has just run into the trapdoor, Norbert perceived. Well, let's open it, then, Gilda said and carefully pushed it upwards. They climbed out of the tunnel to find themselves in Honeydukes' cellar. The cellar was filled with crates. The shop had only been closed 2 weeks earlier and the owners seemed to have left some stocks they couldn't sell before the set date for closing. Yummy. Norbert's mouth watered as he opened a nearby crate that contained licorice wands and Drubel's best blowing gum. Of course only non-perishable, or not so quickly perishable, sweets were stored in there. The owners might have eaten the leftover of the perishable goods such as ice mice and chocolate mousses. The boys opened crate after crate and stuffed their pockets full with sweets. Only Gilda looked a bit worried. We are taking these things without paying. Isn't that theft? No. Dan shook his head. The shop will soon belong to my parents and they'll surely pay the current owner for the leftover stocks as well. So, if we take it, then it is the same as nicking cookies from Mummy's kitchen jars. No big deal. If you say so, she said somewhat insecurely. But I don't want to steal from your parents, either. Oh, come off it, Gilda. What kind of Slytherin are you if you are so concerned about morals? Norbert growled. Even Slytherins can have a conscience, you know, she retorted. Anyway, we aren't taking more than 20 sickles in value. Dan replied. Seeing Gilda's expression he let out a sigh. Oh, all right, we'll pay them. He reached into his robes and pulled out a couple of coins. He had bought quite a lot of sweets from the trolley witch on the Hogwarts Express and forgot to empty the remainder of the money out of his pockets. He counted 20 sickles and headed upstairs. Where are you going? Norbert scowled. To the cash register. I'm going to put the money into it. Gilda shot Daniel a grateful stare combined with an, I knew you'd never steal, look. The trio entered the empty shop. careful to make sure that no one could see them from the street. Hiding behind the counter, they sneaked to the cash register and opened it. Naturally, it was empty. The owners might have been trusting people, but not this trusting. Daniel dropped the coins into it, then froze. There were two figures approaching the shop. Harry, and a woman unknown to the children. "Hurry," Norbert waved. They crouched down and ran to the staircase leading into the cellar. They raced down and hid behind a huge crate. "Why not go into the tunnel right away?" Gilda whispered as the front door of Honeydukes opened. "They'd hear the trapdoor creak and we'd be caught." Dan whispered back. Voices were coming from upstairs. "So, when is your family going to move into Hogsmeade? And where are you going to live? The flat above the shop isn't big enough for so many children, is it?" "I have seen a couple of houses that are up for sale," Harry's voice replied. "Ginny and I will choose one soon." "Oh, the joys of having money," the female laughed. "You can talk so easily about buying the shop and a family house." "Not that you can complain, Cho," came the answer. "With all those restaurants you own, you are probably 100 times richer than me." "Yeah, very likely," the woman chuckled. "How came you already have keys to the shop?" "Yesterday evening, Ginny and I met the owners and signed a contract in which we obliged ourselves to buy Honeydukes. The owners gave us the keys to come here and inspect our future property. So here I am. I'm lucky I managed to catch you in the village. I wanted to talk to you," the woman said, her tone different this time. "About what?" "Lots of things. For example, the way we parted." A long pause followed. "I don't understand why you want to talk to me about that," Harry replied with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "I perfectly remember how we parted. You told me that I was how exactly did you formulate it?" "Oh, yeah, you said I was a cute little fellow, but you could never feel the same way about me as you felt about Cedric. You kissed me on the cheek and left. I could not do otherwise, Harry. Things were way too confused. I was still so much under the effect of Ced's death. Even 2 years after he passed away," came a bit miffed reply. "Yes, maybe. I don't know. I didn't know it back then. I was really confused about my feelings. He was the great love of my life, but I lost him. I thought I'd never get over his death. Then I got to know you better, but I thought I still loved Ced. I might have been wrong. I guess I used this delusion to escape from reality, to deny that it was you whom I liked." "Liked? Loved. Great," Harry snorted derisively. "Why, Cho, why didn't you tell me?" he asked as if accusing her. "I remember watching you at the end of my 6th year holding your diploma in your hand and walking away, walking out of my life. I felt my heart break. Then came Ginny and put its pieces back together. Made me forget you, and I was happy to have forgotten you. So why on earth have you brought up these old memories? Why have you told me that you loved me after all these years? I thought you deserved to know the truth. Then tell me. If you have started, then tell me the whole truth, Cho. Why didn't you want to love me?" "Because I was scared," she replied, her voice wavering. "Because there was you-know-who at your heels. I feared that loving you would get me and my family into trouble." He finished the sentence. "Yeah," she sighed. "I was afraid. I was a coward, and I'm terribly sorry about that." "You don't need to be sorry about being afraid. Those times were horrible. I was afraid, too. Everyone was afraid. I understand and I can't blame you for being scared. However, I cannot forgive you for lying to me, for having robbed me of the hope to have you someday. You broke my heart, and the fact that it was just a lie is unacceptable. I'm sorry, Cho. I'm sorry for having to say this, but I wish you had never told me the truth at all." "I understand," her voice trailed off. "I'm sorry. Could we be friends at least?" "That is all we could be," Harry answered seriously. "Okay, I guess I should be going now. Forgive me for upsetting you. I just had to tell you. If I hadn't, then it would have suffocated me. I managed to bury this feeling for years, but after I met you again, it resurfaced. Do you know the feeling when you need to tell someone something so badly that you feel you'd die if you didn't?" "I know," answered a bit calmer voice. "Then you understand me. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Cho." Half an hour later the front door of the shop creaked again, indicating that Harry had left. The children climbed out from behind the crate and opened the trapdoor. "I never knew my dad had loved another woman before my mum," Dan said quietly. He felt a bit embarrassed, having overheard a dialogue like that. Maybe he even slept with her. Norbert guessed. No, definitely not. Young Potter shook his head. "My mum was his first." He turned a bit pink, and was grateful that his expression couldn't be seen in the dark tunnel. "I asked him once, out of mere curiosity, and he told me that mum was his first." His first, Norbert mused, and his only as well. Of course, he loves mum and he'd never have. Dan snapped. The mere assumption made him outraged. He had heard of his father's Durmstrang adventure, but only parts of it. He knew about the goldfish in the lake, he knew about Aberforth and his reindeers, but he never ever heard of Tatiana Fyodrovna because Harry and Ginny agreed to keep it a secret from their children. It was a finished chapter of Harry's life, and the best way he could forget it was if he never even mentioned it. It's okay, calm down." Norbert held up his hands. "I apologize, it was a stupid question. Harry Potter is a saint, after all, well, almost." "Just almost," Dan grinned. "A saint wouldn't have conceived 2 children while still at school. Neither would a saint have let me keep the Marauders map. But really, Dad would never cheat on Mum." "I believe you." Norbert smiled in a peculiar way. "Who is this Cho at all?" Gilda asked. "No idea," Dan shrugged. "Some tramp whom Dad has long forgotten." In thought he added, "At least I hope so." Asterisk. "Veronic. You got a bit of the grown-up's smiley face. There'll be a lot of them later. Don't worry, this FIC isn't solely about the kids." Wood's secret lover. "Thank you very much. I was sad about what Mooney Lover wrote me, but you made my day by saying that she wasn't right. Smiley face. She wrote that for chapter 2. I somehow could understand that she didn't find chapter 2 that exciting, but she has no idea how this story will turn out, and now she'll never get to know. I saw the movie for the 3rd time today, this time in English at last, and I paid attention to that woman you thought to be Rowling. IMHO, she only resembled Rowling, but wasn't her. Sky. I'm glad you liked Angel. I also think that horses are wonderful animals. But unfortunately I haven't had the opportunity to learn to ride yet. Bailey Ballinger. I thought you had stopped. I'm so glad you didn't. Smiley face. Lady Shezer. Yes, ex-friends. Generation. I was having fun too, when imagining the tomatoes being angry. Smiley face. There'll be lots of Albus, mischievous side in this FIC, I promise. And Aberforth will be just as stupid as always. Smiley face. Maculet. Yes, Kevin is a little bit like Ron, but he's even more vindictive, as you'll see. Lana Riddle. You're another Slytherin fan. Great. Alexander Phoenix. Perhaps you have the sight. Smiley face. I'll try and read your fix as soon as possible, but I cannot promise anything, given that I'm having exams nowadays and for the next 1 month. But I'll really try. I've already read and reviewed a short one. Rab. Go. Tomatoes. Smiley face. Thanks for the link. Peeves looks funny. Pity that he got left out of the movie. Lainey. Glad that you liked the movie. Wasn't Lockhart adorable? Amy. Lol, everyone seems to love the swearing tomatoes. Angel will appear again, of course. Well, Dan did get the map back. Smiley face. Sparkle Charm. I got pretty confused when you mentioned that song on. I have nothing to do with it. I just sent some arts to the portrait gallery there. And actually I sent the first 2 chapters of TGSOHH there too. I don't know for sure whether Lockhart got into a lunatic asylum, but it seems so that he did. In the scene after the credits he was shown on a poster in a Diagon Alley shop window. The poster had the following text on it. WHOAMI. And Lockhart's moving picture was under it, showing him in a straitjacket. Siri Dragon. Oh, homework. I hope it wasn't math at least. I hate math. Kit Cloudkicker. Yes, Kevin really overreacted. But Ron also has an attitude of overreacting things and it might run in the Weasley family. On the other hand, I need to have Kevin and Dan as enemies in this FIC. Red Riding Hood. I haven't heard of the online tournament. Which site is that on? But you're right, I'm not going to have time. As for helping you with finishing your stories, send them to me at the end of January. Then I'll have about 2 weeks free and I'll see what I can do for you. By the way, thanks for the Spanish. May the force be with you, but for some funny reason I know that it's not que la fuerza esté contigo, but que la fuerza te acompaña. That's how it was translated in the Spanish version of the movie. Sabby. Another Lockhart fan. Glad to hear smiley face. ZZXM. Hi, nice to see you again. Katrina. You're still not blaming Kevin and the twins for being so mean. Xto Naga. Okay, no, then smiley face. Black Ice. I thought that Julie was a nick for Julia. Thanks for telling me, I had no idea it wasn't. From now on she'll be just Julie. I took the Hogwarts test and it sorted me twice into Hufflepuff, once into Gryffindor, once into Slytherin, but I just couldn't get into Ravenclaw. Figgies blazin'. Perhaps, at the end. Evil grin. Allie. As you wish smiley face. Princess Ginny. I named Lily's stuffed unicorn angel back in TGSAWCS. Glad you liked the funny mails. Yes, there'll be quite a lot about Lily, in the second half of the story. Ho-oh. Hey, this Willy Wonka sounds fun smiley face. Firemoon. It didn't sound dumb at all. I found your review very endearing, and I'm glad that you like my fix. Amaranta. Thanks. Well, I'm kind of the only girl in the family. Why kind of? Because I have 2 half-siblings, a brother and a sister, but they live with my dad and his wife. So, to my mum I'm an only child. Ice Kitten. Nice try at the German version, but in fact it is the following. Moog die matched mit der Sein. Yes, there'll be a lot of Harry later. There will be chapters mostly about Harry. Ja, Dan und sein Cousin und Cousinen werden miteinander kämpfen. Lighter sad face. Candy Girl 83. And now they even less deserve Dan's friendship, don't you think? Altec. I wouldn't subject poor Harry or Ginny to such drastic things as a surgery. What if they want a child later? Then it's out of the question. Of course after Lee's birth they decided to stop conceiving, but when they turn 40 and have no more little kids to care for, then they might get bored and might want a new one, so they just didn't have themselves operated. Snape's not that much of a bastard, don't hurt him, I love him. Now you are looking at me, thinking whether to put me into a straitjacket like Lockhart in the movie. Yay, you also like Spaceballs, smiley face. Missy. Fanfictionally-tastic. Wow, what a word. Smiley face. No, the Potters aren't going to have a cat. But they'll have some new pet, later. Toby Hain. You and flaming. LOL smiley face. I don't think I've ever really flamed anyone. I wrote only constructive criticism. C. Chan. The German translator program must have been not too good. It is Moog die matched mit der Sein in German. But thanks for trying smiley face. K. C. Hunter. I hope you no more want to smack Gilda smiley face. Bamboo Anime. Good luck with your exams. And those pics of Sean got ruined. I'm sorry about them. Katie Bell. Was the last chapter torture for you? Then brace yourself for much, much worse things in the future. That German translator that you and C. Chan used was quite silly, though, but thanks a lot for trying smiley face. Molto Bella. Thanks for the Italian version. Golden Star 555. I speak English and German besides my native language, of course. Dauphin. Detest the Weasleys more. Don't you like them? I like them in Rowling's books. Apple Pie. Another tomato fan. LOL smiley face. Nefertiri. Yes, Angel will be around. Not too often, but she'll appear once in a while. I'm not going to write a sequel, because with this FIC the story is quite finished. I might write outtakes with love scenes only R, not NC-17, but I'm not sure yet. And yes, probably I'll write a totally new FIC. In fact I wrote the first chapter of a new FIC about half a year ago, but I stopped it, because I had to concentrate on this one. I might continue that one after my exams end of January. It's also HG, of course, and PG-13, so nothing to worry about smiley face. Inken. Wow, du scheinst die einzige sein, die wirklich Deutsch sprechen kann, smiley face. Tu Coolio. Aha, I see. But I didn't want Dan to sound hypocritical. Well, doesn't matter. Rebkos. Perhaps. But did you really think I'd tell you? Semicolon closing parenthesis. She'd recolon. Wow, I never thought that Kevin was like Draco. But you might have a point. Amanda Panda. Yes, the Snape scene was reminiscent of the one in the Philosopher's Stone, but in the real book it was McGonagall who took points away, and she took 50 per person, while Snape took 100 per person. Snape is much meaner than McGonagall, you know, smiley face. Cassandra Anthemist. Everything will be resolved by the end. You have my word. But before I resolve things, I'm going to confuse them a lot, but that's something you have already got used to when reading my fics, right? Smiley face. Ruffled Owl. Blushes, thanks a lot. Glad you like them. Mooney Lover. Danke sehr. Obwohl ich dachte, dass du meine neue Story nie mehr liest. Wie hast du denn gemerkt, dass ich eine Deutschprüfung hatte? Joyce. I love the movie. It's by far not as good as the book, but still much better than the first movie. And I thought that Branagh wasn't a bad Lockhart at all. Perhaps Hugh Grant would have been even better, dunno. I was satisfied with Branagh. Lupin's Angel. Congrats on your wonderful Latin results. Smiley face, I wish my German exam had been that good. But I hope I still passed. Zenon Lee. No, concerning the greatest enemy you're on the wrong track. Sorry if you don't like the say asterisk references, but they'll keep appearing, since the kids are teenagers, and fantasizing about say is a part of their being teenagers like you have seen in this chapter. However, I don't think I should change the rating to R. R-rated fics include say asterisk descriptions, while I'm carefully avoiding those. I refer to the fact that people actually had say asterisk, but never go into details, and it will remain that way. So, PG-13 is the proper rating for my fics. You said you'd like to see how Dan would handle the greatest enemy. But have I ever said that Dan would have to handle the enemy? No, I haven't. Snape has always been biased, but the reason why he didn't punish Norbert was that Norbert hadn't done anything wrong this time. It was obviously Daniel who had nicked the map, and not Norbert. So, why would Snape have to punish him? I don't think Harry would die. If Rowling dared kill him off, she'd lose the love of millions of fans. Fans would turn on her, hate her, and Rowling wouldn't want that. No one in their right mind would want that. The once so popular Harry Potter would find himself in secondhand bookshops, and the fans wouldn't want to reread Book 7 for a dozen times like they did with the other books. I for one am sure that I wouldn't reread a book in which Harry dies. And I'd definitely hate Rowling if she killed our dear boy wizard. Now she's my favorite author, but she'd all of a sudden become my most hated author if she did that. And I'm absolutely sure that I'm not the only one who feels like this. So Harry must survive. Perhaps Albus and Snape would die fighting Voldemort, but Harry will live. Phew, that was long. Sorry. Kamikaze Yumi. I have seen at least 3 film versions of The Count of Monte Cristo and all of them sucked. They were much worse book adaptations than the Potter movies. You should read the Monte Cristo book, it's so much better than any of the movies made out of it. Mazzipato. Thanks. I hope you'll do well at your exams. I'm going to have loads of it in January, sad face. Shadow Child. Thank you, glad you liked it. Mer Halcyon. I'm glad you're back. Yes, Norbert does have a lot of potential. What is a voice recital? Well, whatever it is, I'm glad you did well at it. Star Queen. I'm glad you liked Albus being mischievous. Firebolt 900. Diablo 2. Never heard of it. Is that a movie, or a book, or a computer game? I have really never heard of it, so you can believe me when I tell you that I didn't take de Vilsmore from there. Lil Ginny. Yes, of course we have Christmas trees in Hungary. But lights on houses isn't that common here. There are some of those little lamps on houses on some huge downtown roads, but it hasn't become popular yet. I hope it will someday, because it looks so cool. Every time I watch Home Alone, and I've seen it at least 10 times, I envy the Americans for having all those fancy lights on their houses. Is your sister feeling better? I hope so. Areta Helene. Snape's face looks a bit pudgy in movie 2, IMHO. Yes, I knew that Richard Harris died. May he rest in peace. I've heard some funny news though, that in movie 3 there will be a CGI Dumbledore. I think that's ridiculous. I don't really care who plays Albus, as long as it's a normal, living, breathing person. About the Ron-Hermione relationship, I think that Rowling might have told Chris Columbus about the future of the characters, so that he knew that Ron and Herm would get together. For example, Robbie Coltrane, Hagrid, said that Rowling had told him everything about Hagrid's future, so she might as well have told the director about the future events. And as far as I know, Coltrane signed up for playing in 5 movies, that makes me think that Hagrid will die in book 5. Sorry, but I'm not saying that the Ron-Hermione shippers are wrong. I pretty much believe that they are right. At least I hope so. Wolf Eyes. Angel will be around. Not exactly important, but she'll appear once in a while. I hope you didn't catch a cold when falling into the lake. I also love skating. Erdna. I cannot promise anything, but I guess you won't be too disappointed with Daniel smiley face. Correction. Star Wars is the second best. Harry Potter is the best smiley face. Kudatinging. How old is that friend of yours who is reading my fics now? The no romance, no HG reader. Just wondering. It always makes me happy to know that boys also read my stories. Autumn Dreams. Yes, that was really mean of me smiley face, but I'm glad you still liked it. Isis the goddess of life. Is this your pen name as well? Because then I'll try and read your FIC as soon as possible. Any last requests? Glad you liked reliving Harry's experiences. Vanilla. I'm glad that you liked my arts. My personal favorite at the Yule Ball smiley face. After their little trip to Honeydukes, the trio managed to get out of the tunnel unnoticed. Norbert, although having eaten a heap of sweets in the tunnel, complained to be very hungry. It was dinner time, after all. On their way down to the Great Hall, they met a madly grinning David Dursley. Quite in a good mood, aren't we? Dan asked. Sure, I've just had say Ed, Dave chuckled. Oh. Dan smirked. His father had once told him about that terrible Say Education class in his 7th year. Say Education was a subject introduced by Dumbledore after the greatest scandal in Hogwarts history, to prevent more students from getting pregnant. Ever since 1999, all kids from 3rd year and up had to attend a class like that. But it wasn't taught by Snape, was it? Dan asked, having heard how horrible a Say Ed teacher Severus could be. No. David shook his curly head. I don't think he even knows what Say is, he added with a wink. It was taught by Professor Lockhart. Dave, not knowing Gilda, who was standing next to Dan and Norbert, didn't understand why the girl burst into a fit of giggles. Too bad we aren't having Say Ed until 3rd year, Norbert sighed. Dan, on the other hand, felt relieved by it. Dipping into his sister's book and Kama Sutra was enough of Say Education for him. Enough to deter him from even thinking of Say. Surely boys of his age were always very interested in this topic, but their interest mainly consisted of spying on girls in the bathroom. Daniel hadn't even done that, although he would have had plenty of opportunity to catch a glimpse of Lily, because he knew that there was nothing to watch on her. She had no beeps at all. Daniel just couldn't understand what David saw in her. I can well imagine a Say Ed class held by Professor Lockhart, Norbert said. No, you can't, David shook his head with a broad grin. It is beyond imagination. It was the funniest experience of my life. That fool Lockhart started the whole thing with the birds and the bees, especially the male birds that always need to look cool to seduce the females. He gave a hearty laugh. Lockhart himself looks like a flashy tropical bird, doesn't he? I bet he caught himself a wife when wearing a pink-orange striped robe with turquoise buttons. No, he did not. Gilda spoke up, looking a bit miffed. His wife did not go for his looks, she actually fell in love with him because he always made her laugh. With his attires, no wonder, David waved. By the way, how do you know this? Because she told me, Gilda made a sullen face. Told you? Yeah, she's my mother, after all, the girl said, turned on her heels and left. Her mother. Young Dursley blinked. Aha. If you had stopped devouring my sister with your eyes, then you could have paid better attention to the sorting and you'd know that she's Lockhart's daughter, Dan replied. Damn, David grimaced. They entered the Great Hall and parted. Dan and Norbert to Slytherin table, David to the table of Hufflepuff. At least Dave doesn't seem to be mad at me because of the lost points, Dan said. Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws were still supposed to be rooting against Slytherin, but David's friendship seemed to be stronger than his supposed hate for Slytherin. As the two friends seated themselves at their table next to Gilda, Daniel was dumbfounded to see tears in her eyes. She diverted her stare, but he reached out to tap her arm gently. "Hey, what's the matter?" She shook her head, wiping her tears away. It was startling to see this tough girl like this. "Did David hurt your feelings?" Young Potter asked. "I'm sure he did not mean to. He had no idea who you were." "No, he didn't hurt me," Gilda whispered. "He just, oh, it's so difficult for me, Daniel, Dad is making things so difficult." "Your pudgy friend was right. Father is really like that. A flashy bird with colorful feathers, a bird that does not care for anything else but his looks. He is neglecting you," the boy perceived. Neglecting, avoiding, despising, she hung her head. Daniel didn't know what to reply. His father was so different. Harry was caring, loving, someone who would have loved his children even if they had disappointed him in certain respect. Harry had loved Daniel and cared for him when he had been a squib. Having a squib for a child was much worse for a wizard than having a daughter who didn't resemble one at all. Still, Harry always loved Dan, while Gilderoy seemed not to love his daughter. Just the previous day Daniel had found this girl annoying, but now he couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. He thought to himself that Hermione had been right. He was darn lucky to have a father like Harry. "I'm dying of hunger," Norbert whined. "The house elves are late. Dinner should have been sent up here 5 minutes ago." He looked at his watch. "No, 6 minutes ago. What are they waiting for?" "Look at the door and you'll have your answer," Lavinia Flint replied. The boys glanced at the door of the Great Hall, to see Dumbledore arrive with a pudgy little man in gray-white striped suit and a lime-green bowler hat. "That's Fudge, isn't it?" Norbert whispered to Dan. "Who?" Gilda blinked. "Minister for Magic," Dan said. "Where have you been living that you don't know him?" "Everywhere but England," she replied. "My parents and I have been traveling all around the globe ever since I was born. Father was opening beauty salons in every city you can imagine. The very first time I set foot on British soil was a week ago. So no wonder that I don't know this Fudge. Whatever," she shrugged. "He doesn't look too sympathetic to me." "Neither to me, but we must accept him. At least that's what Dad said," Daniel replied. "My parents didn't vote for him at the latest elections, though. They voted for Jonathan Johnson, my Uncle Fred's father-in-law." "My parents didn't even vote," Norbert added, massaging his rumbling stomach. "Father said that none of the candidates deserved his vote." All children in the Great Hall fell silent as the headmaster raised his hand. "Before we dine tonight, let us welcome Mr. Fudge, Minister for Magic." The students clapped politely. "He has come to us to make an announcement. As I have already referred to it last Thursday at the opening of the school year feast, the Hogwarts Foundation document has been found and our school has turned out to be exactly 1,000 years old this year. Now the minister is going to give you the details of the festivities. I am only going to complete his speech. Mr. Fudge, please, fill us in." "Well," Cornelius straightened himself and adjusted his bow tie. "There will be 2 big events taking place during the school year. Since the foundation stone was laid at Halloween of 1011, we are going to have a big Halloween ball here at the school. It is going to be a masquerade, right, Dumbledore?" "Exactly, Minister," Albus nodded. "Every student and teacher is obliged to appear at the ball in some kind of a costume. The teachers are going to reward the student wearing the best costume with 100 points to the student's house. The student wearing the second best costume is going to get 40 points to his or her house, and the third one is going to get 20 points. The winning students, on the other hand, are going to select the best costume from among the teachers, who have to wear funny outfits, as funny as possible. And of course the teacher wearing the funniest costume will also get some kind of a prize." He shot the children an impish look. "I wonder what costume Snape will be wearing," Dan whispered to Norbert, who started to snigger. "All students and teachers," the headmaster continued, "are allowed to invite 2 more persons to the ball. There are only 3 restrictions. the invited people may not wear costumes, they have to be at least 11 years old and they need to have knowledge of the wizarding world beforehand. We would like to avoid unknowing muggles freaking out on us. Our muggle-born students may invite their parents or siblings, but I do not recommend any of you to bring muggles, who have never heard of magic, to the ball. Since there will be about 3,000 of us here at the party, there will be a huge tent set up on the school grounds, given that the Great Hall will not be big enough. So, Albus looked around to see kids putting their heads together, already discussing their costumes and the list of people to invite, finished his speech. I believe this is going to be the greatest party this old school has ever seen. I suggest you start preparing for it and think of a good idea for a costume. And now, I'm giving the word back to Mr. Fudge. Thank you, Dumbledore, the minister said. So, although the foundation stone of Hogwarts was laid at Halloween of 1011, the school only got ready by the beginning of May, 1012. Along with the Hogwarts Foundation document, Salazar Slytherin's diary has also been found, and it tells us about a special Wizard Night tournament, at which Helga Hufflepuff came up with the idea of founding a school of witchcraft and wizardry. In order to remember this special day, we are going to have a similar tournament here at Hogwarts. And you, he pointed at the students sitting at the 4 tables, are going to be the knights. A loud murmur ran down the hall, and Albus Dumbledore held up his hands to silence the excited kids. Let me tell you a bit more about this tournament. First of all, it is going to last for 7 days, a whole week without schoolwork. All students cheered. Dumbledore smiled. I knew you'd appreciate the news. So, this tournament is not going to be like the Triwizard tournament many of you witnessed here 2 years ago. This is going to be a championship in which all of you may take part, from 1st year to 7th year. We got to know from Slytherin's diary that the Wizard Night tournament resembled a bit the Muggle tournaments, with the exception that wizards used brooms instead of horses and wands instead of lances and swords. At the original Wizard Night tournament there was 1 victorious champion and 1 Queen of Beauty and Love. At the tournament Slytherin's diary tells us about, the queen happened to be Lady Rowena Ravenclaw, and her task was to crown the winner with a wreath of golden laurels. The winner was Godric Gryffindor. The whole tournament was held at Slytherin Manor, and it was right after the champion's crowning that Helga Hufflepuff suggested to build Hogwarts. With this tournament, we are going to revive the habits of old times, customs long forgotten. I'm sure this is going to be even more fun than the Halloween ball. But Professor, a 5th-year Ravenclaw boy put up his hand. You said every student was allowed to enter the tournament from 1st year to 7th year. How is this possible? 7th-year students know much more than the firsties. True, Dumbledore nodded. I just wanted to explain this. First of all, what you need to know is following. All boys may go for the title of the champions. Yes, there will be 7 champions, 1 from each year. With this I have already answered your question. All boys are going to battle with other boys who have had the same amount of magical education, thus no one will have advantage over the others. And what about the girls? A Gryffindor girl expressed her indignation. Oh, do not worry, Ms. Ollivander, the headmaster smiled. Remember what I said about the original Wizard Night tournament. There was 1 champion and 1 Queen of Beauty and Love. At Hogwarts there will be 7 champions and 7 queens, 1 from each year. Are the girls also going to battle? Lily Potter's best friend, Circe Diggory, put up her hand. In a way, yes, Dumbledore nodded. But their battle is going to be different from that of the boys. Since the original queen was Rowena Ravenclaw, and she was famous for her cleverness, the girls are going to compete for the title of queen, in a way that is worthy of Lady Ravenclaw. We are going to test their intellectual abilities. A quiz show, a Muggle-born girl squealed. Something like that, yes, the headmaster nodded. This is really going to be fun, Lavinia Flint leant to Gilda. Are you going for the title, Queen of Beauty and Love? I'll surely go for it. Then go, Gilda shrugged. I'm not going to make a fool of myself, that's for sure. I hope Lou is going to be the queen in our year, Dan said, his eyes fixed on the Ravenclaw girl, who was whispering something to her neighbor, Yvette Weasley. Are you going for champion, Dan? Norbert asked. How could I? I can't even perform the simplest charms. I'd only become a laughing stock. I could help you, you know. Norbert replied with a sly smile. With a bit of training you could learn everything. You have already proved that. Dan waved indignantly. I might learn the basic things, but that would never be enough for the tournament. Defeatist, that's what you are, young Malfoy snapped. Realist, that's what I am, Dan replied. But I could still win the 100 points for the best costume. Any ideas for it? None yet, I'll keep thinking. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore waved again and silenced the students. There's only one more thing I'd like to tell you, he began. Naturally, these festivities make it necessary to reorganize the order of Quidditch matches. There will be 2 matches, Gryffindor versus Slytherin and Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff, in October, and the remaining matches will be held in March and April. Professor Longbottom asked me to tell you that Quidditch tryouts will start tomorrow. Students willing to join the house teams, please sign up with Professor Longbottom this evening or tomorrow morning. Thank you. I wonder where Professor Longbottom is, Gilda said as the dinner appeared on their golden plates. Dunno, Norbert replied with full mouth. Maybe repairing a broomstick. But Neville turned out to be wandering in the castle instead of repairing broomsticks. Daniel and his 2 friends met him on their way down into the Slytherin common room. The professor seemed to be desperate about something. Haven't you seen Severus? He asked. I keep losing him. What are you looking for, Longbottom? Snape's voice spoke up from behind Neville. Professor Longbottom. He's been looking for you, Gilda replied willingly. Me? No. Neville turned ruby red. My toad. The following morning at breakfast you could barely hear the students talk about anything else but the ball and the tournament, costume ideas, friends and relatives they'd invite and the title, champion, and Queen of Beauty and Love, they'd go for. No matter how interesting their very first defense against the dark arts lesson was, the Slytherins kept whispering about the upcoming events, not really paying attention to Professor Lupin. Only Daniel and Gilda, who weren't a bit interested in the tournament, listened carefully to Remus' explanation on demons, particularly a mad Inca demon he had fought in Peru over the summer. Professor Lupin had not only vindicated, but also captured and brought the creature to Great Britain and now showed it to the children. The Inca demon was the ugliest little thing Daniel had ever seen. It was grayish-brown, looking a bit like a heap of mud or dung, and even smelled like it. Since the Slytherins had no more classes till lunch, Dan decided to go and get his detention for the day over with. As he approached the caretaker's room, he saw that the door was ajar and voices caught his ears. One of them belonged to Mr. Bradley, the other to Snape. And they were laughing. Daniel thought he heard it wrong. Snape, being cheery about something. That must be the end of the world. The boy sneaked up to the door to eavesdrop a bit. I know another, Mr. Bradley said merrily. The little boy goes home from school, looking very cheerful. His grandma notices it and asks, "Have you had a good day, dear?" "What did you do?" "A chemistry experiment, Granny." The grandma taps the boy's head proudly and says, "I hope you will be in just a good mood tomorrow morning when you go to school." Can you guess what the boy answered? Snape scratched his jaw, thinking. What school? Exactly, chuckled the caretaker. I guess I have heard this joke in the wizard way as well, Snape replied. Neville Longbottom goes home and his grandma asks the same things, and he replies that bad old Snape made him do a potions experiment, and bye-bye, Hogwarts. Bert Bradley guffawed. Who made up this joke about you? The professor shrugged. That is something I'll never find out. But I suspect Potter or Weasley, or maybe not. They used to be friends with Longbottom. Was Professor Longbottom really that bad at potions? Worse than you could possibly imagine. And he was afraid of me, but he seems to have found a way to get back at me. Can you guess what he named his new toad? No idea. Severus, Snape replied, but Daniel was surprised that he didn't hear bitterness or fury in the potions master's voice. It was rather amused. Not to mention the case with his boggart. The Professor Snape boggart with the looks of an old lady. The caretaker giggled. How do you know about it? Just heard it somewhere. Bert sounded a bit embarrassed. News like this spread, somehow Dan had the impression that Bradley was hiding something. However, Snape didn't press the topic. I can't believe I have finally met someone who shares my interest in potion making, Severus said finally. I've got to go now. Goodbye, Mr. Bradley. Daniel wasn't quick enough. He wanted to get as far away from the door as possible, but Snape opened it so hastily that the boy had no time to escape. Potter. Severus gave him a bemused look. I've just come for my detention, sir, Dan mumbled. Then go. What are you waiting for? With that the professor left, and Daniel gaped at his receding figure. What had he just witnessed? Snape letting his greasy hair down. Snape not punishing him for eavesdropping with another month of detention. Something was amiss here, seriously amiss. For a second Dan felt sorry for the poor professor who had obviously gone mad. Since the next class of the Slytherins was astronomy at 11 p.m., Daniel had a whole afternoon free. After lunch, going downstairs into the dungeon common room, he met his cousins on a landing. Well, what have we here? Kevin crossed his arms, leaning nonchalantly to the banister. Where are you going, Potter? None of your business, Weasley. No need to ask, Vivian sneered. He's surely searching for a teacher to tell on one of his friends. Sod off, Dan sighed. I'm busy. Oh, busy, Valentine scowled. Busy plotting to betray people, or busy thinking up a costume idea? I could give you advice there. Yeah, Kevin smirked. You'd look perfect as an Inca demon. We've just seen one at Defense Against the Dark Arts, it reminded me a lot of you. Especially the way it stank. Go and make friends with Draco Malfoy. He'd gladly give you, Potter stinks, badges, Dan snapped. Just don't forget to put them away when you're at Charms or Dad might think you're referring to him. What about Dannykins stinks? Valentine suggested. Wonderful idea, if you don't mind me wearing a badge saying, I hate WC, young Potter replied coolly. WC, Weasley children, Dan shrugged. And if you allow me, I've got to go to plot with Norbert how to get you sacked out of Hogwarts. If you try, Kevin clenched his fists. Do what? Sick your dead unicorn on me. Daniel dropped himself into an armchair in the Slytherin common room. Hey, Norbert looked up from his book, Slytherin vs. Gryffindor, Salazar's Tips How to Do Away with Filthy Guys Like Godric. It was a book only available in Nocturne Alley. What's the matter, mate? Dan grunted and looked into the flames dancing in the fireplace. Oh, I see. Weasley menace. Norbert closed his book and handed it to his friend. Read this. It'll help you endure them. Young Potter read the title and sadly shook his head. It's not like that, Norbert. I don't want to do away with them. I'm mad at them, all right, but I don't want to hurt them. Tut, you are way too generous. Really, you should be in Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff. Dan snorted. Are you insulting me? No way. I just wanted to remind you that you're a Slytherin. And Slytherins never feel sympathy for people who hate them. If you do, then you're not a real Slytherin. I never thought I was a real Slytherin. Dan hung his head. He couldn't express with words how much he longed to be in Gryffindor, how much he longed to have the Weasleys as his friends. He had 6 cousins attending Hogwarts and only one of them, David, was willing to talk to him. Yvette was also his cousin, but he had never really talked to her. She was way too girlish for his taste. He didn't understand what Christopher Wood saw in her. Even his sister Lily was more interesting than Yvette, who was nothing but a pretty face. Lou, on the other hand. Daniel had to admit that he didn't know much about Lou, besides that she was also pretty. He hoped, though, that at astronomy that evening he'd have a better chance to get to know her. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.